Hey man, I just can't find a comfortable headset. I mean, I've tried everything. Literally everything.
Oh my god!
Brother, I got you.
Grey Channel Legends.
Hey guys, nice to meet you. Have you ever had a Euro?
The HyperX Cloud
No,
2
I haven't.
wireless.
Well, what's it
Legendary comfort
I can
goes
sell it on a
wireless.
sale.
Yeah,
That
please
is
don't
comfort.
say once a euro. Thought that was the dollar of the European Union.
You uncultured swine. It's not Euro. Excuse.
Before we start, just listen to the countdown instead.
You will get what you get and you won't pinch a fit.
I'll be very sad. I will pick it. I'll pick it that. Can you put the numbers in like a different language than numbers?
What?
Yeah,
sure.
What you want, and I will do it for you. So like you
He's
know,
gonna
like
do hieroglyphics.
don't worry. Think about it. Like it's not numbers. You can do it in 8.
Welcome back, everybody, to the NECC here in Week 8, and we've got a very nice Valorant matchup for you guys today. My name is Infernosis, joined here by my dream duo commentator here, Fellow. We had the opportunity last week to do it, but unfortunately we're not able to, so a rerun of that this week, and we'll show you guys what it's made of. How you doing today, Fellow?
I'm doing great, especially since Lainey has blessed us with being able to duo commentate once more, but this time it's going to be on Valorant, and the matchup is going to be a little interesting. We're going to Icebox first and foremost. Now, a fair amount of people actually like that map. Me and Scott, however, are not one of those people. We're going to be just grudging the entire time through this first map, but afterwards, it'll get a little bit better for ourselves. We're going to be brought to Haven and also Ascent afterwards. I believe Ascent is afterwards because those sides have already been picked out. Not entirely sure, give or take, but we're heading to those two maps afterwards, and it's going to be Springfield versus North Alabama. So one of these teams doing quite well in the Emergence division. They've gone 6-1, only losing a singular game. And North Alabama, not as good, but they still have a positive record of 4-2. So I think this will be a very decent game, to say the least. And a lot of excitement, possibly.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that the reason that we're seeing such a huge differential is the fact that UNA's had a bye week, so that could have been another win or loss to their record. We don't know, but that may be why we're seeing it so, strange across the board in terms of the stat line. But honestly, I think that it could go either way. Obviously, when you take a look at who they've lost to and who they won to, both have lost to the Marymount California's one team. And while Springfield lost 0-2 in week 1, UNA only lost 1-2 in week 6. So maybe it's just time was on their side and they took a map. Maybe that means UNA is better. Maybe that means they're worse. But I mean, quite honestly, when you're taking a look at some of the other teams that they face, like Rio Grande, something like that. We'll figure it out. Sorry, I apologize. Rio Grande, sorry. Week 3, you see that Springfield wins 2-1. And while they did lose a map, they still win the match. North Alabama did not have that luxury. They lost in week 1 the same way that Springfield lost in week 1. So both of these teams have had a good showing so far coming into this one, but started it off a little bit weak and started off with one loss to their name.
Speaking of startups, it probably won't be that much longer until we get the match actually started up. We do apologize for the very long wait, but it is most certainly worth it. Shouldn't have to be that much longer of a time waster, as most people would call it, just making sure everyone is absolutely ready to get this match started up. But I want to see what the picks are going to be. Like, we're seeing a whole lot of readies in the chat as well. So like I said, really just a matter of moments just to specify that one, chat. I do apologize.
I'm really looking forward to this one. Obviously, we've got a pretty old roster, and I don't mean this just in terms of age, but in terms of their school year. All seniors except for one on the side of Springfield, and then for North Alabama, you've got 4 seniors on the roster. One of those is a sub, and you do have a sub that's actually in. We don't know his specific year. He's not on our sheet, but still seniors and juniors all around the board for UNA. So some experience that may be had for them. I know at least for a fact UNA's years in terms of their time of UNA gamings has been around. They've probably been around for 2 years total. The team themselves, however, may not have been for that long, but I'm pretty sure these teams have had a lot of experience in all the games they play. We've seen them play spectacularly against UAH, where they ultimately lost in Overwatch. We've seen them have a lot of success all around the board. For Springfield, they've obviously had success, and so far to the point that I'm just talking to other casters and people within Valorant here at NEC saying Springfield's got it. They're going really far into this one, and they're going to have a really good game. So ultimately, who wins this matchup is in the air, but I think that this could be kind of a big flex moment for Springfield to say, hey, we're coming out of this one 7-1, or it could be an upset, an underdog upset that we may see coming from North Alabama. Yeah, what is updog?
I don't know, actually. That's chat. Do you guys know what updog is?
Yeah, what's updog?
Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, I think regardless, it'll be a really exciting game, even if we're going to Xbox first and foremost. But at least we're not going to have to play it more than one altercation. I just hope and pray that later on, when I'm casting with Orbital, that it doesn't happen again, because I might be very, very sad. I might have to cry myself to sleep tonight if that happens. I can only handle it for once.
Yeah. I have to agree with you. Icebox is one of those maps that it's so similar to the older style CS:GO maps. It has a lot of simplicities in its design, and also some fairly strange complexities as well. When it's simple, it's really simple. When it's complex, it goes a little bit over the board. So you're going to see a lot more frag-centric kind of play styles when it comes to this map. You're not going to see as much strategy or design. Most teams aren't readily prepared for it as much as others, because it's just not the most played map. It's going to be like a tertiary choice. You're not going to want to pick it up, which means you don't have as many strategies going for you in that side. But let's take a look at the lineups we have already coming forward. We see from the side of UNA already locking in 3. They're going to be fairly comfortable with this one going pretty forward. They want to pick up that Viper. Obviously just got buffed pretty substantial. It could be very meta changing for them. And they're wanting to see if they can, see that through. And from the side of Springfield, we do see Tiki hovering over the Yoru pick. We could see that come through. No, he's going to switch over to something else. I mean, buffed as well, same as Viper, but not enough to really bring them back into the competitive viability.
Yeah, I completely agree. And I want to just double check before we completely get over through the pick phase. I want to make sure who's on what team. Northern Alabama is attacking first. I was right. I just didn't want to say anything wrong. We're going to have the Sage pick come out. Really common. She can have a lot of late game possibilities, that revive coming into effect, bringing things back to the man count, for example. A lot of interesting stuff. Frag heavy agent of the Jet as well. A lot of great stuff. Not everyone's fully committed yet on the opposite side, though, for Springfield. Only the Rays is on the board, but they have some soft picks, and I'm pretty sure they'll be confirmed because their lineup right now is looking quite phenomenal, to say the least.
I'm really looking forward to what they have. Obviously, Une locked in. They know what they want. We are seeing a Phoenix be brought out. We had joked about in the chat before the thing started, as we did have a cheeky little 25-minute break if everyone in the lobby ready to go. Just worrying about a few technical problems. We joked about being against me, specifically as a caster, so they didn't want to play anyone fire-related as a jab against me. Obviously, Springfield not doing that. They aren't going to bring out Phoenix. They aren't going to have those as well, and I think that's actually going to be good. You need that duelist to kind of get in the face of the opposition. You can't just rely on Jet as that player to do so, and Springfield's going to bring out two of those. They're going to bring out Phoenix, and they're going to bring out Jet, and they're going to try and be able to find success on such a frag-centric style map. Now, this may be a reference not very many people understand, but fellow, I attribute Icebox being very similar to Coastline on R6. There's no strategy. It's really just run and gun and get frags first.
Yeah, no, you said that pretty accurately, because Coastline, if any of you actually watch R6, that's the entire premises. It's super difficult to defend on that map, and the same can be said for the most part on Icebox. It's so attacker favorited. I mean, I really can't add much more to it from what Scott said. It's really just straight to the point. You either pick one of the two objective rooms and then just kind of full send it from there, and it'll normally work out for you. And for the most part, it looks like we're going to see somewhat of a B-sided push from what it looks to be on the map.
There's some aggression coming from aggressive towards green. He's going to look for an option. It does look like from the side of UNA, they're going to push in. One player up top, they're going to go. You see the jet smokes come out. It'll be Taniti who finds the kill first onto Tiki, guaranteeing that one-man advantage. But Squib's already going to go ahead and start down that plant. Try and secure themselves a position fairly early on, but it's still coming up not very even-sided for UNA.
Lots of kills coming out left and right. Spike will be reattempted by Squib. Scuba picks up one onto Gintrovert. Now a 2-on-2 as refrag from Jellies comes on out. 1v1 now as Aggressive will trade out onto Squib. It's just up to the Jet player to win this out. Plant is down, so it's not that bad of a position. And both the players on the side of Springfield are already on such low HP. He picks up one, dashes away. Turret will light him up, but he can just retreat behind the yellow container. He'll line himself up for the second kill, but he'll miss his shots. Scuba just enough time to defuse, and that will be the first round win favoring Springfield, and that's going to be a great start to this first matchup on Icebox.
Unfortunate situation for John to be in. Obviously, he's their substitution that's come in for UNA after having a couple of problems with some players not being available. And, you know, starting off in round one for that in a clutch situation in a 2v1, did a good job to bring it down to the 1v1, narrowly missing the shot, but did escape with his life in the first altercation of the 1v1 after nailing the first, and it was a pretty close chance, but Springfield nonetheless taking that one in stride, and I'm looking forward to see what UNA is going to try and bring to the table as well. Taking a look, it looks like they're going to focus a little bit towards A and try to push up top. Could see players go up on top of Belt, maybe rotate around and take position up on Pipe. You're going to see if your Jet player will opt to go for there, but it does look like they're going to put a lot of focus to concuss outside, maybe catch the players up inside a box, but it looks to be a very soft buy for UNA.
Yeah, and I really can't say the same for Springfield. They got a lot of heavy utility, and so far, great double kill comes out by Scuba. Squib will refrag along with C. Tonini. That'll make things a 3-on-3. The plant could possibly go down as that slowed ability from the Sage will come out against Dust. Plant now being confirmed by Squib. This is looking to be another great start so far for North Alabama, but they've lost the man advantage. Now a 2-on-3, favoring Springfield. They could easily take back the site.
Player heading up top is going to take the rope, but it's not going to matter. Jelly's on the side, finding, but gets refragged by Squib. And now you're going to see the diffuser actually going out. Aggressive is able to take the player of Squib out as well. No chance for them to continue to hold this, but like we saw in round one, a plant did go down. That is at least some monetary value in the pockets of UNA, but Springfield taking this handily 2-0 at the very beginning. Did lose a few players, so their weapon arsenal may be a little bit less sturdy, I guess you could say, a little less flushed out, and you're going to take a look at the weapon arsenal here already. UNA has a pretty heavy pocket when it comes to their arsenal, all of them rocking Vandals and Phantoms across the board, and it's going to be an eco round or semi-save round coming from the Springfield side.
North Alabama, they have a lot of toys to play with here, some very expensive ones, might I add. But the problem is, if they don't win this round, that's going to be such an economic crash. They might not be able to recover for it for another couple of rounds. This could be a very easy 5-0 if that happens, but we're only going to have to wait a couple more moments before speculation will turn into reality. That smoke cutting off a lot of sight lines for the mid push, so it might be denied. And it looks to be most likely a B-sided push, but that Sova player of C. Tonini has to pick up that spike and reposition with his team unless they want to completely wrap around and head towards A, which actually might be the case looking at the new map currently.
Yeah, you take a look, that Viper player we've been keeping an eye on since the buff did come through, having a pretty aggressive stance right now over on this NECC side of A, looking for an opportunity to be able to catch a player off guard. Closest one is going to be Tiki, but there comes the wall. They're going to try and cut off sideline, stepping through, just narrowly avoiding the smoke, and they'll fall removed from the situation by Tiki. And the fight will have to engage onward. It has been revealed by the recon bolt, and you're going to see that they're going to be able to refrag back out. Tiki falls, and a revive will come back onto Shiftlow to make sure Squib can keep them up to that one-man advantage after removing Tiki. Fight is still engaging. Players over by screen. Shots connecting from John into Aggressive, but Dusk with a Bucky into John is going to remove him from the situation. Not looking hot, but it's a 3v4, and Springfield looking for any chance to try and even this one up.
Run it back, just about to run out. Squib picks up the head onto Dust. The run it back will not work out whatsoever. Almost a narrow shot there as well by Scuba, but he'll miss it. Concussive Blast comes out as well, and oh, what a one-tap by Squib. The perfect crosshair placement. It's just a 1v4, and Ginger wraps up the kill on Scuba. It will, in fact, be Northern Alabama's first round win, and that is going to pay off for them so much because they get to keep almost all of their weapons, only losing one player due to that Sage revive that I mentioned moments ago and how crucial it would be. And there we have it. I was proved to be correct on that talking point.
Absolutely. I think one thing to keep in mind here is the fact that Springfield, they can full buy again. In fact, they have an operator. They're going to bring Tiki out with that, and I've casted for Tiki before. I know that they are a monster when it comes to that operator. Phenomenal sniper in all regards, and it's looking like a focus, however, coming from the UNA side. They're going to head all the way up on top of ramp, finding one immediately in a second as Tenini finds Dusk as well. And now a 5v3. Scuba, Aggressive, and Tiki need to somehow find not just 2 kills to even this one out, but they need to guarantee some. Tiki with the operator finds C. Tenini outside of Kitchen on the step out, and now Aggressive taking a bad situation towards green, looking for a safety net, and will opt to pick up the ult orb to try and maybe give himself a little bit of a clinical edge in this next fight.
Aggressive Act could possibly pick up 2 and be able to use that showstopper. He's going to find some shots. The head shot will land, but John on the refrag will make things a 3-on-2 post plant. This is a very nice take so far by North Alabama, almost completely denying the retake coming out by Springfield, but they still have a couple of tricks up their sleeves they could possibly use. Maybe that ultimate coming out by the Killjoy could be a huge part of this round, but it's not going to happen as Shift will find the kill on to Scuba. Tiki will refrag, lining up the shot for another one, but he's very low on time, and that slow down orb coming out by Sage could completely deny this. The best option here could be just to save the op, and that's what he's going to go for. Will he get eliminated, though? That might happen. Tiki just around the corner, but neither one of them will hit their shots. The operator will be saved, but it will be a second round win for North Alabama in the process, evening things up 2-2.
Squib, unfortunately, not being able to get far enough away from the bomb, and will pass to it as well. Unfortunate, went as far as they could, just could not make it out. So UNA will lose that player, but obviously their economy is looking pretty hot right now. You did get to save the operator if you're Springfield, which is a big boon to your side, but all around the board, you're going to be trying to save out Bulldogs, Spectres, and, bring out some Sheriffs as well, maybe decide what you really want to go for, but it's looking like a pretty soft SMG buy. Really just trying to build around that operator in the hands of Tiki and hoping and praying that it's going to work out for you, but UNA is continuing their prowl. Eco on their side and Weapon Arsenal on their side. And they're looking to hunt towards B again as you see a lot of their teams towards that green side. Shiftlow under Aggressive Act guaranteeing presence onto B, and now you're going to see Springfield rotate over quite swiftly.
Really does suck that you're now going to have to sit on the bench for another minute or so, and the plant goes down in a 5-on-4. What an incredible take so far by North Alabama. Tiki will find one with the operator, making things a 4-on-4, but the damage has already been done. Now the tables have turned, and basically Springfield is on the attack because they have to rush right on through the site. The Viper ult being such great coverage for this spike, it really does seem hopeless here in the moment. The Killjoy ult and a Sova ult comes out as well. So much utility on the 5th round for Pete's sake. One arrow almost connects, but just barely missing. This could be a phenomenal win for North Alabama, as no one can defuse right now, and it's just a sea of red at the current moment.
Tiki looks like they'll escape once again with the operator. This is exactly what you want. You only lost one player. Oh, now 2 players. Another player dying to the bomb explosion. But you've only lost 2 players if you're UNA. You're looking hot right now, and you've got the money if you want to buy an operator as well. You did lose a player or 2, but if you take a look at their arsenal right now, still opting to go from basic Asarval setup. Squib maybe looking to do something else. No, they're going to bring out an LMG. They're going to go big guns and see what they can do with it, but if you're the side of Springfield, finally have a little bit of ego underneath you and you can buy again, trying to tie this one back up at 3-3, but UNA have enough currency and monetary value to buy another round even if they lose. It's back and forth action for minute 1.
Yeah, and really the only saving grace right now on the side of Springfield is the fact that they have an operator and Northern Alabama really doesn't. Tiki has been able to land some pristine shots with that weapon, and it is a one-shot gun almost everywhere on the body, so it does make sense to have it in your arsenal. But right now, it's going to be a mid-sided push at the current moment. Maybe they can find a frag onto Jellies perhaps, but he's playing very conservatively, so that won't be the case. But both Shifo and John find frags of their own. Tiki, again with that operator, proving to be a masterful aimsman, will pick up one, and luckily, Aggressive Act will get a refrag, making things a 3-on-3 in the final minute of the round.
Take a look at the defense here from Springfield. You see Tiki accidentally overextends and Squib's able to capitalize on it. But if you take a look at the play that they were doing, they were defending the backside. Aggressive Act was watching the rear of Tiki, trying to make sure that there was no chance that they could get in from behind and remove that operator player. However, Tiki overextending and removing himself from the play. 2-player of Jellies finds John playing underneath, walked through so Squib could not hear despite being just 3 feet below him, and now you've got a 1v2. Squib's doing hot so far. 6 kills to their name, looking for an opportunity. It's going to be a plant on A, however, and both players are sitting quite handily in B, so they're going to have to make the rotate, and Squib's going to have to decide, do I play an aggressive angle and take 1, or do I try to fight 2 by taking a step back? But it does look like the push is going to come from the main side of A screen. No players have yet rotated towards the rafters. Probably will see one split. You do see a player leaping over the top. Aggressive Act looking to step forward, low in HP. Gets killed out, and now a 1v1. Jellies hops onto the diffuser. A fake here as they play, but it's going to run through, and Jellies finds the kill, winning themselves and guaranteeing a 3-3 scoreline.
Oh, so close, yet so far away. Jellies just outsmarting the Lone Sage player. You hate to see it, but it'll be a 3-on-3 now. Great recovery round by Springfield, and I believe they now have an operator in their hands still. Tiki will rebuy it, I believe it to be, so they're not looking all that bad after a couple of keeping round losses. I think the only person who cannot fully buy here is Dust, but he'll double down. He won't even buy full armor. He'll just buy the AK. It's similar to how Scuba is going to operate on this round. But the problem is, if they lose this round, they're not going to have a lot of money to work with going into the next one, which could be a huge issue moving onward.
It's going to be difficult. I mean, obviously, a player already jumping over to tube, and John finds Tiki. Operator player already gone, and a second falls as well. Aggressive taking the L, and already UNA taking the lead handily, and they've got a sight. Everyone heading towards mid, thinking they have a chance. We've already seen Scuba up to pick back up the operator, trying to keep it in pocket. If I'm Springfield, I'm going to keep Scuba away from the fight and possibly even just save at this point. Absolutely. C1080 finding 2 into Dusk and Jellies, and now Scuba's going to fall as well. Tanini on a rampage, finding his triple.
Oh, what a nice 3 hit to end off the 7th round there. 4-2. North Alabama collapsed back almost immediately. That's gotta hurt right now for Springfield. Like I just said, if they lose that round, they've got no money to play with. And look at this, the Sheriff getting bought by Jellies. It's probably not going to get any better than that. It's just going to probably be a whole bunch of SMGs as pistols. And now Springfield has got to really think about these next couple of rounds as to how they want to dissect either the A or B bomb defense.
Looks to be another B-sided push. You have one player, I believe it's Aggressive, actually opting to maybe fight that one out in the front. Does have his ability, find one in the party, is not able to find a second. A Shiflo will refrag. Devastating kill to have, but a revive will come out from Squib, guaranteeing them a little bit of a chance. Molly dropped out. Dusk forced to kind of stay away. Will be concussed as well in the top of this box. The plant has been down. UNA doing a phenomenal job of swiftly taking sight and acting on it. And now Springfield's going to have to pay the price. Squib finding yet another kill, looking for another's hands in it, and finds it through the box as Shiflo is able to find Tiki as well. A consolation prize goes in Jelly's favor, who's able to find Tanini, but Squib will secure the triple. UNA up 2 rounds and a 5-3 scoreline.
My god, Squib was just at the shooting gallery with that LMG. I mean, against Classics, it really does seem easy for the stage player, and that's going to be a 2-round advantage now for Northern Alabama. They are looking fantastic at the current moment. I mean, wow, what an impressive push. And Scott, correct me if I'm wrong, almost every single round they've immediately gotten control of one of the 2 bomb sites and just planted the spike, and that has been such a devastating blow so far for Springfield because they're now down on a 2-round deficit.
The only time I think we haven't seen that is when Squib was the last man standing and was forced to head over to A while they were anticipating a B push. Fight initially engages off. 2 players will fall, 1 for each side. See Tanini and Dusk no longer allowed to live, and John will also be felled. Tiki following suit as well. We'll find out Squib, and it's going to be a 4v2. Shiflo and Gingerbird looking for an opportunity, not looking hot for them, and they're going to still try to go for the plant. Plant now going down on the A site. Aggressive stance. Scuba looking for a chance on a Gingerbird. Real close, but this Viper ultimate's going to make things not just toxic, but difficult to get inside of. Sightlines are cut off. Shiflo cut off as well from Aggressive, and that's the ult all done and done, as Aggressive will clean up for the double kill.
Although the Viper ult allowed for the plant to go down, there wasn't much else they can do. Still a 2-on-4. It was only a matter of time before those smoke visors, I guess. I don't really know how you would call it. Just the clouds of smoke just went away, evaporized, and then immediate retake pursued by Springfield. Great recovery round, to say the least. And now it's going to be 4-on-5. Still a slight advantage for Northern Alabama, but at least there's still a little bit of life left inside of Springfield after that pretty well thought out performance there.
Yeah, economy's looking fairly okay for both sides. Springfield needs to find a win here. Could be a little dicey to full buy the round after and having a safety net through it, but UNA is looking pretty hot right now. We are still seeing a very normalized setup, continuing to dash over to Tube, looking for the recon bolt to find out Aggressive over on B, and UNA's acting upon it, heading now from green. They're going to smoke off some sightlines, looking for an opportunity to plant quickly, and you've already got 3 players of Spring Green looking for the fight. John finding the first, however, onto Dusk, and now it's going to be up to Aggressive and, of course, your player that is Phoenix of Jellies to try and fight this one off, because Scuba is currently trapped in mid.
Oh my god, just look at the coverage with Viper's abilities. It is just, it's so overpowering, and just like that, the spike gets planted in a 4-on-3. This is looking, again, fantastic for North Alabama. Springfield is in a tight predicament once more as they try to retake the B-bomb site. Run it back, comes out by Jellies. It could almost find one, but narrowly missing some shots. Aggressive act, though, will pick up one onto Squib. John with the refrag. Jellies following suit. Now a 2v2. There's very little time left to work. Firewall comes out. It could cover this defuse, but Jellies has to go up for the pick in order to confirm it. He finds the headshot on a Gingerbird, making a 3K! Oh my god, Jellies! Do they have enough time, though? Oh no! Not! Oh my god, not the Viper ability! That has gotta hurt where it matters most. Oh my goodness gracious. Northern Alabama just barely managed to swindle that round out of the hands of Springfield after a fantastic 3K by Jellies.
Absolute, just ripped away from the hands of Springfield. There's no other way to state that. It is just gutting to have that round not go in your favor after all of that, and the phenomenal play to bring you back into it, finding both their 2 remaining players and securing yourself a position to fight back the aggressive nature of UNA to get that early plant, and like you said, the overpowering nature of Viper now to cut off sightlines and visuals and deny plants and defuses now, as we saw that as well. absolute just monstrous to face off against, and UNA definitely looking strong in this Viper pick. Has been practiced, tried and true. You can definitely notice they've got the strategies in play, but it looks to be an A push. Everyone from Springfield in a good position to deny this, however, but it'll be C-Tanini to find the first kill. Aggressive act will fail from his own aggressive nature, trying to flank around all the way through the backside of the attacking spawn. Not going to work, and UNA will make the transfer over to the B site, hoping to catch Springfield off guard.
Both teams in Elastic Temple try to go towards the other site. Great shot by C. Tanini. Dusk will pick up one onto Squid, but it doesn't matter. The plant is now being put down by Shift, and that's going to give so much of an advantage on the side of North Alabama. C. Tanini, he's just lurking up above near Kitchen. He's trying to find another for himself. Wide swing comes out by Dusk, making a 3K for the Sova player. Now in a 3-on-2, a Scuba will find one onto C. Tanini, but luckily Gintrover is just around the corner waiting to strike. It won't be a second though, as Tiki will refrag with the Phantom. Now in a 1v2, very little time to work with. This might just be a save for the Jet player, as again, like I mentioned, not a lot of seconds here on the clock, and that's exactly going to be the case. Another round win for North Alabama, making it their 7th one as we wait for the spike to detonate. And my God, again, what an aggressive start for North Alabama, but this time they had to reposition. It still didn't matter though. They got the spike down in a matter of moments. I mean, again, they're on fire right now, Scott.
Absolutely, and I want to take a look. Despite knowing the round is over, Tiki, holding back into the very backside of mid-blue towards the attacker's spawn, was readily aware of the positioning that the UNA players are going to push to, and smart on UNA to not step outside of that B garage. They were going to wait for the players to step towards their own spawn, maybe become unawares, and Tiki was hoping to capitalize off of it, but UNA was not going to let him have it. Not overextending, not going too far, know the distance the bomb will reach, and continue to stay just at that outer ring. And it works out for them. But last round before the swap, UNA ahead. It's a 7-4 scoreline, and the side of Springfield's economy is looking absolutely horrendous. You're seeing SMGs, shotguns, lesser LMGs. It's not looking hot, and neither is aggressive act, as they'll fall to Gintrovert, and already a plant going down on this B site.
North Alabama completely baited Springfield, thinking they would go A with that Viper wall, and they just said, nope, just kidding, LOL, and what a shot by C. Tanini. 5-on-2. This could already be over as he finds another for himself. Jellies and Elastic Attempt will go for the defuse, but it doesn't matter. A flawless round win to seal the deal. It's going to be an 8-4 split. I mean, wow, Northern Alabama. Way to put on a performance on that last first half round.
Absolutely phenomenal showmanship from there in that regard. This map picked by Springfield. Just gonna point this out for you guys. Springfield, who has not had very many map losses coming into this one, you know, looking a little bit sad right now. I mean, obviously a comeback is definitely possible, and this is a pretty, we've talked about, frag-centric map, so you are going to see the attackers typically hold some semblance of an advantage in terms of aggressive nature, and UNA was able to capitalize on that quite exceptionally. But Springfield, only having lost 3 maps total coming into this, looking like they're going to make it a 4th if UNA is able to continue this spree, but I think we're going to see some shocking things unfold here for Springfield as they're going to look to a heavy presence on this B push.
Ooh, nice Viper wall as well. That's going to cut off literally all of the sight lines, and now Shift can just sit comfortably in the middle of Cubby. He's going to wait. That recon bull. So much intel being gathered. What a great play. That's going to be the opening frag favoring Springfield, actually Northern Alabama. I forgot about the color change. That's my mistake, but it will at least be equalized by the Phoenix player of Jellies as they begin to work their way into the B bomb site. And now North Alabama is playing a little bit more reclusively in this position.
I visually paused when that happened. Just saying. It was pretty impressive to me. But C-Tanini finding another ghost kill headshot out. Refrag now as Gingervert will fall to Tiki. And it looks like Springfield's going to try and make the rotate. Plenty of time to do so to head to the A site, but UNA's also on the move. Now rotating over through Orange. They'll wall it off so that you can't actually be shot through. Jelly sitting inside to maybe get a couple of healing points out of it as well to maybe secure himself a little bit of an extra life. But take a look at the aggressive stance. C-Tanini failing to do so as Tiki will secure. And a second one as Dusk punishes Squib for his transgressions as well. And now John, the substitute player, in a 1v3. It was looking all spicy, hot and dandy for the UNA side, and now not so much. looking in a bad situation. Playing from this A Raptors, narrowly missing one player. Finds a long shot to take out Tiki. Player near screens now. Needs to rotate throughout the smoke here, and player's already up inside a box. Taking the shot, misses narrowly, and still a 1v2.
He doesn't have the intel to work off of, but he can still win this. Dusk is incredibly low on HP, but he's got to find the frag. He'll get blinded by Jellies. There will not be a 1v3 clutch as Jellies positions himself in the perfect spot to win it. And that's going to be the second pistol round. A win for Springfield, the exact opposite of what happened. And now they have the upper hand in this second half. What a great retake by them.
Absolutely. Honestly, when I'm taking a look at this and you're able to watch it through, you look at that first engagement and you're like, man, UNA's got this in the bag. And then an overextension, a showmanship of overconfidence after that first pick. And Shiflo will pay the price for it, falling and ultimately not being able to be that much more fruitful. The pick was impactful, but not impactful as enough as his was, because Viper players right now are a hot commodity. They're going to be your mainstay kind of player, and while you do see that more on the attack, I would love to see continuing presence on the defense.
Oh, that recon bolt, that just made me feel in just so many different ways, but so will Jellies. Picks up one on a John. C. Tonini will refrag, but it's just not enough, as it's going to be almost everyone dead. Finally, everyone eliminated on the side of North Alabama, as another amazing round win comes out by Springfield. I mean, hey, it might just be the fact that Icebox is so attacker favored that we're seeing Springfield just come alive all of a sudden.
Absolutely, and this is the same thing we saw. You kind of snowball effect. Lose first round, you're more than likely going to lose the next one as well. Mid-buy, mid-save, and then you can full buy. And while we point out again, UNA was kind of on the downward turn initially. They had failed. They had passed their first two, and then they were struggled the next 3 rounds, where you do see that Springfield surmounted a little bit of a comeback before UNA ultimately was able to take some sort of positive differential. But it doesn't seem to matter in that regard. Already the fight's going to have to continue. Defense has had the advantage so far in these first 2, but UNA's finally able to get themselves some monetary pocket value and able to full buy it out, and it's already going to start going in their direction. John with the first kill onto Scuba. A run it back will come through, denied immediately, but it does gather information about the player just below Tube, and they'll fall. Gingervert takes the L against Aggressive Act. Dusk finally the first death for UNA, but Tanini on a nice shot. Aggressive is the last player standing now with just the Sheriff finding a third, and UNA need to watch out. Looking for a chance here. Player in the back near Belt, but it's not looking hot. Players also coming from your own backside of your spawn. Aggressive needs to start acting aggressive. They're going to want to try and find these cheeky angles. They're about to get run on from behind by Tanini.
Oh, you can tell they're so worried about it, but not anymore. Luckily, Shift from behind will shut down Aggressive Act. I'm not gonna lie, Scott, I really thought he was gonna just find all 5 with that Sheriff and just bring us right to 12 o'clock. Oh, that would have been so clean, regardless of some impressive mechanical skill, but it didn't matter, as it will still be a round lost for your team. Now 6-9, haha, very nice, favoring North Alabama still. I got you there.
This is why I actually like casting with you. It's half of it's fun and casting, and the other half's just dumb memes.
I mean, I gotta make up for my horrible casting somehow, right?
Yeah, we gotta find the balance in there. That's why I use puns. It's my own arsenal of humor to supplement my casting style, but it seems to be a pretty lackluster push coming from Springfield. They're not looking too aggressively. You do have most of their players looking towards the A side, but could see an engagement coming through over towards the B. You've got a player sitting tight. They're looking to find an opportunity towards green, but you can see Tanini looking for an opportunity coming up that mid, looking to catch 2 players off guard here.
Tiki as well, just waiting for the perfect moment to strike. It's a very quiet and calm round so far by Springfield up until now, as Jellies just annihilate C. Tanini, watching from behind, now in a 4-on-5, not favoring Springfield. They're still going to somewhat attempt for this A-sided push, or pardon, 4-4. I didn't miss out that C. Tanini literally just got annihilated in that as well. That's my mistake, but regardless, the A push will eventually come out. Ultimate ability as well by John. This could be huge if he just lands his shots onto anybody trying to approach this right side bomb site.
Storm Air, the Daggers could become fruitful, looking for an opportunity. Tiki won't allow it, though, and the wasted ult now coming from John. It's not going to matter. Squib able to find one consolation frag into Tiki, but aggressive act runs the party and finds one, but falls to Squib shortly after, and a 2v2 still engaged. Jelly's not aware the player is there, literally having the crosshair right on top of it, but they are on the other side. Still looking for an opportunity. Player below, Squib could act for it. Will go for the revive. Shiflo finding Dusk. John's brought back, and a 3v1 is underway. And now you're looking at Jellies, who found Tanini at the beginning, who's able to find John as well. And they're looking for a chance to end this all. Vulnerable now, bad situation. Flash in hand, but it's too late. Shiflo finds the kill, and an unfortunate happenstance for Jellies, pulling out the flash at the wrong time.
Oh, unfortunate timing there for Jellies. That's going to allow North Alabama to take their 10th round win. Oh, that was too close for comfort, but it ended up becoming a little more favored for them after that Sage revive and decent retake after the spike was planted. But still, a 4-round deficit for Springfield again, like we saw in the first or the after the second half began and first half ended. So we're right back to square one, essentially, only now we're a little bit closer to the map being entirely over. If North Alabama can keep this deficit in their favor, or advantage, I should say, then they'll most likely take away the first map.
Now, I have a quick question for you. Obviously, when we head over to our next map, which from the looks of it's going to be Ascent, completely different place now. Aggressive actions don't really work out, and from what I've been able to cast for Springfield, they're quite competent on that map. It could go either way, but I'm going to call it. I think we're going to go to a map 3 here.
I think you're right. I'm also excited that we're going to be on an actual good map after this one at the very least. But it could still be quite a while. There's still a very, very decent chance that Springfield can come back from this. They only are behind by about 4 rounds, which sounds like a lot, but it's not that bad of a situation. But North Alabama, they really want to confirm this first map win, as they have the first 2 opening frags. Now 5 on 3. Almost said 5 on 4, making another mistake again, but that won't happen. But for the most part, looks to be, again, A-sided take, and we're going to have to see most of the players on North Alabama reposition themselves to actually deny this push.
Yeah, we know John didn't get to use the ult to much use the last round, and now he's going to start charging it again, finding a nice pick onto Tiki, trying to find another, but to be aggressive, who comes out on top, and now UNA's had a chance to come back, but it's not going to matter! Finding 2! Aggressive finding Gingerbread and Tanini, and now a 2v1 underway, and it's up to Shiflo trying to clutch this one out, looking for an opportunity. Position has been given away towards mid, near the screen side, and now 2 players, both quite low. Shiflo has a good chance to try and take this one, but needs to act quickly if they want to go for it. Silence have been cut, will pick back up their own smoke utility, looking for a chance, taking now out the drone. Aggressive up on top of pipes, looking for a sightline opportunity, but Shiflo's going to go ahead and cut off sights and also attempt the defuse. A bait coming through. Scuba waiting on the prowl. They're not getting greedy off of it. Player down, finds the kill, looks up, can't find the second, and aggressive secures the 4K.
Massive round for aggressive act, picking up 4 on the round. What a retake by Springfield, and they deserved that win under every circumstance. Wow, just wow. I mean, that was impressive play. A 3-round deficit now after Springfield's almost perfect performance on the end game there, and I think North Alabama are going to be quaking in their boots a little bit after that showstopper of a round.
Absolutely. If I am UNA at this point, you still have a good chance. You are ahead by 3. Your economy is not looking so hot. Just take the L, maybe bait out a couple ultimates where applicable, and then play from there. But you already do see it come through. An ult does come out from Tiki, so 1 wasted out. You have lost the player of Gingerbread, but quite honestly, they're only 5 and 14 so far, so not the most necessity of a player choice. But John and Squibble fall to Tiki and aggressive once again, and it's just C, Tanini, and Shiflo, who, just as quick as I say it, will fall. Shiflo now left to 1v5. Ooh, so close, and they will, in fact,
there we go,
find the flawless round. So now 1 flawless round for each team.
Well, I don't want to say I called it, Scott, but I think I called it. I mean, Springfield, they're coming on the come-up. They used a fair amount of ultimates that past round, but it's not that big of a deal. Now they're still sitting pretty. They're only 2 rounds behind North Alabama at the moment, and they are really giving them a run for their money right now. I mean, if they just keep up the exact same aggression that was dealt to them on the first half, we might see this to be a much closer first map on Icebox, and then that could really set up a amazing storyline for map number 2 and 3.
I think we might be able to see something fruitful come through. A recon bolt is able to find quite a few and give away some information to the side of UNA. So now it's pretty obvious that they're pushing towards A. A rotation could come through, but it's going to be cut off quite swiftly from the two remaining players that are coming through that blue mid and also through that blue-green side, maybe catching the backside of the Springfield College side. Nothing coming up so far. John's going to rotate to Raptors. Player of Tanini just barely outside of this Killjoy ultimate, but it'll be Gintrovert to find the first kill onto Jellies, refragged by Aggressive, and you do have the ultimate coming through, looking for an opportunity to hit him with this giant RPG in pocket. Launches, but a nice dash will save their life, and now still a 4v4.
What a huge ult waste, but he can cover the play regardless. Aggressive Act picks up one. Can he find the second, though? It won't be the case. Luckily, though, Scuba will make up for that factor. Now at 2, make it 1v4 as Aggressive Act finds a third on the round. It's just all up to the lone player of Squib. I don't think there's any chance that he can retake the site. He's backpedaling so heavy right now, and he might just try to go for a kill bait possibly to just worsen the economy on the opposite side for Springfield. Yep, really nothing much he can do at this point. Again, just sitting right in the middle of mid. I mean, it's already a guaranteed round win for Springfield. 1 round away now from bringing this back into their favor possibly, but at least Squib will find one compensation.
One consolation prize. It's when you fail the ring toss at the circus and they still hand you a piece of gum and say you did fine. Thanks for the $5 you wasted here. That's basically what it came down to. Except it wasn't $5 wasted. It was like $15,000 that was wasted across the board for their economy. Not looking so hot once again. They do have the opportunity to medium buy. They do have 2 players that are able to full buy it out, and Scrib's going to continue to opt for the LMG full buy that he's been going for continuously, but John and Tanini only able to do light armor in their mainstay choice of the Vandal. I'm not sure this is going to work out for them because one thing you're noticing from Springfield's side is their consistency in actually hitting body shots. They're able to dish out a lot of damage, and you need as much armor as possible if you're going to win those 1v1 engagements.
Right. However, though, one quick shot to the head could simply do the trick, but I would most certainly agree with you. Heavy armor might be something you want to try to look forward to, especially in the later rounds where literally everyone who has a decent economy will buy it. So I would definitely agree with you at the very least. But at the moment, it's going to be a B-side to take. Nice opening pick by Aggressive Act. Almost a second, but he gets caught with his pants down. Now on about 30 HP. He'll narrowly evade death once more and could still be in the fight a whole lot later as he will be able to just boombox his way out of that slowing ability. However, the revive comes out. This will make it a 5-on-4. Still favoring Springfield, but they're going to be a little worse for wear after that revive does in fact come out.
Jellies is looking for an opportunity to kind of place that wall and plant. The molly placed up top here will make it difficult for Gintrovert to stay in. And while you do have the opportunity to stay inside a box, it's not going to be very common that you're going to be allowed to be left there. Springfield, 30 seconds on the clock. It's actually going to be a rotate to A, so it looks like a smart decision from John here to not actually move, and it's going to be difficult. John looking at a bad spot now, heading near to the short side of pipes, does pop the ultimate as well, looking to punish, misses the right click, and unfortunately no longer has it, but UNA is on the rotate. Gintrovert finding Dusk, not given time. 8 seconds on the clock. He's just trying to buy a few seconds. Fight going off. He does eventually fall, and Scuba will get the plant down narrowly in time as the screen plant will go through. And now a 4v2 against UNA.
Oh my god, Springfield, they're actually about to even this up. There's very little hope left on the side of North Alabama. Luckily, though, Gintrovert will have to make me eat my own words as he picks up 1, making it a 2-on-3, but this is still heavily favoring Springfield as there's only a matter of time left before that spike gets confirmed. Squib gonna miss out on a very important kill, now making things an OV3 as Aggressive Act around the corner from Hell will shut down Gintrovert, and that's gonna be another round win, the 4th one in a row favoring Springfield as they will even things up again, this time 10-10 as we are getting so incredibly close to the end of map number 1.
We called it. We said that it's a frag-centric styled map. You're going to see attackers typically have a favor, so it's not too shocking to see UNA take the lead. What is shocking is to see UNA kind of toss the lead this much. I saw some things I liked in their first initial few defensive rounds. There was a lot going for them, and while they did lose those pistol rounds, they did make a comeback and held themselves to a certain degree or certain standard, but right now they're failing once again. John and Ginger are falling. Squib finds one with a Frenzy. He's going to find a second. It'll be Shifla who does it, but they'll fall quickly afterwards. The Frenzy finding another, but will fall to the Boombot, and there it goes. BattleBots once again leading the way. It may have been canceled off TV a couple seasons ago, but we're continuing to see it here in the esports world.
Oh, I don't think Squib wanted to listen to that mixtape, but Aggressive Act really persisted, and now C. Tanini is just, he's pondering his thoughts. He'll pick up the Phantom. Maybe he can clutch this, as Aggressive Act is on very little, and I mean very little HP, about 1 most likely. However, there is another player that's going to be Dusk, who is about full health and sitting quite pretty right outside of that A-bomb. Sorry, technically in the middle, I should say. Some shots being missed, though, by C. Tanini. He checks the wrong angle. He'll go for the Storm Dart. This will weaken his opponent, but the favor will be returned by the grenade of that raised player. It's now getting very close to the end of the round. I don't know if CTNE can actually clutch this. A wide swing comes out by Dusk, almost finding him, but he's got plenty of bullets left in that LMG. He'll find the kill quite easily, and now Springfield takes the advantage, making it 5 in a row. They are on a hot streak right now, and I really don't know what North Alabama can really do against it.
I mean, at that point, you're really just trying to worsen the economy. It's not a great chance. If you were a little bit more aggressive like you guys were on the attack, UNA might have had a better chance to maybe catch them off guard and maybe just win those one-on-ones. Like we had said, Aggressive Act exceedingly low in that point. Could have had a pretty substantial play going through, but unfortunately doesn't work out, and you're going to go for another L back-to-back. Springfield wanting to stay in this one, and they're continuing to do so. Aggressive with 29 kills to lead up to it. An operator shot at the beginning. Widening the margin of lives here. Jellies will fall. No revive available for their side whatsoever. And it's going to be another refrag. Tiki with a enormously fast peak to come out with that, guaranteeing it now again for a 4v4.
Again, wrong place at the wrong time. Ultimate's coming out left and right. You see the showstopper by Aggressive Act. It'll find one on a Squib. Shift will refrag on the Tiki, but the plant could come down very soon. Shift, though, still denying the plant. Oh my god! What a play by Shift on the Viper. Now a 1v2. It's just up to Dusk, as he did pick up one before I mentioned the 1v2. He's got 50 seconds to play with, but he doesn't have the intel. C. Tanini from behind will be the 11th round win for North Alabama, as they finally get their footing back up in the right place.
Absolutely disgusting. I don't think any of us saw it coming. Just the cheeky pistol pull out, the right click, just, whipping out the 9 and finding a kill with it. I was shocked as all get out. I was worried. You look at that player and you're like, man, I want them to find themselves some success, and they do, but no ammo in the main hand, forced to switch out to the pistol, and it still works out for them. Phenomenal round for UNA, exactly what they needed. Started off strong from a nice snipe from John, refragged by Tiki. But it's not Tiki that's that player that you're looking out for the side of Springfield. It's going to be Aggressive, who's now 30 kills in and doing a phenomenal job. Run it back coming from Jellies, but it'll be a dash out that comes instead from Tiki. They're looking for a chance to act onto this B site, looking for an aggressive stance. C. Tanini in a pretty bad spot. He's actually behind. John finds a kill over onto Tiki. And now C. Tanini looking for a chance to punish as well into this Phoenix player, Jellies, who's kind of made the run it back and had to run himself all the way back to B site.
John returning the favor. What an amazing shot. 5-on-4 now from North Alabama. And for the most part, looks to be an A push. You still have that player of Phoenix lurking around. He could possibly find this pickup onto the player of C. Tanini, but he'll win that 1v1 confrontation. Now, it's still looking great for North Alabama. Gintrovert missing out on some shots, and he won't be able to make up for it on the kill to Scuba, as he will win that 1v1. Aggressive Act picks up another as well, equalizing out the man count, and the plant coming down. The tables almost instantly turning, now favoring Springfield, as they have complete control of the bomb site and just have to stall now for about 30 seconds.
Time now against, it's that 6th player on the field, Father Time, usually on the defensive side, but for a map like this with the aggressive nature that is planting and getting that bomb down, the spike down, I guess I should say, it's going to work against them. They weren't able to defend it. A fake plant will come through. Dusk does have the orbital strike to deny. It'll be Scooper, however, who finds it with a nano nade. A refrag comes through as Aggressive finds Squib, but John, last player standing, has gotten the first half. Will they get the second? Finds the kill! Hits it, and the defuse comes through in a clutch. UNA go 1 round ahead.
Oh my goodness, John, how do you get away with that? Oh. Oh, that's gotta sting. Wow. Oh my goodness, they just had no coverage. Oh, how do you let John get away with those? What a clutch by John. I mean, the game just set it perfectly for me. And now they, Northern Alabama, have the chance to win this out in match point. But still, I think there might be a round win in the hands of Springfield, possibly, just because of how attacker-favored this map is.
We could, in fact, be heading into overtime, and unlike R6, our main game you and I mainly cast together, Infinite Overtime is the name of the game here.
Oh, yeah.
So it could go to a pretty long distance. It's been back and forth the entire time, and UNA desperately don't want to have it go through. 2 kills dropping as Dusk and Jellies relegated to a death pool as C. Tanini and John will force it in their direction. And not looking hot for Springfield, exactly how you want to start off if you are UNA. You do not want to go to an overtime. You have not been consistent on this defensive side. Do not give any chance for them to come through with it. It is even, and it is balanced in terms of an infinite overtime, but no chance and out. It's been pretty rare for you to win and find these defensive rounds, but looking like you're going to go for one. Boombot does come out. Shiflo does find a kill through the wall. And a second turn onto Scuba, and now a 5v1, and it looks like UNA have guaranteed themselves map 1.
It's just up to Tiki now in a 1v5, 40 seconds on the clock. In a last-ditch attempt, he'll go for the ultimate, but C. Tanini right around the corner will shut him down, and that is going to be a 13-1 victory for North Alabama, and they had me so worried in the middle part of that second half, but in the end, they remained calm. They didn't worry about it. They ended up coming back and winning it 13-11. Great performance at the very end, especially by John with a huge 2v1 post-plant clutch. That was masterful.
Absolutely brilliant game coming through. UNA able to take it, an aggressive act, going 32 kills with 15 deaths, only 4 assists in the name. They start something, they ended it. Did not need the assistance from their team, and unfortunately was not able to be that solo clutch player. Just consistently, UNA's side was just better. It just worked out for them a little bit better, and unfortunately we're going to have to wait to see how it pans out on our next map, because we are going to take a short 5-minute break, but I look forward to seeing each and every single one of you tune right back in to see how this game is going to pan out.
Hey man, I just can't find a comfortable headset. I mean, I've tried everything. Literally everything.
Jeez, my brother. I got you.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
That is comfortable.
All right, welcome back, everybody, to NECC week number 8. Got another matchup on Valorant. Same two teams, Springfield, North Alabama. If you did catch the first matchup, which was a win by North Alabama, 13-11. Very close, but still a victory nonetheless. And now we're going to be heading to Ascent, a very different map compared to Icebox. And North Alabama, they'll be defending first instead of on the attacking side, and Springfield will now be attacking instead. So what do you think we're going to see so far, Scott? I know you and I both were speculating we will see a third map. So if I'm correct on my mathematics there, that means Springfield's going to win this. But do you still think that now?
Let me think this through. Yeah, it checks out. The math definitely does check out there. It did hurt a little bit to think, and that does typically be a problem for somebody that mains play-by-play, but I think you're right. I think that it's a completely different style of map, and I've seen Springfield play this map. I mean, it's if you've casted for any of these teams before, you're going to see them play Ascent. It's just a mainstream map. They're good. They're very good when it comes to this map. I mean, Aggressive Act obviously is good. That will always be good. Obviously, when they drop 30+ kills on that map, you're going to have a pretty substantial showmanship from them, and especially in a map that's kind of more or less frag-centric, more strategy-centric. And the fact is, they're able to still drop numbers like that without needing to go into a frag-centric map. That just shows the power, the prowess of that player, and I think that we're going to see that. I think that UNA is a little bit less equipped for Ascent than, say, they were for Icebox. But I think that since they picked Ascent, they do have a level of confidence in it. But I'm going to give the strategy and normal showmanship to Springfield. But if they bring out the Viper again on the attack, then it's going to be hard to fight that off, because that is just overpowering, as you put it, to try and face off against.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. Literally never seen Viper play before, which is why I kept butchering her ability names and how they worked. But honestly, it was really well thought out and just executed. I mean, there were so many just nice highlights. It allowed the bomb to be either planted or denied, or the spike, as most people call it, pretty easily. I was just overall just baffled by how well it worked out, even though I've heard so many people say that she isn't bad. But then again, maybe that's why I'm a horrible caster at this game as right now. I hang out with the wrong people.
You hang with the wrong people. With the wrong people.
I'm in the wrong crowd, Scott.
She got a
pull me out
huge
of there.
buff. She got a huge buff. She is phenomenal right now. She was just never played before, and now you're going to see Vipers 24/7. I mean, Yoru also got a buff, but like, I was pretty questioning whether or not it was going to make it in. I even had to ask our producers, like, hey, you play more than me. Do you think that Yoru is still going to be good? I think he was okay at best. He's going to be man now still. I don't think it was substantial enough. Even reading into the patch notes a little bit, I don't think it was enough. I think they're going to buff him again. I think they're going to really decide to put them in a little bit better of a spot. And I definitely think that when they do, it could be a pretty mainstream player, because, you know, the footsteps is underwhelming. They didn't do enough change to that. It can really catch you off guard. It's a little too obvious when the ult comes through. It's, you know, get the shade effect through you. I know you fell for that the other day, but that's because you're new to the game. But
literally, like, Yoru sucks. Like, I just suck more, which is why I died. Okay.
Yeah.
I think, to say the least, Yoru is a very niche pick, but there's just so many agents that just do a better job at fragging, which is basically his entire gimmick. Just, hey, look at me, I can get kills. Yeah. And I mean, Jet, great example. Played almost all the time. I mean, think about it. She's just a great fragging agent, or initiator, where you want to call it, but or duelist. Sorry. Yeah, you know, maybe I should stop like talking about specific terms, because I'm just gonna keep butchering them. You know, maybe that's just like my biggest problem. I gotta like learn how to read and all that stuff. You know,
you are illiterate, so it can become a problem. Yeah, maybe we'll sit you down one day and teach you more than just the letters of Discord and voice channels that you can do.
I would
actually
appreciate
be able to
that.
read, you know,
that would be very helpful. Yes.
But if you can see on the center of your screen, we'll teach this right now. Ascent, you know, don't ask how it's spelled. I don't know either, honestly, but it's going to come through. We're going to have to see how they pick it up. Aggressive Act is going to go for the Reyna, and we've seen this before from them on this map. I distinctly remember this. Phenomenal. They may have preferred the Raze over on Icebox, but the lure, the ability to heal out, it's going to make Aggressive Act, who already is that aggressive player and that frontline duelist, really taking into that role of duelist and make it even better. But if you take a look over at UNA, already we're seeing Gintrovert picking up, and they're going to bring out the Cypher, cutting off sightlines, and you're going to see that Viper once again. But there's something I'm going to bring up here real fast. We're going to talk about something that's a little bit serious for you guys real fast, and I think that we're going to have to talk about it. I think it's going to be something that we want to do. NECC, where we're watching right now, and of course the Esports Awards. It's a phenomenal thing going through. You can vote for the best category in terms of collegiate esports, and you can vote for NECC on there. Fella, do you have the link? You want to talk a little bit more about that?
Yeah, you know, For NECC, they've done a lot for me personally. I know a lot of other great teams and also producers and commentators, etc. They're a great league. I would highly recommend you vote for them. If you go to www.esportsawards.com/nominate, you can go into the community section, pick Esports Collegiate Award, and then type in for the name NECC, that it, 4 letters, that's simplistic, and then at their Twitter, which is just NECC Games. I mean, it's that straightforward. We all know how much of an amazing collegiate league they are. Personally, probably one of my, if not my favorite one I've ever worked for or seen at all. I would greatly advise that you would vote for them. I already have. I did before the match started up because we had so much downtime, but still just hammering that fact in that it's a great idea to vote for them and show them your support, not just by watching the stream, but also by voting for them in the Esports Awards.
Absolutely. Make sure to go over to the website for Esports Awards. I actually was going to go to the 2019 Esports Awards. I had tickets and everything, and I had to get rid of them. I was so upset because my friend didn't want to go. My friend didn't want to go with me. He had to cancel for a last-minute reason. Some probably dumb reason. I can't remember it exactly, but I was pretty upset about it. I was looking forward to that, but not able to go in person anyways. COVID has kind of ruined that, but I'm looking forward to seeing something that I'm a part of hopefully show up on there and win that nomination. I definitely think NECC deserves it. But round 1 underway, no one has fallen, but it looks to be a pretty substantial A push coming from the Springfield side, trying to take out the UNA hold on this A objective.
Door being broken, Siflo, nice shot on a Tiki, but Scuba will respond with a trade on a Tonini, and another one, in fact, for Scuba. Great double kill. That could allow for the plant, possibly, as they have the man advantage and most control of that A bomb site. You have a couple of players stacking up near Garden, but they're going to possibly rotate up in towards Heaven along with their brethren player of John. This is looking to be a great start so far for Springfield, as they're up by 2 players and have basically denied the entire push coming out from A. It's just up to John now in a 1v4, and I do not think he can clutch this pistol round.
Yeah, I mean, maybe 1, maybe 2, honestly, and it'll be
0.
Yeah, it'll be 0. Caster curse. They yelled at me before game 1 and said, if you caster curse any of us and I'm going to be upset, well, you can be upset with me as much as you want. It's going to happen. We can't predict everything. On Monday, I was on a roll for Caster's blessing. Everything I called out happens, and it was glorious, and you have those every 9 months, but
Yeah.
I said that, but I haven't even been casting for 9 months. We have them every once in a while. They're pretty few and far between, but I'm really looking forward to maybe getting 1 caster's blessing. Probably not 2, but we'll figure it out.
No, that's not going to happen. You have me here. I'm literally setting you up for defeat, Scott. You have to accept it at this point. What a play by Squid, but it's going to be a fruitless push. He'll go for it a second time, though, and yep, that makes a lot of sense. Don't peek the exact same angle twice, because someone will learn from their past mistakes, and that person will be Tiki. And again, Springfield, they have the opening frag. They're beginning to get aggressive on this A push. Dusk almost losing the fight, but see, Tanini misses every single shot onto the Cypher player. That is not what you want to see in the highlight reel. It's already a 1v5 yet again, Scott, up to Gingerver inside of Garden, and the plant's going down to add insult to injury.
It's really just a bite in the rear. Oh, a right click finds the hands of Scuba. Gingervert maybe stopping the bleeding just slightly, able to pick up a weapon, but it's not really going to matter. Will fall, and ultimately not going to be very fruitful for them. So if you take a look now, honestly, I would have preferred not to kill that player. If you think about it, now that player is forced to buy, and they're going to buy, and you take a look, they're going to buy a Vandal. So for the side that is the opposing team of Springfield, they're mostly going to have SMGs, and in fact, NoScuba will sell it and opt for an SMG as well. And UNA is finally going to have a chance for their non-eco stance to maybe try and fight this one back out. So it's obviously going to be Assault Rifles versus SMGs. It's kind of the one big factor you have as a team that's gone 0-2 in the first few rounds. UNA's done a good job so far of making a comeback when those come through, but it's looking pretty handily in the favor of Springfield. They've had better positioning, better firefights, and UNA's really struggling to find their stride already at the beginning.
Ooh, that is so close for Squib. He'll luckily get out there with that Omen smoke. Very, very close to meeting his maker. Still a 5-on-5, and mostly a mid-sided approach. Shift will pick up one. Nice pick on the Tiki. He's going to possibly find another one here. Jelly's around the corner, tries to find one, but he's not going to be able to spot out his opponent. That man advantage still favoring North Alabama right now, but quickly a refrag comes out by Aggressive Act. Nice marksmanship there with the Sheriff, and now this could possibly lead into, honestly, I'm not too sure, as we're seeing a lot of players spread out. It looks to be more of a B-sided push, as we have 3 of those players stacked up, but Cypher on the deep roam could find one on the player near Garden.
You can one-man army B-side as a Cypher. It's what you're going to do, but the big thing to talk about is going to be this mid-presence, and that's one thing Springfield's not given up. They've taken it consistently, and now they have the dealer's choice of where they want to poke through. The Lure not able to blind out Tanini, but Jellies will refrag onto Aggressive Act, or sorry, off from the kill of Aggressive Act, and now you're situated in a 1v3. This B-side, they know it's going to be the last player. It's that Cypher. They know that you're going to put them on the B-side. You can solo hold that as on that side, and it's exactly what's going to happen. So now Gingerbread has to think this through. Does he rotate over? Does he save? And I think they're going to opt to save. I don't think there's much of a play here to try and fight this one out. Instead, they're going to head over to the attacker's spawn, kind of sit it out, maybe play for a player stepping away, could opt to go through that B lobby and maybe take a couple shots on the player that is Jellies if they step away in that direction.
I mean, there isn't really much you can do. Maybe find a petty frag. That's basically all that Gingivert can really do. There are a couple players that are low. Jelly's about on half HP, and Dusk literally one shot away from death. But even then, you just came into a full buy round on your side and lost all of your players to your opponents of Springfield. I mean, that's really rough. And Gingivert almost finds one. He could try to stay alive here, and I think that'll be the case. A wallbang almost annihilates him, but luckily he will have more than enough HP to survive that. It'll be 3-0 for Springfield. They are doing a great job, even though, to be honest, Scott, I thought they did not have that simply based off the weaponry they were bringing, but hey, I guess I was proven wrong yet again. That's not really that shocking, to be honest. I'm wrong about a lot of things, to be honest.
This map's fairly like even sided. You're gonna see most score lines come for this come somewhat even. It's gonna end out evenly. Whether that means one side's above the other, I mean, obviously what we're saying, Springfield's above UNA, and consistently been able to do that here 3 rounds in a row. They just have better positioning. They're not necessarily rushing and taking control of objective faster, but they're punishing UNA for that aggression. They're not the ones relying on it like they were previously. And it's not really worked out for UNA, so obviously Springfield has found something. They found where they want to be, and they've found exactly what it needs to be, and it's really just denying UNA any chance of picking up frags. They're not able to secure an early enough pick. They're not able to secure the round, and ultimately, it's not looking like they're going to secure this half if it keeps up at this pace.
I think Springfield has found a huge problem right now in the defensive hold for North Alabama. It's that almost no one was on the site of B. We have some players reapproaching from that avenue, but Scuba finding that opening frag is going to be a huge advantage again in the favor of Springfield. Recon Bolt, I believe, comes out. It's from a spy dart, actually, by Cypher, but Aggressive Act just pulls it out almost immediately. 4v3 now, Aggressive Act missing all of his shots almost. You've got to hit those. He finally will land them just enough, making it this a 1v3 as Gingerbread gets blinded by Reyna's eye ability, and we might see a complete rotate. It's already happening. We'll see that diffuser, or pardon that spike, be planted, and now again 1v3 all up to Gingerbread in his spawn. I think we're going to see another round favoring Springfield again, Scott.
Absolutely. You already see the drone coming through. You can hear it. You just trying to
this is
spot him
rough.
out, and they're playing do-si-do around here right now. He's going to rotate through gardens, maybe look for a player that could be towards tree, but Aggressive, who's holding mid, is not going to be able to spawn out. The door has been closed. No chance to get through without making an audio cue, and will bust it out. Now, the audio has been made. You already see Aggressive has turned over looking for a chance. 1 kill dropping. Now, Aggressive, he needs to step through if he doesn't want to get shot in the rear, and it's going to be so close. You can see the sightline differential. Gingerbread just waiting it out, but it'll be Tiki who finds it instead. It was one way or another, and it's not the song. It's going to be here in round 4. Another Springfield win.
Well, I guess we're going to have Springfield get another round win, 4 in a row. Yes, I made that pun,
At
Scott.
what point do they strike us for just saying all the words to the song?
I mean, hey, karaoke night. We could see it in the future. Just
There
no
it is,
DMCA. Just don't tell DMCA, okay, Chad?
Yeah.
Just make me that one singular promise. And right now, Springfield's making a great promise for us. They really want to go to map number 3 because they have not thrown away a single round yet, and they are looking phenomenal with that 4-0 scoreline. My God, my English is horrible.
I mean, in this current situation, if I am UNA, change something. It's not working. You've had a little bit of
Just
eco
surrender.
underneath you. Did you say just surrender?
Maybe.
No, don't do that. Don't do that if you're UNA. You guys still have a fighting chance. Maybe you're obviously we know they're better on the attack. They went absolutely ham on Icebox, and as it was called out in the chat multiple times, Icebox is apparently the UNA special. I don't know how true that is. It could just be them hyping themselves up because they're overconfident, but they did show themselves pretty well on Icebox, and now they're going to have a chance to do it here. John finding a very nice early pick onto Dusk. The Viper ult has come out, and they're able to step inside and maybe find out a player, but it'll be Shiflo who finds the next frag onto Jellies. The ult was popped a little early, but it does guarantee them the ability to snap onto site. Aggressive, able to find Shiflo. It should have gone the other way, but it'll be Tanini instead to find Aggressive, and now a 4v2. And it's going to be difficult to fight this one out. Jin now onto Scuba, guarantees that Viper out for the count, and there we go. 3 frags going both directions. Tiki taking and falling ultimately to see Tanini.
Great job by North Alabama, finally showing a little bit of hope for all of those UNH fans. They pick up their first round win. They're still down behind by 3, but it might not matter now as they have a lot of their abilities, almost all of them. Only John does not have his. Everyone else is ready to just start throwing them up against Springfield, and they've got plenty of high weaponry as well, 2 full buys. This is actually a relatively decent setup for them so far. They might be able to pick up a second round here, Scott.
I think there could be a good chance. They need to if they want any chance. Their economy is going to be in shambles. They're going to pull a 2008 if they don't watch
I was
it
waiting for you to say that.
carefully. Of course, it's my. We bring up the economy. I always want to bring out actual real world references just for, the giggles of it. But push does come through. We do hear the ultimate come out from Aggressive Act, looking for any chance to get a kill with the Empress. It's not going to matter though. Gentrovert finding it through the Viper smoke. A headshot kill with the Phantom, guaranteeing that death. A refrag now. Tiki's able to find Gentrovert on that, but it'll be Shiflo to deny any chance any further for Tiki to find a second. Jellies is looking for a chance, has come all the way from behind, because teleported as that Omen, but there's a player in hell. This could be a bad situation. Scuba missing the first shots and is going to miss the kill opportunity, but Jellies will find the player in hell of Squib, and now you've got a 3v2 situation, UNA one-man advantage.
Oh, that's a rough play there. The recon bolt giving perfect intel. A 1v2 comes out now as Dusk will pick up the kill onto John. Enemies have now been revealed as well. This is great intel for Dusk. He possibly could win this, but Shiflo from around the corner will deny the clutch, guaranteeing himself a 3K, and the second round win comes out for North Alabama, only now 2 rounds behind. They're going on the right direction now to making this a whole lot of a closer matchup. And I believe you were kind of leaning more towards this earlier, not just from the prediction that we had earlier, but also how Ascent is a pretty even map, especially compared to Icebox, for example, that's incredibly attacker favored.
Yeah, I think that we can see a little bit more of a comeback come from UNA. I definitely think they have it in them. I do worry about the fact that when you take a look at it, you popped your Viper ults in a 1v2. It may have been a necessity. Maybe they just weren't comfortable. Take that win. You need it. Go ahead and find it. It's less of a useful ult on the attack anyway, so it's mostly a defensive-sided ultimate, as we did see. It was popped earlier by Scuba to try and take control of that site over on B, which ultimately didn't work. UNA actually was able to win it out. But still, control being gathered now of this A site. You're looking for an opportunity. No, sorry, not the ace, of this mid control. You're looking to take full control here, maybe push the player that is Squib away with the operator, lure through the wall, cut off sight lines. Players now flash inside of mid as well, trying to go in the other direction, but push finally comes through. Aggressive sprays through, finding out Squib will take a little bit of step away and looking for a player by Pizza.
Necessary pick coming up by the Reina player. That's going to bring things in a 5-on-4. A little bit better now for North Alabama, as they've been down bad a couple of these past rounds, but they haven't really pushed their way into any bomb sites yet, but finally they're positioning themselves to work their way in towards A, and that lone Cypher player on a possible flank watch as well. Jellies picks up 1 as well. Now a 4-on-3 onto John. Recon bolt being spotted out, or pardon, a spy cam once more. Tiki picking up the frag onto Gingivert, though, will shut him down. And there goes the flank play by Dusk. Picks up 1 on a shift. It's a 1v5, or make it 4v1 now, as C. Tanini will get 1 in compensation, but He's got to ace this round and defuse in just about 30 seconds. That intel from his recon bolt will be enough to pick up one. But again, he still is overnumbered or outnumbered by so many opponents on the opposing side of Springfield. He knows one's in hell. Amazing shot onto Jellies, but he still has to find two more, and they are playing this perfectly to deny the defuse. The Detay coming out as well. He's on 1 HP. One shot will do the trick. Diffuser being brought down to about half, and there is just no time left. Oh, that could have been such a big blunder, but luckily time again on the side of Springfield as they will deny the ace and the clutch, bringing it 5-2.
Exceedingly close. Aggressive act once again showing everything, right? I mean, see Tanini narrowing the ace. You see aggressive act who's able to survive just a second longer than his teammate and get it off. And honestly, I was a little bit worried. You see that the Viper smoke came down and it doesn't kill, right? It just decays you down to 1 HP. And you can step right back out and heal all of the decayed damage that went through. So it's useful if you want to have a little bit lesser HP person push through, but it also cuts your own sight lines. You can pop it off, but we didn't necessarily see that. Instead, they went for the poison on the ground, the acidic splash, the acidic pool, I guess I should say. And it did push off the player of Tanini since he was at 1 HP, but he still was able to find the refrag onto Scuba and did get half of that diffuser down, which puts him in a very good position because now UNA has 3 ultimates they can pop off. Their economy's not so hot, but these ults could narrow that distance into their favor.
Hunter's Fury mixed up with his intel gathering devices can really just put a rein on the parade of Springfield. That won't be the case so far, though, as they are on, or not on a tear, I should say. But finally, I will actually be correct. My 10 head was just thinking 5 steps ahead. Spike now being planted 5-on-2. Squib around the corner gets shut down by Tiki. And now a 1v3. This is much more winnable than what we saw earlier. However, John only has the Sheriff in his hands. He's going to have to possibly just only go for 1 taps. There goes 1. Perfection with that shot. He's got to find 2 more, though, and isn't entirely sure of the positions of these last 2 players on the side of Springfield. Very little time to work with. He'll pick up the Vandal, a much better weapon in this situation, but again, the lack of intel will just be his demise. Tiki around the corner tries to find him near Catwalk, and that will be the case as he'll finish off John with a swift finisher, and that will be the 6th round favoring Springfield.
In that situation, if I'm John, you don't have a chance to defuse, right? I mean, the spike, unless you stuck it immediately after you'd gotten the 1 pick, you're not really guaranteed any chance to go for the defuse. That post-plant scenario, not favored in your direction whatsoever. Instead, play for the exit frags. In fact, buy time on there. If you're not if you don't care if you're going to die, which obviously seemed to be the case, then just keep them on site for as long as you can, right? Keep them over there, keep them focused, don't die, continue to sit inside Boathouse, and try to keep them forced into the back, and maybe you'll see a player die to the bomb like we saw so much on Icebox, which is a little bit more difficult to step away from, but that B site's also really annoying to try and step away from. That bomb goes off, it's going to have to go all the way through B main, through lobby, and it's gonna tap you because you got to go through 3 twists and turns to get out of there. Could be pretty difficult. Jelly's narrowly avoiding a concussive blast. Looking for an opportunity now as the recon bolt will be reconned out in return. And they're trying to cut off sightlines for this UNA defensive side.
I think it's almost guaranteed we're going to see an A-sided push. So many players are stacked up. However, in the background, you can see that Viper player slowly beginning to reposition. And I believe that North Alabama has caught on to the ruse, and they are doing the exact same thing. But they're not going to thin out their numbers entirely. C. Tanini picks up 1 onto Jellies. 4v5, not favoring North Alabama, or pardon, Springfield, sorry. Getting the names mixed up again, but luckily a refrag does come out by Springfield onto C. Tanini, and they are beginning to work their way into the B bomb site. They could go for a plant with that spike, and now they've been able to lock out all the defenders on the side of North Alabama. They will have just enough time to confirm that spike.
Not a good situation if you were an ace. Scuba will find 1 kill, and Gingervert will take out Scuba, denying the Viper ultimate, which was the thing that was devastating you. But it's not going to matter. John refragging Dusk, who found Shiflow, and Squib will clean house. All of that started off by Tanini, stopping Jellies on the Omen teleport, the ultimate that came through, denying that player to take the rear, the back side of the UNA players. And ultimately, while they did lose that fight against Scuba initially, it still works out for them. So they are going to find themselves some success here. Finally, getting their 3rd round win. And that one was pretty handily. They had the operator player Squib, who popped off Quite frankly, you see that the player was managing to find kills for themselves. 2 pretty hectic kills that came through, guaranteeing them the success to push on and play the post-plant scenario. But I think they're going to need more than just one player to show up. And quite frankly, you can't rely on Tanini to do it, and you can't rely on your operator player to do it. Everyone else has to stay in just as equally. You need to find impactful frags and not just empty frags.
Right there.
Yeah, if it was not for Squib, that round could have easily have been a win for Springfield, but luckily that was not the case for them. Spycam will spot out Dusk, but he almost instantly removes the dart, so it's not going to be a lot of intel gathered up, but Squib with another great entry frag onto Aggressive Act, one of the better players on the side of Springfield. That's a huge pick. That's going to slow down the push for a little while longer, but it does appear that Springfield will still commit to this. This is going to be most likely a last-ditch attempt, but they do have plenty of time in case they want to go for any possible, any wild card plays perhaps, but I don't think that'll be the case at the current moment.
My camera is destroyed.
Does have positions. Gingervert not in a good spot whatsoever, but does have the ability. Finding one onto Dusk. Nice cheeky headshot. Can't get the next as Jellies will rush in, finding John and Gingervert out, but a 3v3 is underfoot. Squib coming in from Puppy, looking for an opportunity to step towards Tree. The door has been shut. We'll take that one out with the classic in the pocket. Some support from Shiflow as well, but C. Tanini coming all the way over from the attacking spawn finds Tiki. A defuse fake will come from Shiflow, but they'll rush it anyways, finding Scuba. Player up in Rafters will be shot, but missed. But it won't matter as C. Tanini will find the kill. Squib, 4 HP in a dream, narrowly avoiding death in that moment. The dash seemingly saving their life.
Another great retake, again, or I wouldn't really say retake, it felt like they were basically out of control of that bomb site the entire time, but a great entry frag by Squib. He'll still have that operator in his hands. So again, could do a boatload of damage on the side of Springfield, or against the side of Springfield, I should properly say. Because if he finds another entry frag just like that and makes it a 5v4 almost instantly, that could really just spell out the words of defeat right on the foreheads of Springfield, as North Alabama is getting very close to winning this one out.
Push does need to come through. You see Springfield looking to go in. They're playing out their, recon bolts, trying to catch some information on the B side. Readily denied. And one thing to keep an eye on is the fact that your player, that is Gingervert's, holding up onto the A site now. They're not opting to hold B solo. They're going to hold A with a little bit of tertiary support of this player of John, who's sitting in Puppy, but mostly solo in regards to their initial push. But one player already down for UNA. It's their top fragger of Tanini. And now it's going to be difficult to hold that B site. Every single player for Springfield, except for one, was holding it, but it'll be shot down and denied. Shiflow finding 2, and now you've got your bomb and Spike down in mid, and it's down as Scuba falls to John. UNA have re-brought this one back into their clutches after a seemingly shocking initial start to the round.
At least I've been correct on some of my predictions, not all, but so far this does look to be leaning more towards North Alabama. That plant coming down, though, the reposition comes out, it'll work out perfectly. All that Springfield has to do now is play keep away for about 30 given seconds, and they can win this. On top of that, 2 players incredibly low on HP at the moment. A nice shot comes out by Shiflow, though, a third for the Viper player. That'll make things a 1v3. Jellies, though, in a decent position to win this. He could possibly cover the plant, but he's got to find 3 separate kills and still stall for a whole load of time. Squib attempting to go for that defuse, but he's going to deny it, or bait it, and it'll work out just enough for North Alabama to take their 5th round win, getting so close to equalizing out the score count.
Absolutely. The one thing you need to keep in mind if you're UNA in that position, which I thought was a little bit weird, I'm actually going to go ahead and say it was weird. Why are you leaving your operator player to fight that out? I mean, you put down the asset on the ground. You trying to deny that aerial denial there as your Viper player, Shiflow, but you really want Squib in a 1v1 with an operator when they're low?
Interesting
decision.
Surprise, Scott. Also, it's
they
called
wouldn't have expected
being built different.
He's built different, yeah. If we don't know what they're doing, they don't know what we're doing. And it's the exact ideology UNA is taking into account right now. It has definitely been working out for them, and I think that they have managed to surmount this comeback in quite an exceptional fashion. 3 rounds now back-to-back, looking to find the 4th to tie it up at this halftime of 6-6.
Spectacular plays. If this wasn't even, out first half, then, I mean, it's really not going to have a decisive person who's in the lead. Aggressive Act, though, will take the lead of initiation as he picks up one on the John. Great opening frag. That could maybe lead things into a 7-5, but I don't want to speculate anything too early. For the most part, though, the A push comes out. Gingervert able to deny it for a moment longer, but there are still two players lurking right around the corner. Jellies is one of them, and he'll find the frag onto Gingervert, a massive one as well. Might I add, Aggressive Act almost a second. Luckily, he'll re-peek around the corner and finish off Squiv on the jet. Now a 4v1 as Tiki claims the head of Shift, and now it's just up to the lone player of C. Totini up above near heaven. He'll find one onto Jellies, but it's not going to be enough. Dusk from Hell will finish him off, and a 7-5 split will favor the side of Springfield as we go into the second half.
If there's one player you want for the UNA side to try and clutch that out, it's going to be Tanini, right? But, like, it doesn't work out. You had the player of Jellies who not only teleported over there and used the Omen ult once again to good success, and goes up top on rafters and catches the player off guard of Gingervert who's sitting down below. It works out. Gingervert was able to find one to deny the initial plant, and there was two more coming in quite swiftly, and Jellies drops in from heaven, not expecting it. Gingervert will ultimately fall, and it's not exactly what you want if you're UNA. See Tanini not able to clutch it out, finding one. Jellies in a spot not anticipated. And now UNA, 2 rounds down, but they now get to do what their pride and joy tells them they can do. It's gonna be attack, and one thing we noticed on Icebox was how swiftly they would, but there's a lot more distance to traverse to actually plant on this map, and it's gonna be a lot more highly contested to do so. Viper Wall goes down the mid to give them access over to Cubby, and it's gonna be a play of Cuba not shooting. The trigger discipline will find one, but they'll fall as well, ultimately to Gingervert. And now the player inside of Window looking for some firefight action, but ultimately no frags have continued to drop.
Oh my god, that Stormo gave so much false hope to the opposing side, but kills coming out left and right. A 1v2 now, all up to the lone player of C. Tonini. He's got to pick up 2 more kills. It's not that losable, or that winnable, I should say, or losable. No, I was right the first time. God, why did I make so many mistakes in such high situations? But he's not entirely aware of the position so far on the side of Springfield, but it's not going to be that big of a deal. He does have the Ghost in hand, which can one-tap the opposers if they do not have any light armor. He spots out the Sova player of Tiki behind that crate, but he wants to confirm the kill, so he'll line it up for a better shot. He's looking the complete opposite direction. Way to add insult to injury. He is just lining up the shot perfectly. The spike now being planted by C. Tonini. This could actually be a clutch in the making right now. He just has to find one more kill and has complete control of the A bomb site. The only thing is, though, that recon bolt was not able to gather any bit of information, so he's not entirely sure where exactly this Reyna player of Aggressive will be approaching from. He spots the arm, though, but what a one-tap by Aggressive Act! I was talking about the one-taps with that Ghost pistol in hand, but it'll be Aggressive Act to do just that instead, and in a matter of moments, the diffuser will be just written right off, and a great round win comes out by Springfield as they win the second pistol round along with the first one.
Devastating if you're UNA. Tonino, great attempt to come through with that. You had everything going right. You found the player, which was a pretty cheeky. I'm honestly shocked you didn't pull out the knife or just melee. Did you do that in CSGO? You walk up behind him, you just melee him. Who cares, right? It's insult to injury. Right, I'm shocked we didn't see that here, but ultimately, no. They're going to lose it, and now you're going to be 3 rounds behind. But UNA is kind of used to losing the first 2 rounds, which is kind of sad to say, but they do have a pretty good economy, so they're both going to semi-by force. UNA is going to be in a worse position to do so, but they're going to try and act on it. Jellies finding Squiv out for the starting push, coming swiftly onto B. Aggressive finding a second, and then goes through to find Jin and John. And now it's a 1v5 as Jellies secures theirs onto Shiflow. Not a good position. Scuba, once again, just guaranteeing success. Tonini will fall, and the force from UNA will guarantee they're going to lose more than likely 3 rounds back-to-back, if not 4, because they forced, and it's going to go the other direction.
Wow, that was literally the exact opposite of what we just saw last round, Scott. I mean, a flawless round, completely just denying and shutting out the push coming out by North Alabama, compared to what happened last time, where Aggressive Act narrowly landed that one-tap shot to secure that defuse. I mean, two exact opposites, but still won't matter. The outcome is still the same. Springfield wins out that round, and they've got a lot of interesting weapons here for this upcoming round. And to be honest, that could possibly catch them off guard, but so far not the case. It's a 4-on-4, and oh, that's a boatload of shots being missed there by Jellies, and Gingervert will mark it right off of that success. And now, for once, North Alabama has the man advantage.
Difficult situation to be in. Tiki trying with the shotgun, finding one, refragged by Gingervert. And now a 2v3. Aggressive, who's coming now from the B main side, looking for an opportunity, stepping around. Gingervert will be taken out on that catwalk, and now brought back to a 2v1, but as you take a look over at the board, Springfield have the gun advantage. Only one main hand weapon in the hands of Shiflow, looking for an opportunity, and it's now just Shiflow left. Phenomenal shot from Aggressive to guarantee the kill into Squib in a 1v2. Shiflow looking for an opportunity, tries to find it, but can't, and Dusk will secure it in another round victory back-to-back here, as we are going to see UNA's eco attempt did not yet work out for them.
Well, you were right about the 3-round win, just back-to-back-to-back by Springfield. Great call by you, I suppose, Scott. Now they're up by 5 rounds. That is a very tough position to put yourself in on the side of North Alabama. They've got to win 5 more rounds in a row if they want to at least equalize this out, let alone be in the lead. After that, it's an entirely different battle from that standpoint. This is a really rough showing of North Alabama, especially since on the last matchup, they were in the lead for a very considerable amount of time and only narrowly losing it for a quick moment, but then brought it back immediately. Could we see that again? Possibly, but it's going to be a lot more difficult, especially on a map like Ascent where it's not incredibly attacker favorited compared to Icebox.
Absolutely. It's a lot more strategies coming through, and I think one of the big deciding factors is the fact that Springfield also brought out the Viper. It's working out for them. I mean, on the defense especially, Viper is going to be such a force to be reckoned with. As you coined the term, and I can't agree anymore, it's overpowering. Maybe not overpowered, but overpowering. She's exceptionally strong as she is now, and they're really going to take that to its full advantage. That's something we saw UNA did a phenomenal job of on Icebox. Not so much here. They haven't brought it out as much as they wanted, and it is their map pick. So I was expecting some strategies with some cheeky plays for it, but it's been total polar opposite. It's mostly been Springfield really taking full advantage of it. While Shiflow does have the better scoreline, Scoopers had the better utility usage throughout, and now it's going to be up to UNA to really decide how to push forward. Now coming in through Tree, looking for an opportunity, and A will be shock bolted out inside of Tree as well, and Dusk is continuing to gather a sightline across, but both walls of this Viper will come through to cut off completely. Squib finding one, refract by Tiki, and Dusk will shut down Shiflow. John onto Dusk, everything falling as Jellies will secure the Phantom kill to John through a wall, I might add, and it's a 2v3.
Like you said, 2-on-3. The push has mostly been denied. That recon bolt spotting out Gingervert, but see Tanini from behind. He did not get spotted out, but Aggressive Act quickly on the refrag will deny the clutch. Now in a 1v2, Gingervert still has a chance, but he does not have the spike. He has to go for the kill here and won't even find a frag onto Aggressive Act. He'll shut him down with that LMG in hand, and an 11th round win comes out in the favor of Springfield. They are 2-round wins away from bringing us to a victory, Scott. And right now, they haven't given up a single round in quite some time. They have been just on a tear against North Alabama.
What are we looking at right here?
That's my love note to you.
Oh, is that really?
Yeah.
Why does your love note just have someone eating pizza?
Because pizza's really good.
That's true. But you know what's better than pizza?
Raid Shadow Legends?
I was gonna say you. No, fine.
Enough,
well, our love dynamic isn't gonna work out. Apparently, I see how it is. So. But nonetheless, Tanini looking for an opportunity. Jelly's over who finds the first, and Aggressive will follow through with their own. Gingervert finally finds a consolation kill to Tiki, and a second onto Aggressive, setting themselves up a little bit of an advantage now as the ultimate is in the hands of your Jet player. Dusk will find out Tanini, who's stuck inside pocket. Gingervert just trying to use the Cypher upload as well to catch the position. The opposition as well. Players coming through, seemingly near the actual switch, looking for a push to come through catwalk. Squib holding tight angle near staircase, looking for a chance to peek up. Scuba will win the firefight, however, and now Gingervert, who'll have to ace if he wants any chance, and it's not going to matter. We're going to match point for Springfield College.
Wow. Another round win. I mean, Springfield has not given up a single round on their defensive hold. It was 7-5 favoring Springfield, and now they've won their 5th round in a row, not giving any scraps to North Alabama. they could wrap up the second map and bring us to a third in just about 2 minutes, because we have the buy phase right now, and then a minute 40 on the clock afterwards. They are just demolishing right now against North Alabama. That's the best way to put it. They have given zero slack up against them. The closest round we've seen, Scott, was in the pistol phase, and even then, they didn't lose it. It was close, but no cigar, as most people like to coin that term.
Really? People like to coin that term? Is it you who coined that term, fella? Or are you thieving?
Yes. Yeah, it was me. I had the trademark for it.
All right, I'm making sure.
Yeah.
Ult does come through. Scrip's going to get tagged by his own teammates, but it'll be Scuba who finds the first kill into Gintrovert, guaranteeing some a little bit of success, and now the push is going to come through. Squib looking for a chance to rush in with the Judge inside of their own smoke, however, finding the rare of Jellies, looking for an opportunity, finds the second of the nuts, and now the three players left standing. One's in Defender spawn, and two are heading through Garden. Aggressive and Tiki now finding themselves 2 kills. Tanini and Squib will be relegated to a death pool, and now the push will come through. Shiflo has popped this ult, looking for an opportunity to keep them outside of it. They step in, the decay will be pretty devastating for them, but it'll be aggressive to find one. John falling, and now Shiflo trapped, sitting out inside of Hell, and it's going to fall because Scuba is as well pocketed and saving himself, and it's not going to matter. Match point dead and done. 13 round wins, and it's going to be a good, devastating loss for UNA on map 2.
Well, I didn't think they would take away the matchup that well, but they literally gave no rounds to UNH after the first half ended. That was impressive defensive hold on Ascent, to say the least. And now we're going to map 3. We are both predicting this a little bit, maybe favoring Springfield just a little bit more. And I guess map 2 kind of demonstrated that a little bit better than the first one, but it doesn't matter because we're still going to head to, I believe, it is Haven. Yes, it is. I can still kind of remember. I totally did not just look at the map ban website to go reassure that. But we are going to go into a little break before we speculate any more about the third map of Haven, and then we will all come back in a couple of moments. So see you all very, very soon.
Hey man, I just can't find a comfortable headset. I mean, I've tried everything. Literally everything.
Sheesh, my brother. I got you.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
That is comfortable.
Welcome back, everybody, to the NECC, and I'm looking forward to map 3 here. Springfield College versus Northern Alabama. Map 1 going handily to UNA. Pretty close one to come through, but ultimately does go in their favor on Icebox. And map 2 on Ascent goes a 13-5 scoreline in favor of Springfield. So just basing off of how different it is, not looking so hot for UNA. But my name's Infernosis, joined here by Fellow, and we're so excited to bring you map 3 here on Haven.
Yeah, like you mentioned, the two performances very different from one another, not just as to who won the map number 1 and 2 of Icebox and then Ascent, but how. We did not see a single round win on the second half coming in the side of North Alabama. That was very worrisome. Maybe they've lost all of their gas in their car and they are just running on fumes at this point. I think they're going in for a substitute as well, which is our one and only Mick, who we ever so know and love. Maybe not you so much, Scott. Yeah, I've heard you hate his guts so much, apparently, but I don't want to start any drama, of course. Wink.
Yeah, I mean, such a guy. I mean, we only know each other IRL, but it's fine, not a big deal. No, I'm looking forward to it. We've played before. He's not that good, so I'm messing. I'll be joshing on him the entire night, but I'm looking forward to what they bring to the table. And speaking of people that can actually get frags, unlike him, aggressive acts, monster on the sticks, cracked at Fortnite, my guy, and he's taken himself to a whole new level all the way through. 21 kills on the last map. Man dropped 30 plus on map 1, ultimately still not carrying enough to win it out, but map 3 is going to be entirely different. I'm looking forward to what's going to have to come to the table and who's ultimately going to try and win this one out. I think Fellow may have had an internet problem. Is that what's happened here? I think he may be a little frozen here. It's fine. We'll continue to talk here, but looking forward to Haven. Looking forward to what we have coming forward to this one. 3 objectives is obviously different from 1. He's really just focused in on this right now. He's having a good time. What are you looking down at? No, 3 objectives, a lot different than 1. You're more than likely going to see Gentrovert once again on the Cypher, probably holding a site solo. You're going to see 2 players sitting inside of mid to try and maybe watch in that direction. Fella's PC apparently did die. He'll be coming right back right afterward when his PC is no longer dead. Let's see when that ETA is. But I'm looking forward to map 3. Good opportunity for UNA to try and finish this one off. Even if they can't, they did take a map on Springfield, which is one of the heavily favored teams coming into this one. So I think that we could have a pretty good disposition here, a good storyline that will set UNA up for either a redemption story or just Springfield continuing, despite facing strong teams, continuing to show a dominant reign. However, UNA's story and their success in map 1 was really brought forward by the fact that they were able to maintain a level of stability off of the fact that they were able to keep consistency across the board on their scoreboard. Not having that opportunity in map 2, if you were to take a look at it, which I don't think you guys can see right now, but Squib and John, very, very bottom, and it's complete polar opposite. When you looked at map 1, it was aggressive at the top, followed by 4 UNA players, and then you had the players of Springfield. It was complete opposite. The only player you really see near the top in 3rd place is going to be Tanini. It's just Jelly's aggressive and Tiki that were really carrying themselves forward into this pacing. I think he is, in fact, back here. As our screen is probably messed up because he needs to turn on his camera here. I'm sure it was splitting my face down the middle or something here. It's probably really entertaining in that regard. But no, he's gone again. Something's going on here. Fellow is ultimately trying to figure out what his camera is doing. We'll get it figured out and solved, though. But map 3, really looking forward to the 3 objective stability. How is UNA going to decide to attack? We'll have to wait a pretty long time for that, however, because UNA is going to be starting off on the defense, the side they've been struggling with consistently. They won on map 1 and they started on the attack and were able to full swing out, play the aggressive nature, and catch Springfield off guard. I think that was one of the big contributing factors. Their mentality was hot from their ability to frag out and their ability to completely rush in and secure an objective. They weren't able to do that the other time. Their mentality, their confidence was down bad as it is said, and ultimately it doesn't seem to work out in their favor. UNA's going to need to find an answer, and we're hoping that the substitution of Mick will be able to do it. But as anyone that's ever talked to Mick knows, probably not. No, he's a Call of Duty caster, so Valorant isn't technically his isn't technically his main game, but I think that, clicking heads will probably translate somewhat well, even though Call of Duty is technically played on a controller, which is reserved for Rocket League. So we'll have to figure that one out, but nonetheless, Fellow is continuously broken. Not exactly sure what is happening here. He's continuously failing to function, I guess.
Help.
He can hear, he can talk, I can hear you.
My camera's not working, man. It's working for
It's
you
fine.
guys?
We'll figure it out. As long as you can talk,
Okay.
you're good. All right. So we'll figure it out.
All right. So I have figured out that my camera, whenever it decides to turn on, it just completely just tries to fry my computer. So maybe we'll just do no camera. Maybe that might be a good idea, because then I might not be able to commentate. But Scott, can you pull a little bit of a production cord and just kind of re-invite me back into the lobby?
Yeah, absolutely I can. We'll get
Thank
you
you.
in. We'll get you situated, and hopefully you actually keep this camera angle on so that my face isn't just split in half and I look like an ogre. That would be great. I already look like an ogre enough. I don't want to continuously look like an ogre, where I basically look like I have one eye, but we'll figure it out.
Yeah.
All right,
That
we're
would,
back in. We're ready to
okay.
go. Production. We're situated in. We're in the lobby. I think we're ready to go. Can we get ours from the teams? We'll jump right into Haven. Fellow, please tell me about Haven, because I have gone on for 5 minutes of buying time, and I've run out of talking points.
Well, Haven, very interesting map, very unique. It has a third bomb site. Now, normally it's just used as like a big connector room, per se. You don't really plant in there, but it is something to worry about, I guess you could say. Also, a lot of really long angles you can hold, like C-long, for example. That could be great for some operator plays on the defensive side. And am I correct if we are seeing? Oh yeah, we are. Okay, well,
We unfortunately did not switch the map.
I should have pointed.
We
that
have
out.
been
I am so sorry,
plagued.
Caleb.
We have been plagued by a lot of problems coming into this one. A 45-minute wait due to audio problems that had occurred, and then now another bit of wait because our co-caster here has the computer of a toddler. I think those SpongeBob map books from back in like 2004. And obviously now the wrong map. So fortunately we can get out quickly and get restarted, but we also have lost a player somewhere along the way. I don't see them on the board. Whoops, did not mean to click there.
That's okay. You know what? I'm gonna actually attempt to put on my camera. So I don't know how it's gonna happen. Maybe you will not hear me talk for like 10 years. So just be prepared to fill, Scott. I'm just gonna let you know that.
Okay,
right now.
so we'll
So
talk
we're
about
off.
something worth filling about, and I'll actually come over here so that my face isn't split in half. Maybe it'll like, and he's gone. He's gone. just don't turn it on, man. He just. You gotta figure out what's happening here. Are you back, fella? Are you talking?
Yeah, the camera's a no-go. Sorry,
Yeah,
guys.
apparently.
It's just, it happens. That's what I get for having a very very cheap setup, because I have no money. But
And the
that's okay.
SpongeBob computer crashing when the webcam turns on.
Yeah, it can't handle the amount of swag I have. Just got you there, made you laugh. Good one.
Are we ready to go? We're ready to jump back into it. We have R's. Squib is upset apparently in the chat about the amount of R's going through. We can get into this. I'm really looking forward to us starting this map. I know I've said that 15 times, but that's really all I can say. I actually really like this map. It's one of the original ones in the game. Coming from the alpha and beta and having to wait a week to get a code from watching Twitch streams, right? Which it worked out eventually. I was the last of my friends to get it, but it's fine. This was an initial map. You had the opportunity to come through and play this map, and it's a good remembering point for me. I enjoyed watching it. I enjoyed playing it. And there's a lot of strategy that's kind of evolved as the game plays on. A lot more, arrows that can actually be used correctly. Ciphers are a lot more prevalent in terms of solo holding than they were back then. They didn't really solo hold as much as they do now. They were kind of just relegated to a support player. And you saw a lot of control because you saw a lot of omens, and while omen is still very good, I would be shocked not to see an omen, because we do see have one picked up both sides, but they weren't as strong as they were then, especially with the fact that your old Q, your old, discombobulate, or whatever the heck you want to call it, right? The blind is used to increase in size as it went across, so you couldn't hit anything with it because you couldn't hit the barn side of a broad side of a barn, as the saying is, because I don't know what I'm doing here, but obviously no one has locked in yet. No time has gone across, but we are seeing another Reyna come through from John, locking that one in first when it come through. I'm shocked not to see aggressive locking in as well.
Select your
Yeah, I am also a little bit surprised in that too, but we'll see a couple of lock-ins. They're all kind of lining up one after another. Gonna see the Sova play come out, huge intel gatherer, and Cypher along for the journey as well, but on, I believe, the side of Springfield, as they are on the attack again, and the defensive side is North Alabama once more, similar to the last map of Ascent, but a slightly different lineup from what we saw a little while ago, but some of the same picks here and there. There are a couple staples, Jet's a great example, and also Sova now as well, as he's on both sides of the matchup again.
Now, Sovas, on this map, obviously, like I said, you're going to see a lot more variety in terms of how they're playing than you did way back in the beta. A lot more arrows that come through. Such good post-plant denial that is allowed. I mean, obviously, you can find out how to do any of these arrows just by going online and searching it. And there are so many defensive, well-placed, default position denials that can come through. And you really only plant in the same spots. You really only secure yourself individually and like in your default plant positions. You're not going to find much variation in regards to where you're planting. So I think that the defensive side, if they implement and work well with the Sova, I think it could be a pretty good way to shut down for both sides.
Yeah, like you mentioned, there's probably like 3 spots at most you go for a plant, and that's X. I mean, we're not really going to even talk about B bomb site to be specific. Recon bolt, gathering a lot of intel near C long. Sova is just a great agent to bring on that specific part of the map, let alone the entire map of Haven. But a C plant most likely coming out. C Tanini will find the opening frag, but get re-fragged almost immediately by Tiki. Almost picks up another onto his doppelganger, but Squib will win that 1v1. Spike now being planted, or already has planted, as Squib picks up the last kill. The defuse coming out almost immediately after it was planted. What a quick retake and deny by North Alabama, and they will take the first pistol round.
Now, take a look at the scoreboard real fast. Obviously, you see the fact that UNA is going to take that front one, but I think the biggest thing you're going to take a look at here is Mick has 0 kills. So I think that it's something we got to keep an eye on for the rest of the match, and maybe make sure you have the information known. I'm just going to keep you updated. I'll be the Mick, tracker here. He's a caster here at NECC, so we'll give him some hate, I guess. We'll give him some flack, I think is the term. But honestly, a good round for UNA. The plan did come down. It does give a little bit of cash and monetary value for the side of Springfield, but it's not going to be enough. So a semi-buy will continue to stay for the side of UNA. And I think they're going to need to lose 2 of their players. At minimum, they need to drop 2 of their players so they can have some rifles in pocket when the 3rd round does come to play.
Yeah, I completely agree. And it's going to be really tough for UNH to win most of these rounds. They are pretty much playing a 4v5 every single time on Haven now, and it does make a lot of sense. But it will be evened out now. Now a 4-on-4. Squib picks up the kill onto Scuba. He'll shut down that Sova player, and things are looking relatively decent so far for North Alabama. They could possibly find another, but they don't have a lot of intel to work with. But for the most part, it appears to be an A-sided push by Springfield. Wide swing comes out, a blind affecting both players. Mick somehow, some way finds a kill, but an immediate trade. He will not get lucky enough to pick up a second. Now a 4-on-3, but John will find another, and it's just up to the lone Cypher player of Dust trying to retake this bomb site.
Absolutely. We do see UNA is going to secure the last. Some tactical crouching does come through here from Squib, trying to, assert dominance here. Maybe a T-pose will come out in the next round. We'll see the strategies they go about to figure that one out. But take a look at the UNA side. Mick Tracker update, 1 kill. And like you said, lucky enough to find it. It was a pretty nice shot to connect and does get refragged right after. And that's good for UNA. I do think that losing a couple players to maybe be able to get a rifle or an operator, as we do see in Squib's hands, be able to supplement that with a little bit better of an arsenal. Maybe we'll be able to stop Springfield College's full buy a little bit better, but Springfield's got full rifles, Vandals, and Phantoms in pocket. It's not looking hot for UNA if they can't hold out strong.
they're looking to dive right into the C bomb site, mostly through C long. There might be 2 players of the Sova and also Phoenix approaching from garage. That recon drone going to spot out a lot of players, but what a great set of kills by C Tanini. And Squib picks up 1 as well. 4v1 at the current moment, and John Die Lit will pick up the last player of Aggressive Act 3-0, favoring the defensive squad right now of North Alabama. I mean, we've seen a lot of these first rounds just favoring one side, and only after the first 5 rounds, give or take, we actually see a little bit of feedback from the opposition. It's been that same feature for every single map so far, and I guess this one is not an outlier from that factor.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what we're going to be capable of, or what UNA is going to be capable of, I guess is kind of the point. They're up 3, like we've talked about. They have themselves a big advantage here, and you're going to see that Springfield is forced to soft buy once again. UNA not only has done an exceptional job of winning the rounds, but they've won those rounds with little to no deaths in the process. Tanini, 2 deaths, and Mick 1, and that's the only deaths you have, 3 across the board. Meanwhile, you've got 3 players on your team alone that have more kills than 3, or 3 and plus. UNA are starting off exceptionally strong and trying to maintain that. However, Tiki, the blades are out, looking for a chance to get a kill with the ultimate. Maybe that's going to be the weapon that they need, because Tiki did not opt to actually bring a firearm. And Squib through a smoke, finding Jellies, securing a kill, and now a 4v5.
Spike down in the middle of B. I'm surprised we saw a plant come out here. Aggressive Act from behind will find 1, but a refrag comes out by C Tanini. Gingervert picking up another as well. The defuse could happen in just a matter of seconds. There's only 2 players that are able to guard it. Tiki, though, around the corner finds 2 with his ult, but it won't be enough to stop the push. Now 1v1, and somehow Mick wins the fight. Who says casters cannot clutch? He will have more than enough time to defuse and manage to win the 4th round for North Alabama. Scott, I was so ready just to trash talk him for losing that, but he actually won that. So, you know what, Mick? Thank you for proving me wrong. Yeah, and Mick just adding even more flame to the fire. All right, good job, Mick.
He just asked me to cast for myself. I think he might have been made aware.
No.
Yeah, no.
I don't want to hear that. No, that God, please no.
I don't think very many people want to hear him anyways, so, you know.
Yeah. You would know. You know him in real life.
Yeah, I don't know why we're dogging this much on him, but he's a good sport. I love Mick. He's great, but we'll figure it out. Can you give a fell cam?
Oh my God! Wow!
Squib,
amazing
through.
Shot.
Nice shot to come through. Jellies now scared as all get out to peek out that angle as well. Looks like UNA is going to take that one-man advantage right at the beginning again. Tiki not given a chance to either live nor actually use the ultimate because it was used up in the last round. And it's going to be looking like a 4-0 victory starting off so far. Could be 5-0 if UNA is able to maintain this, and they do have 3 ults in pocket that they can use.
I mean, I don't want to count out Springfield just yet. They have that run it back. They could basically make it a 5-on-4 if he actually finds a kill on as the Phoenix player. That said, sure, give him a little bit of slack. Doesn't really matter. Stun comes out, not blinding a single soul, but Gingervert is not aware at all of the situation at hand, and it will, in fact, become a 4-on-4. Spike being attempted. Jelly's watching, though. He can't plant and also cover. He'll wait for his teammates to back him up, and that will finally happen. John, though, and Squib finding kills of their own. They just collapse into the bomb site. Perfect retake. They're going to go for the defuse almost immediately. It's just up to Dusk from behind, but John knows far too much for his own good, and it will be a 5th round win in a row for North Alabama.
Absolutely devastating if you are Springfield. You neck and neck the entire way for map 1. Map 2, you had a phenomenal showmanship, completely sweeping the second half, and now you're getting swept here against UNA. You are being swept out, starting early with a 5-0, and you're getting killed by Mick. And I think that's probably the worst. We got to bring in one Mick joke every round. I think it's we're gonna be worried. We'll spread it. We'll do a Mick joke every 2 rounds. We'll try and spread it out. But obviously, UNA did a good job. Most of them seeming to come from the top side of heaven on that A side. But it looks to be a presence towards B is going to be what Springfield's opting for. Players now inside a cubby. Tanini just spraying, trying to tack a little bit of damage on top. But he's going to do the smart thing and step away so that they do not die early into this engagement.
I think we're seeing a little bit of deja vu. The opening pick comes out again, favoring North Alabama. We're going to see a plant be attempted, though, in through C. Hunter's Fury by C. Tanini. He'll spot one, make it a third, and he will pick up one kill. Huge plays coming out by the Sova player, as he will have the favor return to him. But again, damage already being done. It's just up to Scuba. He will find one on a C. Tanini, but Squib with the operator will immediately refrag. And now it's 6-0. Right now, Scott, North Alabama, even though they're playing this in a 4-on-5, they're doing so well right now considering all of that.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty impressive to come into this one and do so well. Obviously, John and Squib really carrying though. Right here, 10 kills each with only one.
Yeah.
Phenomenal all around, and you just haven't really found the answer if you are Springfield College. Maybe you didn't anticipate a third map. Maybe you just don't practice this map. It can be difficult, and this map is typically considered to be attack-sided because of you have to hold 3 sites as a defender. UNA is really only putting one presence really on B side each time. They do have a player holding inside of that window of garage, but that's really about it. Most of their presence is pretty widespread. They're just doing a phenomenal job of rotating in due time. And it's really been catching Springfield off guard. They're needing to, decide where to go for. They're looking for a chance to go at B. They tried this once. It was the closest chance they had, as it did come down to the 1v1 or the 1.5, right? But I think that we could see Springfield actually get a plant out because Jellies has already snuck their way in with a sheriff in hand. And Dusk falling now as the Vandal will connect. Jelly's still sitting pretty here in the default positioning. Could catch the player off guard, misses the shot, but does not miss the second. Scuba finds Gintrovert, and we're back to a 3v4. And it's a man advantage, now disadvantage as it goes back the other way. Tagged again, Jelly's finding John. And it's up to Mick to clutch this up in a 0.5v2.
He could maybe find this kill on a Scuba, but he looks the literal exact opposite direction of where he wants to shoot. And that will give Springfield their first round win, getting the plant down as well, which will give them a little bit more money to play with on this 8th round. But finally, Springfield has broken the cycle of it just being a slaughterhouse for North Alabama. And now they have 1 round win on their side. That's not the best, but it is better than nothing, I suppose, and that could possibly lead them to gaining a couple more here and there. The only problem is, though, it's not like round number 2 or 3, for example, where they could possibly win just because they have better guns. Everyone is full buying at this part in time, so it's really undecisive. But that opening pick might actually be a huge part of this round win for them.
Absolutely. Tanini looking for Rush to step through, will win the engagement, but be refragged by Scuba. It does lead you to a 1-man disadvantage still, but it's still a pretty early pick to take forward, but you don't want to lose that player of your Sova if you're on the defense. Like we've said, there's so many good arrow positions and tosses you can do in this map that losing that early is going to be pretty detrimental to your side. You don't want to have that happen to you. Tiki stepping in, one tapping off Introvert. Should have stayed indoors like the introvert their name implies, but it's not going to matter. Mick on the refrag to Tiki, and a 2v3 is underway. Mick has dropped the nano nade inside of the hallway towards A, looking for a player, but it's not going to matter. Now a 1v3 because Jellies was secure, and operator one tap into Squib's forehead.
Mick, again, having to clutch out a 1vx situation. This time, though, there's more manpower, and right now, the C-bomb site is completely in the hands of Springfield. That turret will alert him, and it'll give some intel to work off of, but I mean, Mick does have still a slight element of surprise, but that's really it, to be honest. Every player right now has a keen eye on that spike. There really isn't much that Mick can do. He picks up an operator, and you know what? Maybe it'll be the better decision for him just to save that operator. That's a $5,000 gun right there that isn't in the hands of your opponent and is now possibly in the hands of someone who can really work with that gun and just hit their shots like we saw on the previous map. That might be the better play, and I think that's exactly what Mick will be going for because he really has not moved a single muscle in these past couple of seconds.
Just trying to hold the operator, I think. I don't think there's any beyond that. Just save the weapon. It's honestly a good decision coming from Mick here to keep that and not waste it out. You want to hand that right back over to Squib, let them have the opportunity to play with it and continue to try to find kills. Obviously, hand it already over. Mick is opting not yet to actually purchase a weapon. They're trying to think about what they can do with the economy. He's going to go for a soft buy into a Spectre. Nope, actually, he's going to stop. I wonder what he's going to do. He has armor. He could buy. I think the economy for their side could be pretty uneven if they do. I do think a Spectre is a right decision for both Nick.
Yeah,
can't
I
do
mean,
that. I don't think it's the right
he can full buy. It's not the worst idea because his entire team is doing that, but now he has no money to work with, so this has to be a win for North Alabama for Mick to be able to position himself a little bit better for the next upcoming round. So we're going to have to stop this pain train coming out by Springfield for the most part. And speaking of Springfield, they're going for a full A push. All of their players stacking up, a couple going the short side, the rest going long. So it's going to be a really important round for North Alabama. They have to deny this push, and that TP coming out by the Omen player could catch Gingervert off guard from above.
Squid finding a first pick on a Tiki. Thankfully, the smoke from the Omen will deny any chance for the flank to come around to the backside. Jellies, however, will find an operator kill into Squid through a wall. And now, aggressive, saving his teammate's life, or actually not. Gingervert will secure the kill beforehand. And a 3v3 underway. Jellies with an operator, sending just short of hell. They're looking to find some kills. John from up top finding out Jelly. Now a 3v2, and they're taking it quite swiftly. Aggressive, will able to take out Mick. A 2v2 underplay. Tanini finding aggressive, and now a 1v1. Tanini looking for the chance. Scuba's low as well. Plant has to go down at some point. Tanini now has the audio cue given away by the fake plant, and it's going to get caught off guard. Tanini from behind secures the kill with the Vandal in hand. UNA will take this one 7-2.
And they get the operator again. Very lovely indeed. It's like nothing happened almost. A great round win, and it's going to pay off. They're up by 5 rounds once more. They're in a perfect spot. We're almost at the end of the first half. Only a couple of rounds left. I mean, right now, North Alabama, they're killing it. That's the best way to put it, and they have not stopped that much, really. They've only given away 2 rounds, and it was well-deserved on the opposing side of Springfield. But let's see if they can keep this pain train going like their opponents did a couple of rounds prior.
Honestly, you take a look again, we're seeing the play. Scuba going for the Soba bolts. You need to find those early, but Tanini starting off strong. It's still not going to matter. Wow. Jellies tries to teleport away to maybe save themselves, but it's not going to matter. Already a man advantage, and we're talking about Sovas the entire time, or at least I have been, and we're already seeing them be this huge contributing factor for this. It's going to be interesting to see if UNA can continue to hold this man advantage. They do have 3 ultimates in pockets. Meanwhile, Springfield only have 2, and they're going to have to decide how they're going to act, or if they're even going to act on it.
Yeah, I'm definitely a Sova stan myself. Plant now coming out, though, by Springfield. That's going to give the upper hand for a little while, especially after that pick comes out by Dusk, making things a 4-on-4. That operator up above could find one, but Scuba's quicker on the draw. That eye from Reyna will blind for a quick second, but it won't really matter as another kill comes out, this time, though, by C. Tanini, making a 3K, and it's just up to Dusk. And he will, in fact, be eliminated by the caster of Mick. And they have more than enough time to go for the defuse. They're just deciding on who wants it in case anyone's close to their ultimate. But really, no one is that could possibly have it. Doesn't really matter whether or not who gets it. But the round will still be a win for North Alabama. 8-2 now.
I mean, I could see the panic in Mick's eyes, spraying and praying with that weapon.
Oh God, I have to actually do something now.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, when they came through, trying to peek in through that hallway right there on that A site, it doesn't work out for you. Sorry, A tunnel, I guess, as it's called. It doesn't work out for you. It's not exactly where you want to be. And, I mean, you just spray into the body and hope for the best. And that's exactly what happened. I'm excited to see whether or not we're going to see UNA continue to keep this presence. It could just be that I'm wrong, and this may be a defensive side of map, which I don't think I am. It's just UNA really has this one in the bag. They seem to pick out their second map. They picked Ascent, and it's weird to see that they picked Ascent and still didn't win it quite handily. But now on this third pick, which isn't technically a pick, it's just left unbanned, they're dominating to 2. Nice shot from aggressive comboed, of course, with their silver support of Scuba. They're going to continue to get a first pick here. It's Tanini, the top player for the UNA side. And now John, the second top player for the UNA side, both relegated to a death pool.
Aggressive act. The best player as of right now on the side of Springfield. He'll prove that point quite well as he finds the first 2 entries of the round. This can allow for either a complete rush coming into one of these sites or a transition. We're going to see that transition come out in towards C. And right now, it doesn't look like North Alabama is really aware of that. They are in a very tight predicament. Those smoke grenades by the Omen are going to give great cover. The run it back as well. It really does appear like Springfield is just full committing to this push. And honestly, honestly, I don't blame them. They're up by 2 players, and they just have complete control of the site, confirming that spike. Right now, North Alabama is in a boatload of trouble at the moment.
I mean, I think they're just going to say, if you've got your one player, your Omen sitting inside a B site, Gingervert just kind of holding. Don't want to give up. Squib has an operator. Don't give that up either. Your economy is fine. You'll have a little bit of extra cash to maybe buy a weapon for Tanini at the end of it, because you don't have that loser's bonus, the spree bonus of losing so many rounds in a row. And quite honestly, the other side does. Taking a loss here isn't going to be that bad, because you do reset that losing bonus for the side of Springfield. It's not best result. You do want to win it, but at the same time, it's small victories to be found within it. One exit frag coming through. Gingervert finding one. Refragged now by Dusk. And now Gingervert's going to be struggling to find a little bit of money for themselves, and hopefully John will be able to buy a weapon in hand. But Mick and Squib will narrowly escape this round with their life, and Springfield will guarantee. And now we're going to see this last round, and like I said, Tanini, no money to their name. Gingervert, barely enough money, can buy a weapon and no armor. And they're going to get bought their weapon as well. So Squib will use the last of their cash to go for it. But it is last round, spreading it out, very thin, very close circumstances for UNA's economy.
At least they'll go out with a bang. This is going to be a very tight round, I guess you could say. And Springfield, they really have to win this. If you and I are correct on the fact that this is a much more attacker-favored map, they're going to be down by a huge deficit. It's somewhat similar to Icebox, I guess you could say, but obviously those are 2 completely different maps. Just the whole attacker-favored thing is the point that I'm getting at here. Sorry, Chet, if you didn't catch it. I'm horrible at explaining things, but pretty evened out push so far by Springfield. They're playing pretty passively because they know that this round is going to be so important leading up to the second half. They have to go out with a bang if they want to have a much more favorable chance moving on to that second half, because they're already down by 4 rounds, even if they win this one.
It's going to be a difficult situation, obviously, playing on the defensive side. We've seen some good defensive holds that have come through from Springfield, maybe not so much on Icebox, but especially so on Ascent. They did a phenomenal job there, but oh, John with a nice one-tap to Jelly's, now able to overheal up. And Aggressive, who was able to have an opportunity for a shot, will not be able to secure it, due to the ability of course, John on this Reyna. Emperor's still up and ready to go, rearing, as it's going to be able to try and find a little bit of extra support, that overheal giving even more of an advantage to them, but time is not on their side. Father Time ticking away against both sides, typically on the favor of the defense, but Yune is going to need to make the rotation over to A side.
This is going to be an absolute bloodbath. The last round of the first half, Jet Ult comes out. Mick will pick up one. Tiki with the refrag on a Squib. John finds another as well. The plant basically being denied here. There's not enough manpower nor enough time. Goba, in a last-ditch attempt, will try to pick up one. Dusk will, in fact, get the kill into John, but there's far little too much time, or not enough time, far little too time, and it doesn't matter what happens in these next couple of seconds. The first round is over, and a great half for North Alabama. They're up 6 rounds, and they've only got to win 4 more if they want to just take the best of 3 right now.
Springfield need to find the answer. If they can get the first 2 rounds, which they've statistically been able to do, then UNA, obviously, their lead will narrow. The margin will slimmer down just a little bit, but I don't know if that's going to be enough. UNA have been on a tear. Obviously, you take a look at the scoreboard. John with 15, Tanini with 14, Squib with 11, and then your 2 bottom utility players. You're not exactly expecting them to frag out, but they are utility, both with 5. And if you take a look over at Springfield, consistency is kind of the name of the game for them. 6 kills across the board, except for Aggressive with 7, but their deaths are astronomically high. They're being caught off guard. Maybe UNA is playing in weird positions that they haven't anticipated. Maybe it just wasn't practiced for Springfield, but they haven't found an answer for it. And like we talked about earlier, if we don't know what we're doing, then they don't know what we're doing. And I think that's kind of what UNA's thing is right now.
That's kind of the old school Penta strat from Rainbow Six. I know we keep making a lot of R6 references, but that's the game we're most comfortable from. But Squib is comfortable with that fully automatic pistol. He picks up 2. Luckily, though, Scuba will shut him down, but the plant already being confirmed. As Scuba gets another refrag, it's not going to matter, though, as John Dye will pick up his first one for the 13th round, the first or the second pistol round, and really isn't much else they can really do. Sight is now in the hands of North Alabama. Oh no, Jelly's completely unaware as well. It's just a 1v3 now up to Tiki. This might just be the 10th round win favoring North Alabama as they are just locking down this objective room. Tiki will find one in compensation, but it's not going to matter. Regardless, it'll be another win for North Alabama, now making it 3 rounds away from victory.
Can we talk about Squib, the initial stage of that round? Getting 1 kill up onto the player on platform, turning, and then accidentally dashing into the player that was up on top of tubes? Really? How do you miss that kill if you're the player on tubes? Wood, sorry, is that the call for it? Wood. How do you miss
Wood
that
or
kill?
Log, Scott. God, how do you not know that?
There's like 3 shots left, and Squib's gone at that point. I'm just gonna ignore you. You no camera have. You got no camera, boy.
Come on, man.
No, but for the side, like you just like 2 bullets or 3 bullets left in the hands of Squib in that frenzy, and it still manages to work. Now Squib, once again, aggressive nature coming forward, looking for the chance, jumping at everything over the top, but. Good thing for Springfield, they've kind of stepped away. Finding one will be aggressive. Now refragged by Tanini, and John will have been felled. Squib looking for a chance, finds Dust on the backside, but Mick finds his own into Jellies. And now, with the felling of Scuba from Gintrovert, you're now left with Tiki once again in a 1v4.
I mean, there really isn't much he can do. Again, he has one of the worst guns in the game and has to find 4 different players at the exact same time with that horrible gun. Yeah, I really did not predict that to come out any other way than it did just now. Squib just demolishes him. It only makes sense. The Phantom is so much better than that Stringer gun. I hate it so much. But now, make it 2 round wins as North Alabama is just... They are just not letting their foot off the gas pedal right now. I guess after round number 2, they filled up their tank. And now they're just driving on down to the sunset. And that sunset currently is victory, Scott.
Absolutely, and UNA's really just found it. They found it, and while I said like if UNA were to like lose the first 2 rounds in this half, they'd still be sitting pretty with the margin being slightly slimmed down, but total opposite. It's been widened. They've won the first pistol round, which is pretty rare for UNA so far coming into this one. They're able to win the second one off of it, they've been able to do a soft eco, and now we're going to see UNA's tried and true special, the rush, the complete sprint onto the site. They don't have a phenomenal weapon set for them. They do have 3 Asarifuls they were able to purchase, and they're going to try and act off of it. John finding 1 Scuba onto Gintrovert, and Squib finding Scuba as well on the refrag. Tanini on a look up to Tiki, and a nice shot to connect, and now a 3v2. Flash will go. Tanini not in a good spot visually, that is, now sitting inside of Hell. We'll see the player step through a very close situation. Spike now being planted, but it'll be John to find Dusk. Player in heaven is John once again finds aggressive, and we're going to match point already here, and it's not looking hot for Springfield.
Scott, that was a visual representation of me and the boys walking right on into Arby's and just getting all the meats. That literally was North Alabama's just pride and joy there. That bomb site, that was Arby's. A for Arby's. I mean, am I right, fellas?
Absolutely. And talk about the
jokes.
Arby's Euro, and it's just a salad and a wrap, And they wrapped up that round. That's exactly what happened.
Yeah.
And they secured it into the bag. A lot of people won't get the reference we're making. We're sitting in the lobby for like 30 minutes, and UNA's team wouldn't shut up about Arby's Euros, so we're kind of jogging on them for that. But nonetheless, already they're 1 match point away, and this could be that huge, devastating loss for Springfield that they weren't anticipating coming into this one. Frags going both ways. John finding a second now off of Aggressive and Scuba, and now Tanini onto Dusk, and it's a 3v1 once again for like the 5th time. It's going to be Tiki left, or sorry, 3rd time. It's going to be Tiki left here. All alone as the last player, able to find 1 kill onto Tanini. Now it's only a 1v2, much more manageable for them. They're going to have to do a very long rotate if they want to go. Faking maybe out of garage, making an audio cue to maybe anticipate going down short of C, but they're going to step through. Tiki pops the blades. It's another one for the opposing side of Squid, but it's not going to matter. John finds the 3K back-to-back, and it'll be a guaranteed victory for UNA, taking this one 13-3.
Okay, well, I guess Haven was its own outlier map in a different sense, because that was the most brutal display I have seen so far in an entire best of 3. That was a phenomenal job by North Alabama, even though it was that 4-on-5 the entire time. Yes, Mick, I'm still going to make fun of you, even though you actually did pretty good that game as a substitute on the last
with your
map.
6-6 and your total inability to find most kills and
I
bottom of the
okay,
leaderboard.
you're adding even more. All right, yeah,
No,
that's why I
I'm
like
playing.
you, Scott.
UNA, phenomenal job. I mean, to come through into that one, it was such a close game on map 1. Nobody anticipated that any of the maps coming through would be fairly one-sided, especially not the third map. After the second map went pretty handily in Springfield's favor, coming back through into third map and taking it 13-3 in such a massively devastating victory or loss to Springfield is something to behold. It's not something you were initially anticipating.
Not whatsoever, but we're not going to really stall anymore about this best of 3, where we are going to take a small little break and then figure out what game we're going to work on next. So we will hopefully see you all in about an hour or so, maybe even less, hopefully. But regardless, hope you all have a great rest of your evening and to see you again for game number 2.
Hey man, I just can't find a comfortable headset. I mean, I've tried everything. Literally everything.
Sheesh, my brother. I got you.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
That is comfortable. Hey man, I just can't find a comfortable headset. I mean, I've tried everything. Literally everything.
Sheesh, my brother. I got you.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
That is comfortable.
All right. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to NECC week number 8. My name is Fellow again, twice in a row. I'm also joined here by Orbital this time, though, as my co-caster. And we've got an exciting lineup for game number 2, technically game number 3, but we sadly were not able to broadcast the second one due to the longevity of game number 1. It's going to be Tiffin versus CSU DH2, and we've got a wide variety of maps to pick and choose from. It's going to be Bind, Icebox, and Split. So sadly, I'm going to have to bear through another matchup of Icebox, or should I say you guys have to, because my casting is atrocious.
Oh, that's okay. We all love you, Fellow, and I mean, it was awesome watching that first series as well. A lot of high impact, and whenever series go that long, you have to
be expecting some interesting plays and also some mistakes that might not normally happen, right? So I'm excited to see what this one comes out to, as well as we are in the Challengers division. However, again, Tiffin University, just to update you, are 1-6, sitting at the bottom of the records. However, if they win this match or if they win their next one, they can tie it up for 8th place, and that would actually put them into playoffs. CSUDH Gold, though, sitting very pretty tied for 1st place in their division.
Yeah, so it's definitely a David and Goliath story arc. Now, it would actually be really exciting to see Tiffin actually win this. I don't know, though. My BW Downer here, sadly, might be very quick 2-0. I hope not, though, because getting to commentate 3 separate maps was very exciting, especially since the first 2 were very neck and neck, at least on the first game of this evening. But shouldn't have to wait that much longer. All the players are actually in the game. We're going to wait on some ready ups, and the map bans are actually finally done. Took a little while, but eventually it happened. So at least that's another benefit to look forward to. But yeah, I'm very anticipated to see this actually come out.
Yeah, and that's always a huge thing. Again, CSUDH Gold, they are known as a fairly aggressive and defensive team whenever it matters. I am expecting them to push pretty hard in situations wherever they know they have the advantage and possibly stumble. If Tiffin want to bring anything out, though, this would be the time to do it. You're facing one of the top teams in the division. This is a group that is easily going to fight for that 1st, 2nd, or 3rd seed going into playoffs. And at this point, you really have nothing to lose. You can't fall any further. There is nothing standing in your way. And every single win, if you can take a single map, puts you that much closer to possibly breaking a tiebreaker in your favor without having to play that opponent. So, Tiffin University, it might seem like they're out of the race, but never give up until the last match is played in the regular season.
Yeah, like I said earlier, this is Tiffin's game to win. They have to, or they're not going to qualify for playoffs. It would be really upsetting to have that happen, but it's very statistically likely to happen at the very least. But I'm wondering to see what we might see for some actual agent picks. Viper was actually played in my game, which has not been a thing for quite a while, but her recent buff has made her a little more prominent in the meta, at least for some team comps. And I actually saw it work very well. A lot of combinations of both the Sova arrows gathering a lot of intel, but also those Viper walls to actually cut off a lot of sight lines, both mixed together as well. It's going to be interesting. I genuinely would have zero clues what we're probably going to see for the lineup, to be honest. But yeah, it'll be a little odd, I feel, for some picks. A little bold, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, we've also seen I don't think we've seen Astra just yet, but we've seen Yoru. I think I saw it last week once or twice. And seeing players experiment with some of this new utility that's in their pocket or stuff that's not usually brought up, I think is very, very good to do. Because sometimes if you're playing at a top level, if you're playing in a season or a league just like this one, you tend to get comfortable seeing the same 4 or 5 agents coming out, right? The Jet, seeing the Phoenix, seeing some of the Sovas as well. Or just seeing a lot of these agents that make up the core 5 compositions of meta that you see. When you break out that random, like the Sky, like the Yoru, like a Viper, which I personally do enjoy with the crowd control that you can lay down and some of just the general zoning that you can bring, it throws an opponent off their game. And those, minute rounds might not seem like they make a difference, but when you're able to take 3 rounds in a row, just because your opponent wasn't ready for, say, the Viper pit to be thrown down in B site, it can make all the difference in that setup. So I really do hope that we get to see some of these lower tier agents being picked up and used to their full capacity.
Couldn't agree more. You nailed down that point pretty well. I definitely think that we're slowly straying away from the comm meta that we saw a little while ago. It's going to get a little bit more rambunctious for sure. That's probably a good word to say it.
Yeah.
Still, there's going to be some comfort picks most likely. I mean, Jet, I think Jet's probably played almost, if not every single game on Valorant. She's just a great agent to bring, especially the operator in hand, her high mobility and just general frag potential. Just, it makes a lot of sense to bring the operator with her as well, or in general, just bring her, There's a couple other good ones as well that I want to mention, but the Jet point that you mentioned, just really stable agent for sure.
Yeah, and I mean, what more can you say with Jet? And then Sova with the Odin is probably one of my other favorites. Literally just sit there, gun down a doorway for 100 rounds and just, it's no problem with me. So I hope we do get to see that. But again, it will be Tiffin on Bind for attacking first, as I believe it was CSUDH. No, it was Tiffin that selected this map, so they'll be having some fun there.
Yeah, they'll be on the attack first, but then map number 2 and 3, they'll be defending first. So this is the only enigma, I guess you could call it that. Mm-hmm. Doesn't really matter, though. I honestly cannot quite recall entirely Orbital, but would you consider Bind to be more of an attacker or defender favorite, or even, I guess?
This is actually, I would say, one of the more even, but yeah, this is. I wish I could, but again, looking at some of the actual statistics here, I think looking at Plat 3 and above here in Act 2 of Episode 2, you're looking at a 52.6% win rate on defending sides, and then 47.4 if you're looking at binds. So it's just defense definitely has an upper hand, whereas most of the time you rarely see that vibe from a 51 percentage shift. So I mean, you're taking a look at CSUDH Gold coming out here on the defending side with some awesome utility in their pocket. The Reyna looks like a Killjoy as well, and a Sky even. So a lot of utility, very few, I want to say, smokes, a lot of blinds. But I mean, if the site has anything to say about it, I am expecting CSUDH to be able to go up a couple rounds.
For sure. And like you mentioned earlier, not many people are anticipating a pick like Sky. She is definitely underutilized for the most part. I wouldn't say underrated because honestly, I've not seen her played a bunch in competitive. I've seen her a lot in just regular unrated or rated, for example, but she definitely brings a lot to the board, that's for sure. But at least on the defensive, or the attacking side, I believe it's a little bit more of a standardized team comp, I feel, except for maybe the Killjoy. But even then, I saw her brought on game number 1. So even then, she's still pretty well known by most.
Yeah, just never going to get tired of it at all. Again, when there's... I come from League of Legends. A lot of people give me a lot of flack for it. But when you come from a game that has over 100 champions to choose from, seeing some stability, seeing these same champions come out over and agents coming out over and over again does allow us to kind of see what your skills can do, right? Because after a while, you are looking for the minuses that you can bring to the day, right? You're going to see mirror matches. You're going to see, the same agents. So you better have a single trick that does way better than your opponent if you want to win.
Right, and one trick that I don't think should really be a good idea is that Spike just being sat down right outside of spawn in that lobby area. Not the best position, and speaking of positions, it's going to be about a half and half. 2 players showing up near the A site and the other heading in towards Hookah, and B long towards Garden to head towards the other bomb site. So very thinly spread out, and they might not go for a plant. Maybe it's just going to be completely guns blazing. I don't think that's the best option. I believe that Reyna will actually walk backwards to pick up the spike, and then they'll decide whether they want to rotate in towards A. And yep, that's going to be the play. So they'll have everyone stacked up to try to win this, essentially 5-on-1, as they've completely bewildered the defensive team, as at the moment, a lot of them are stacked up near container.
Yeah, and you can actually see the force rotate coming out. CSUDH Gold having called in, and the spike goes down. So Dongle flipping out 2 before he falls, and that's going to give him a main advantage for this retake.
Oh man, 4-on-3. Spike is down, so technically the attacking squad of Tiffin does have a slight advantage. Hawk comes out, not blinding a single soul. Blue Light picks up one onto Lawn. Another Hawk comes out in the background, but it's not going to work out entirely. Bobic, though, will still pick up the refrag on the Blue Light. Just a matter of seconds before that spike gets confirmed and detonates, and right now, no one can contest it. Bobic around the corner, trying to find one raise with a beautiful headshot onto DC, and it will be finished off by Kurt the Hooper onto Bobic. A great first round win for Tiffin. That's going to give them a huge advantage after that first pistol round.
Yeah, dropping 3 is not always your most favorite because it still gives a decent amount of eco back. But all of that's pretty much on Dongle sitting up there with that raise. So I'm curious to see if he can convert it into a victory for themselves. However, the save is coming out from CSUDH Gold, pretty standard, of course, and the SMGs running out for Tiffin. So they have a chance to move it up to 2 rounds and possibly 3 if they are able to get some extra kills and be able to force their way in these opening rounds for themselves.
Yeah, CSU DH are then going to be able to basically full buy in round number 3, even if they lose this round. So it is probably a great idea, especially when you know that you're probably going to get outgunned regardless of round number 2 when you lose it. So it makes a lot of sense. But again, a very split attack. We might just see a repeat of what we saw, except the only difference possibly could be that we might see a little bit more aggression coming out. Hawk comes out in counteraction of the Reyna stun. Amazing shot by Raze as he shuts down Bobic, and that's going to be the opening frag favoring Tiffin this time. And they still are doing quite a phenomenal job. Kurt the Hooper picks up 1 as well, a 5-on-3. They might be able just to overpower their opponents in this B bomb site and go for a possible spike plant, but I might actually be completely wrong. We might see, again, another transition heading into the A bomb site, and right now, Tiffin is just playing mind games against their opponents.
Yeah, a little bit slow with regard to that information, but they are making it work. right there. You saw they dropped 2 earlier, now dropping 1 more. CSUDH Gold have to try and just pick up a few members. You're just looking to drop the eco, and that's the way to do it. DCMH grabs a headshot, might be able to grab a single more.
Mostly just petty kills. Another one comes out, though. You predicted it correctly, Orbital. Congrats there. Arrow will shut down Dongle, though, and it's a 1v3. Isn't much that the lone Omen player can do. If he finds another frag, that could be huge, but that won't be the case. Arrow picks up a second of his own, and a second round win favoring Tiffin, but on the bright side, at least CSUDH2 can actually full buy, and that's exactly what is going to happen.
Yeah, I do have very slight grievances. Usually if you take out 2 at a site, it usually already means that that site is down to maybe 1 or 2 members. And I feel they could have rushed B pretty quickly, been able to grab a few more in that situation, and a lot quicker action, right? Be able to force CSUDH Gold to play to their own tempo. However, the respect handed to a team that's 6-1, I think, is commendable. And that is probably going to save them in the long run, as we do see the Jet Bladestorm already used.
Woo! Nice double kill, though, by Arrow clapping back, but DCMH will respond with a 2K of his own. A 3-on-2 now. For once, Tiffin is not in the lead on the man count, but there's still plenty of time to change that. It's only the first minute 20 on the clock still. This is more than enough time, but I'm not too sure how exactly they're going to want to play around this. There's no one set up on the B bomb site, so we could see a transition come out by Tiffin. This could give them more than enough time to plant the spike, and I'm pretty sure CSU is beginning to realize that the jig might be up, and they might be in a boatload of trouble in these next 10 to 20 seconds.
Yeah, you can actually see, I believe, the ultimate coming out of Sky, just scouting out, and doesn't actually get into the B site, so they have no knowledge of where Tiffin University are fully set up. This might work in their advantage. If Tiffin are able to grab this 3rd round, that would be a huge win for them.
Indeed, especially now that they have the diffuser down. They're just playing keep away at the moment. A comeback could possibly happen, though. All the players on the side of CSU are stacked up. They could try to go for this diffuse, but they don't have the best of coverage. Both the Omen player and Killjoy of Raze and Epic Evan are trying to go for the wide swing. DCMH will pick up the kill onto Epic Evan. Raze will try to clap back, but a nice and savvy 4K comes out by the Omen player of DCMH, and that will be the first round win favoring CSUDH2. The full buy will in fact pay off.
DCMH coming out clutch. First is the A side spray down against a Bladestorm, of all things, which I have to say that has to be scary, right? Facing down an ultimate in round 3. I think it is standard depending on how you look at it, but facing that one down, being able to pick up those early frags stopped that A site push. So Tiffin University being forced on the back foot very early, and now you have to sit there and kind of be wondering what Tiffin decide to do. If you allow CSUDH Gold to start running the map, being able to apply their own pressure, I have a feeling Tiffin, if they get a little bit too reactive in nature, might not be able to pick up that many more rounds here.
It's something to speculate. It's definitely a great point. I like how you did that. And oh my god, Bobig with 2 massive frags off the rip. What a nice set of frags there. Both the Reyna and Sova player are going to have to sit on the bench for another minute now, waiting for round number 4. A phenomenal defensive hold against that B-sided push towards Long in the fountain area. And now they're up by 2 separate players and only have to stall for about a minute on the clock. This round could already be secured unless we see some master plays come out. What a shot by Raze, though, and that could be one of the many massive plays that could guarantee a comeback for Tiffin.
Man, Raze playing that Killjoy, that's a sentence you don't hear very often, but catching someone on the jump down, I just want to say, it's definitely one of the more difficult shots. Got to track that to a T. It barely evens it up, but DCMH was one of the big key playmakers, so if Tiffin University are able to pressure in, that might be a big win for them.
Because CSU is evenly thin out, this could be a huge plant situation. Raze picks up one onto the doppelganger of Chris for the win, and that's going to be the spike confirmed. Dongle around the corner with the Bulldog will eliminate Raze, now making things a 3-on-2. But this is still incredibly in the favor of Tiffin. But hold on a second, the retake comes out almost immediately. What a great comeback by CSU, and they have more than enough time to get that defused. That will equalize things up 2-2. And just as I said Tiffin had a chance, the caster curse came into effect.
Yeah, that It was rough. I will say Tiffin are making the right
bad.
moves. I feel it's just getting to those flicks, right? Getting those quick frags in situations where you know your opponent is starting the retake attempt. CSUDH Gold are only going to get bolder on these retakes. They've been able to do it twice, and they've done very well in that sense. Now surviving with 3 members instead of just 2 or 1, you have to expect them to hard push in multiple situations, and Tiffin University have got to read that and be able to start hitting the shots, or maybe just pre-fire in situations where you feel like your opponent is going to be there.
Ooh, a lot of aggression coming out right now for Tiffin. They are in a bit of a softer buy than what we've seen beforehand, so they got to play a little bit more on their toes to try to catch CSU off guard, and I like how they're doing that. They almost have complete control of that A-bomb site. They've cleared out Raptors with that smoke grenade, and they could possibly go for this plant with the spike. Sky ult, or pardon, regular ability. I'm not too sure, to be honest, but oh no, the denial from the take comes out. Lon and Dongle find kills of their own, but Blue Light and Kurt respond simultaneously. Lon picks up 1-1 to Blue Light. Now a 1v3. It's just up to the solo player of Kurt, and he will be eliminated by that grenade coming out by Chris for the win. And that will be the 3rd round win, favoring CSU 3 in a row. What a great clap back by them so far.
Oh, that Nanostorm had to feel bad, but I don't want to call it just yet because my predictions, I've been okay so far. But I feel CSUDH Gold, I've kind of identified that Tiffin University can push, and they do very well when entering a site. But the resetup, whenever you're prepping for that retake, is actually very rough for them. You actually saw CSUDH Gold allow everyone to funnel into A. So CSUDH Gold have pretty much identified that, hey, let them take the site. They're really rough on setting back up, and so we can catch them out on that flick between offense and defense. If this continues, Tiffin University, if this is the correct read, will have major problems moving into the next couple rounds.
Tiffin again, from what it appears to be, they're going to go for another A-sided push. They have the Reyna player of Arrow sitting in the far back. Dongle missing out on some crucial shots. That'll give Tiffin the man advantage, but I'm most certain that CSU is now aware of that push coming out from the A-bomb site. They'll now reposition to try to counteract it best, but they are down a singular player. This could make things a little bit easier now for Tiffin. They've got to remove that player up in heaven, though, and the player sitting right next that shower doorway up inside of one of the main boxes. They're not entirely sure of where exactly everybody is. This could still be a win regardless for CSU, purely off of that fact that there's not a lot of intel on the opposing side right now.
They had to have noticed that there was a lot of utility being placed down, though, over on A side. So yeah, the hard rotate through B short, I think is the correct call, and this might be a rude awakening for Lon if he's not careful. Starting to hear some of that go down and knows that the rotate has been made.
Oh, this could be devastating. Arrow has no clue, though. Lon will get a freebie, but Raze claps back, and now the spike being confirmed in the last 10 seconds of the actual round. This is going to give Tiffin the upper hand. They still have the man advantage and are now holding down every single point of approach. Bobig not realizing there's another player approaching, though. That'll be a 2K for Epic Evan. Now a 1v3 as Chris is just stuck in the middle of B Hall. There really isn't much else he can do here. Not entirely sure where exactly everyone is, and they are so spread out perfectly to hold cross peaks. Chris with a nice wall bang, but I don't think he'll find a second one. Blue Light missing out on some shots, but luckily Raze at just the right moment will reapproach that corner and shut down the lone player on the side of CSU. And now things are evened up again, this time 3-3 going in round number 7.
Man, again, this is why I don't predict things. This is why I don't try and throw out any of those ideas. Tiffin University immediately proving me wrong right there with a very nice B site hold. Now the question is, you have 5 ultimates available. These are all high utility, high impact ultimates against one of CSUDH. So, I mean, if Tiffin University want to put themselves in a comfortable lead position, expend maybe 2 of those ultimates, save 3 for later in dire situations, and then you might be able to play it off. But Dongle already shutting one down.
That's a great opening pick. Hunter's Fury, not going to be in use this 7th round. Maybe later on, but at the moment that won't be the case. Nice shot as well, utilizing those stuns along with just your pure mechanical skill. Now a 5-on-3, almost 5-on-2, but Blue Light will just outmaneuver his opponent of Lon. That ability coming out once more. Again, Blue Light able to run away, though. Might be able to break both of those concussives. Yep, that will be the case. Not entirely sure, but now going to be able to reposition himself, and we might again see another familiar A-sided pushes. Everyone on the side of Tiffin is stacked up, but oh no, that's not what you want to have happen. Chris almost finds a 3K, but luckily Raze will stop that before I even think about mentioning it. But now Raze stuck in a 1v3 and a dream with 40 seconds left on the clock. He'll reposition in towards the A teleport leading in towards Hookah. Might be able to go for a spike plant, but this is a long shot at attempt at a very massive victory.
Yeah, that nanostorm, you don't normally see kills go down with a nanostorm grenade, but it's happened, I think, twice now thus far, and that, I mean, that you don't want to see that happen. As much as it feels great to have it on yourself, to die to that nanostorm, you're just like, why did I position there? Why did that happen? Now, Ray's getting dropped, so Bobic getting some happy frags coming out, and that will be CSUDH Gold grabbing the 4th. And again, 5 ultimates up on Tiffin University. I dislike this feeling of them saying, hey, we need to hang on to our utility. You can gain those back. These rounds are going fairly back and forth. Go ahead, expend those. Start ramping back up again.
I think it was justified just this one time because they did immediately lose 2 people off the rip, but I agree. I would have loved to have seen a lot of really tricky plays with those ultimates. Like you said, all 5 of them are on the board compared to just the 2 of both Dongle and Chris, so they could really market off of that, and they're really playing a little bit more passively. They're going to just run all pistols instead. Maybe they'll try to use their ults a little bit more, but it's going to be a rough beginning of this 8th round.
A little rough, and might get spotted. Lon able to duck around, or Luan, very sorry. This might be the picks that you want. Luan set up.
Ooh, I don't think they know. Oh no, Arrow! He just hits his shots. What a flip with the Sheriff, but his reign of terror will end just as it began. Bobic finds 2, almost a 3rd, but there we have it. The ultimate ability from Jet will pick up 1. Now equalizing a 3-on-3. The plant could come down by the Omen player of Epic Evan. That's exactly what's going to happen. The smokes covering off perfectly, and now we have a couple of players on the side of Tiffin that have primary weapons of those Phantoms to work with to counteract the last 3 players on the side of CSU DH2.
Yeah, a little bit of repositioning as well. The lockdown is going down, so I do appreciate this attempt here. CSU DH Gold ready to rip back control. If they do this, they will have a 2-round lead, and that'll be great entering into the latter portion of this first half. Chris going ahead, grabbing a pick of his own, and that's going to be Hunter's Fury stopping that whole double, takes it to the face. Oh, the snipe is real!
Oh, you gotta love Sova plays when they work, but I don't think it's gonna happen. I don't think there's enough time for the detonate. Clutch by CSU, 1.29 seconds down to the wire, as most people would say, and a steal of a round by CSU DH2. I mean, my God. The Hunter's Fury, it came out at just the right time. When that spike gets planted, it's just, what's the word I'm looking for? The market value of it, it just skyrockets. Its value is just gigantic compared to how it normally is.
Yeah, and I mean, you have to give credit over to Kurt. 4, 6, and 3, but man, the pressure he's applying is great. I love the fact that he was able to hold out for as long as he did. It made it that much closer. So very well played on his part. Yes, they're down 2 rounds, but I mean, you still have the Empress available. You still have the attacking lockdown if you want to try a hard and fast push if you get a couple kills. So Tiffin University definitely not out and can tie up this first half if they give a little bit more pressure.
Trade comes out, very beginning of round number 9 between Lon and Raze. And it's now going to be a 4-on-4 Killjoy ult being attempted, possibly to detain some people, but that might not actually happen. Empress ability also comes out in the background, I believe, or no, that was not the Empress ability. I'm so sorry. That is very awkward to say that aloud. But the site being now captured again by Tiffin. They're going to get control very soon, this 4-on-3, as that kill did get confirmed. And Epic Evan will now seal the deal with that spike now being planted. But oh, what's this? A clapback by CSU comes out. Chris and DCMH find kills of their own. Dongle almost getting the refrag, but Arrow and Raze will deny the push for a moment longer. Now a 1v1 as DCMH claims the head of 1 and is looking for another with that operator. Goes for the wide swing and he hits it! A 3K for DCMH, and that will give him the clutch for his team. 6-3 now for CSU DH2.
Something I learned watching first-person shooters in general, from CSGO even over here to Valorant, If you are blinded, look down. Your gun pokes out further than you expect. So very nice pickup by DCMH. And again, I honestly don't know how much that would have made a difference because he was on the hunt. He knew that he had connected with that blind. So very well done to retain a round and put themselves at that 6th round halfway point. CSUDH Gold, yes, this is not the, maybe defense heavily sided map that we normally see, but I mean, they are doing exceptionally well for themselves.
Definitely, especially with that 75-ish% statistic that you mentioned out earlier. I mean, this is more of a defender favored map, fun fact for me to learn apparently right off the rip, but minute 30 on the clock, already a lot of damage being dealt onto Kurt the Hooper. Not that big of a deal though. At least he's still in the fight for a little while longer. Maybe he can pick up a nice little headshot here and there, but for the most part, this has been one of the calmer rounds we've seen Orbital, as it appears that Tiffin's a little undecisive as to how exactly they want to dissect this 10th round.
Yeah, and I can understand that you're facing up against the Seekers and the Defender lockdown, plus a raised showstopper, so any hard push that they have been trying would actually be negated pretty quickly. And so they don't want to make any mistakes. Again, grab 1 or 2 frags early on, be able to get some more information, and then start rotating. So I do like this play. It's a nice change of pace for themselves. And we do see DCMH, man.
Man, he's hitting his shots, that's for sure. There's definitely a reason why they gave this man the operators, because he's gonna frag out with that weapon right there, the 5K headshot machine, or just body shot machine in general. But that's going to be a slight man deficit. Another rotate comes out, but CSU is well aware of that. A little bit of ultimate abilities coming out. Raze will pick up 1. Well, not ultimates, regular abilities, but down to the last 15 seconds, not looking all that good. Very massive frag by Arrow, though, that will allow for the plant to come out. And this actually could be a turnaround for Tiffin, as they now have complete control of the bomb site. I'm surprised they managed to get away with that second rotate again. Raze picks up 1, runs right into the gunfire of Christo, and he will get shut down in the process. A 3-on-2 now is on the board. One of those players having the operator, and he is left all by his lonesome. He'll attempt to outgun Arrow, but it's not going to happen. A 3K for the Reyna player as she picks up that operator for free. That is a huge economic blow.
Such a well-played round from Tiffin. And again, they are working on the back end of this fight, right? That was... I feel that shouldn't happen. You called it earlier, the double rotate over usually means that it's a very rushed attempt. Because CSUDH Gold were a little bit slow on their own rotate, that meant Tiffin University were able to prep. And because DCMH had also been tagged a little bit earlier, that meant he couldn't convert into that aggressive operator style that we've seen him play thus far. So very well done by Tiffin University. Now they're facing against 4 ultimates once again. And if CSUDH can weather this early aggression, I am expecting them to be able to make some of these plays.
Doesn't matter what gun you give this man, DCMH is going to frag out with anything, and Dongo will follow up with a magnificent wall bang. Another kill comes out for DCMH. It is just a sea of blue as we're now in a 5-on-2. CSUDH2 clapping back from what just happened a moment ago. I think they've already confirmed this win. Spike is down right outside of that A main hallway, I guess you call it, or A lobby, whatever you prefer it, I suppose. And they've got man odds by such a heavy degree. Like I said, this might be all over in a matter of seconds. Dongo goes out for the wide swing, picks up 1. Kurt the Hooper will find 2 in compensation, but it's not going to be enough to win the round. Chris for the win will just finish it off, and the 7th round win in the favor of CSUDH2, and this will be the last round before the bye, like the main broadcaster person just said. Don't know what to call him. The announcer. That's probably what I call it.
Yeah, the announcer calling it out. And, at points I do say chasing is a little bit overrated. Don't chase for kills when you already know, because that happens. You pick out 2. But, I mean, last round coming in. You're not worried about it. You can go ahead, smack down a few more kills for yourself. And so moving into this last round, I'm expecting Tiffin to try a little bit of an aggressive peak. They do not really have the weapons. And CSUDH Gold coming out with an Odin operator. This is going to hurt.
Oh, Empress ability comes out by Lawn. Wide swings with the Odin, but only picks up 1 kill. That's huge for Tiffin. Gonna stop that reign of terror. Actually, yes, it was. I almost thought I mixed it up. It's been a rough day, Orbital. I think the first game really got me caught lacking at the moment. But
no one would blame you.
honestly, I don't blame me either. But 4-on-4, Still, little undecisive on the side of Tiffin. Maybe they'll go for an A push, maybe a B push. They're still kind of lurking around in the middle area, not completely sure as to what they want to do because it's still pretty evened up right now, especially since they were able to deny such a huge play with that Empress ability by Lon.
Yeah, with the double kill, with the double lockdown plus showstopper, this is going to be kind of messy, no matter what they decide to do, and I think that'll be very entertaining to watch. Again, last round might as well go all the way out. That's the first attacker Killjoy being dropped, and that's actually over on B. So maybe looking to try and dance it out. And I like this bait. They might be able to find a little bit of a pressure. And yeah, Blue Light picks it up. That's the defender kill lockdown taken out.
Wow, what a huge 200 IQ play. Epic Evan able to get the diffuser or spike down, I should say. A 4-on-3 now. Tiffin completely turning this round completely the opposite side. Epic Evan picks up one on the dongle. A 4-on-2 now. And for a minute, I thought CSU was able to hold down the fort, but apparently I'm completely wrong unless a miracle play happens by either Bobic or DCMH, which could be the possible case. This could be a 7-5 split. Blue Light picks up one on a DCMH, and a trade immediately follows up as Raze will find the last blow of round number 12. Jesus. And now we go into round number 13, the second pistol round of Bind.
Yeah, second pistol round, and I mean, last time Tiffin were able to pull it out, this time on the defending side. And I understand that they like to play a little bit slower, which has netted them 5 rounds on the attacking side, so very well respected for them. I just do prefer for pistol rounds, you know, test the limits, press up, and you'll hear me say it over any broadcast. Opening rounds are always fun because you get to test your opponent, really see what they're made of, and if they have kind of the chops to back it up. So if CSU DH Gold pretty much want to check Tiffin in the face, I will be very, very entertained.
Yeah, and I think pistol rounds really give you a great head start for the most part. Got a lot more money to play with, you can buy better weapons, and you force the opposers to just save up completely, which is going to give you a couple of free rounds here and there, but an early gun engagement will pursue. That's going to force Blue Light to fall back and give Showers control in the hands of Tiffin, or pardon, not Tiffin, of CSU. I don't know why I mistaken them for a second time in a row, but Lon picks up one on a Blue Light, finishing off the already weakened player, and now Chris for the win will confirm that plan. CSU have a great position right now. Lon will double down on that factor dongle following suit in just a matter of seconds, Orbital. It's a 1v5. I don't think Kurt the Hooper can do anything about this, to be completely honest with you.
Yeah, that's exactly what you do when you get that opening frag and pistol rounds. You know that it's going to send people into a little bit of a tizzy, and that's just the firing squad dropping a flawless round for CSU DH Gold. I love it, right? You get the opening frag, and immediately you hard push. Right, you know the opponent has to split their attention if they're on the defender side. Cool. Once you drag one, the most disadvantageous situation is a 2-on-2 split once you drop that first member. A good one is actually 3 members were on B. Okay, only 2 are on A. You dropped one. That's now a 5-on-1 situation, and CSU DH Gold took the odds, able to pressure it down, and took a round to win in the opening set. So they should be up 9-5 as they're running the 4 SMGs as well.
Yeah, and a little bit of a miniature, just shorty shotgun, I guess you can call it, the double barrel, but it's actually going to just go away completely. Okay, well, never mind then. I guess I'll have to just not mention that, but what a nice shot by Dongle and Lon. Again, an overwhelming presence by CSU DH2, and they're going to get the plant down just as quickly as they did the round prior. Again, a really hopeless outcome from what it appears to be on the side of Typhon, but it doesn't really matter. They were probably expecting to lose out this round. If they can at least find one in compensation, that could be a nice finishing touch, but that's not going to be the case. Lon with a nice 3K to seal the deal. 9-5, favoring CSU DH2.
Oh man, this is starting to run away, and you know, CSU DH Gold, I've cast them a few times in the past here in the Challengers division, and I will always say this: they will always look better on the attacking side, no matter what. Their defense has a little bit to be desired, but it's gotten cleaner over the season, and now we're just seeing the all-out frontal attack. Right, get a couple picks, run it down. As soon as you find those opening frags. And I mean, they're going to do it once again. Full buy coming out of Typhon along with a judge. So Epic Evan hoping to get in the faces of some opponents.
I mean, it could definitely happen. Maybe a cheeky little teleport here and there could really add to that pressure being applied. And it's not going to be an A-sided rush. This time it will be on the B objective room. Arrow actually able to deny some of that aggression. He picks up the opening frag onto Dongle. Almost a second, but Chris for the win around the corner near Garden will shut him down. Now evening things up again, 4-4. That aggression for once, though, is in fact denied as Raze, Blue Light, and Kurt all find separate frags of their own. And Blue Light will get the final one onto Bobic. For once, Tiffin will deny that heavy aggression. And there we go. 2-1 for the first 3 rounds. It does make a lot of sense because we actually had the side of Tiffin able to use a couple of actually really useful guns that can actually do a fair amount of damage.
Yeah, and I've also seen that trend. You know, you get 2 rounds, you don't want to spend any more econ switching out those SMGs over to rifles, and so you just don't, right? You're running the SMGs still from round 2 or the second round of that half into the full buy from the opponent. So Tiffin University able to collect, and now 9-6. They've stopped that double round count from sitting at 10-5, so giving themselves a little bit extra breathing room.
A lot of stuns come out. Nice shot by Blue Light, though. What a peek coming out by the Jet player. Now repositioning, waiting for that U-Haul approach. This is a great defensive hold so far for Tiffin, able to deny most of this aggression. Arrow, though, will pick up
in the back, and that's just going to be a nice little clean hold. Tiffin University looking pretty happy about this setup here. The spike was planted very quickly on, but CSUDH Gold, I don't think, are able to maintain that advantage. However, if Chris has anything to say about it, this could be very damaging. There goes the turret, and down goes Chris. Raze getting the catch on the mirror, so Tiffin University moving to 9-7. Here in map number 1, they were the ones that, of course, chose Vine, so winning a couple rounds on their map decision has to feel good. And this is going to be moving into the second setup. Big question marks coming out. CSUDH Gold are known as an aggressive squad, like I said, and now you only have really one set of ultimates, and you're still on an econ. So question is, will CSUDH Gold kind of give over this round, or will they not? Again, they can't afford to give, I think, one more in favor of trying to rack up those ultimates and go for a hard push back. Tiffin University so far have done very well in defensive, and this is starting to look like the strongest sword versus the strongest shield here. Of course, that shield does have a couple cracks in those in the weak joints, but they can patch it up before those rounds go out. That might be it. Lon throwing out a couple shots, but he gets dropped. Arrow deciding that is a massive frag, so 5-on-4, push it into the site. They're sold out. This could be an attempt on the back end, though. Epic Evan might be able to find one. Can't find it. Chris able to drop it with that pistol. Feels good to stuff the lurker down. Now with a minute left, they have the opportunity. Bobic going ahead and throwing out a couple spies, and that's immediately going to call the road state over. CSUDH Gold have made the call, but Tiffin University are able to maneuver in time to prep for this engage. E-site already clear. They're not even going to stall. They're just going to hard. So that's an A site, and Blue Light goes ahead, drops Bobic where he stands with a beautiful headshot. Another lurk play on the back. So 3-on-3 here on the site until Raze is able to make it over. Drop some more information with the spike planted. Everyone positioning on the back side of A. Rest of Tiffin trying to hold on. They do have the Blade Storm, but they want to save it for the later. Same with the Empress and DCMH ready to stall off this retake. Nanostorm goes down. Arrow sitting on 1 HP. DCMH on 8 and teleports directly in the middle of them. Feels bad, man. Turning it on. Dongle gets a headshot with that Sheriff. He has been hot and cold, and hot mostly now, but Tiffin University need to get that defused. I don't think he's going to have it. Chris finds the back door. Ray is able to drop, and that's going to be all she wrote. No! 2.37 seconds left. Oh, Tiffin University, one more round until they tie it up. CSUDH Gold, they are sitting at 6-1, and they have to be a little bit worried again. You don't want to be looking to drop any of these rounds in situations where you are trying to prove that you should be one of the top dogs in contention. When everyone is 6-1, it comes down sometimes to that map score. You know, how many maps have you won over your opponent? I believe CSUDH is sitting directly in the middle, so if they take the 2-0 here, they should put themselves in a nice position to either get first or second seed in that playoff after the 9th match as well. So big question marks if they can close this out. Bullet, though, trying to throw down the smoke and realizes that this might be a little bit of an issue. 4 ultimates for Tiffin, ready to utilize in case they have to do the retake. And you can actually see another lurker play. Epic Evan gets dropped. Chris definitely for the win, but Blue Light fires back. The one thus far, 2 down now for Tiffin. This might be a little bit difficult. Attacker Killjoy and Defender's use of double Killjoy lockdowns being utilized as Tiffin goes ahead, lays down 2 more. 3-on-2 after the detains are gone through. No one gets detained. Kurt the Hooper goes ahead. A little bit of a team kill, surprisingly, that is unfortunate. Now on a 2-on-2 situation, CSUDH Gold have to be excited. And again, they can play this out. They can play this out, but Raze has something to say about it. They have to find the last lurker. Omen, DCMH has been the one to cause some problems. That's going to be a fake defuse, and DCMH gets a teleport behind. And that's just not enough time. DCMH gets a shot in the back with a clutch win. DCMH once again coming out MVP of the round. I think he might die. That's going to be the sweep. So no weapons held over those rounds, but still double-digit wins now for CSUDH Gold. 3 more rounds until they emerge victorious here on map number 1. And I mean, congrats to Tiffin University grabbing 8 rounds for themselves here. No disrespect to them because they are still playing. If they are able to take this map, that would be a huge win for them. However, can they stall out the aggression? DCMH going again to Lurker's side. 4-man push straight through mid, and Luan just says, yeah, we're not going to wait around. Opening frag less than 10 seconds in. They're going to follow up with Dongle grabbing one. Following, I believe, the alarm bot through into A side, and no one is there. So a quick plant less than 20 seconds in is going to mean Raze. Gonna find DCMH, so top fragger down, but still 2-on-4. Luan has to be wary. It's gonna be a little bit scary. Turns the corner. Oh, Epic Evan gets a headshot where it counts. Now positioned. And you can see on the backside, Raze and Sky gonna meet, and Bobek has faster trigger finger. 1 man left. Dongle shuts that down, and that is a round win for CSU DH Gold, 11-8 here in the final seconds. Taking a look, you do have DCMH 20 frags here in map number 1. Raze matching that on Tiffin University, 21-12. So these guys battling it out back and forth. I mean, if this is a show, this is a show. So taking a look, looks like a link to B short might be the call. No, once again, trying out that A short to port. This has been the name of the game, and this time Tiffin University might be ready. Sets up a turret and over the wall, Bladestorm, and gets popped for it. Takes a headshot, actually gets Epic Evan killed in the process. That would have been the play of the game if they were able to shut down 2, but that immediately calls out CSUDH Gold rotating over to B. This could be the Seekers being thrown out. Nope, that's just the Wolf. Ooh, Go get still on Kurt. Following through 5 members strong here in the middle of this B site. Following through Luan, trying to hold him off. Tiffin University. Oh, there goes. Luan getting a kill on Arrow. Last member standing. That's going to be Luan grabbing a 3K. Simple kills coming out for a simple round win. 1 round from victory here in the final setup. So CSU DH Gold ready and willing to take this first match for themselves. So hoping to see some pressure moving through. And again, CSUDH Gold have all the weaponry. You're taking a look. Arrow, though, finally coming out with that Vandal. Epic Evan, very sorry. Still sitting with a pistol. Only 2K in his wallet.
Okay.
Finally goes home, man. Welcome back. Welcome back there, fella.
I hate my internet service provider, man. They don't know how to do their jobs. But at least you know how to do your job with casting. I guess I really missed out on a lot these past couple rounds because now we're in match point. This is not looking all that good at the current moment, at least for the players with the 8-round or the 4-round disadvantage. Nice shot by DCMH. This could be all over, and CSUDH2 could just take this first map, as they already have the opening frag and they're beginning to work their way in towards this A bomb site. That C4 comes out, and oh no, another frag by Bobic, the showstopper as well, really just trying to deny this push coming out. Plant being confirmed from that spike. If this rocket fuse does pick up one at the very end, that could be massive. It won't be the case. Grenade follows up, cutting down that choke point as well. This could just be completely over. Like I've already said 3 separate times in a row, that Empress dealing even more damage. 3 on 2, and the site is still firmly in the hands of CSU DH2.
Yes, it is. They are making their way in. Multiple kills going down, and Tiffin University only sitting on Raze, who falls as well. So that will be CSU DH Gold taking map number 1. Making sure that they retain their dominant side and making sure everyone knows that they are still one of the top echelon squads here in the Challengers division.
Yeah, fantastic performance. And from what I was able to hear from you while my internet was just straight up dying, it sounded like you had it under control. So thank you, Orbital. I owe you one. That is, I owe you and Caleb and literally everybody else a big favor. And God, I hope that does not happen again. But I think we'll go into a short little break, just have everyone just repace themselves, ready for map number 2, which I believe is going to be Icebox. And you know what? Actually, wouldn't mind if my internet dies again, because I kind of don't want to cast Icebox. I'm kidding. I'm only kidding, guys. But we'll go into a short little break, and we will return for map number 2.
Hey man, I just can't find a comfortable headset. I mean, I've tried everything. Literally everything.
Jeez, my brother. I got you.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
That is comfortable.
All right. Welcome back, everybody, to NECC. Hope you didn't mind the short little break, but we're returning to the best of three between both Tiffin, and then CSUDH2. We're going to Icebox map number 2, my most beloved map that I cherish ever so much. Tiffin on the defense for the first half, and then the opposite will be the case for CSUDH. And Icebox is a very, and I mean very different map compared to Bind, so maybe we'll see a completely different outcome, to be honest, but I wasn't that entirely surprised about CSUDH2 eventually winning that one out in the end. It may have taken them longer than expected, but they do have a 6-1, or actually, no, it is not a 6-1, 1-6 for Typhon, but CSUDH2 is technically in first place, I believe you mentioned, right, Roberto? Or
they're tied for first against
Yeah.
multiple other people, and so I personally was coming into this looking like it might be 13-5, 13-4 in favor of CSUDH Gold. So for Tiffin to actually come out, grab 8 to 9 rounds in that map, and especially on a map that they themselves chose, I think speaks highly to the quality of these players, that even in the face of adversity, they're able to still make those decisions that put them in that, like, there's a reason they are in Challengers Division here, and the experience is great as well. You're playing against a squad that could literally be the finalists in that in the grand final. So I'm very, very excited. And again, Icebox though, CSUDH Gold, they're the ones that have chosen this map. So Tiffin might be in a world of hurt if they have not practiced this enough. And especially on the defender side, all the momentum could easily go CSUDH Gold's way.
It would make a lot of sense too, because other than the fact that you said that this was their map pick, you also mentioned on map number 1 that CSUDH2 plays a lot better on attack, and Icebox, very attacker favored map, very similar to Coastline or Rainbow Six. Not many of you probably realize that, but me and Scott were talking about that game number 1. And Tiffin, they mostly won the rounds that they had based off of gimmicks like, oh, we're going to go to this site and then completely debate and go the exact opposite one in like 10 seconds, and then they'd win the round just by their overwhelming presence on the bomb site. That was really it. That's all I saw of them. Don't get me wrong. It was really hilarious and honestly amazing how well they executed those plays, but that was really it. They were just there for tricks. It was like I was at the circus watching a bunch of tomfoolery, but I mean, hey, it was still amazing to watch regardless. That was some masterful plays by Tiffin when it did matter, but they cannot get away with those type of plays every single round, which is why they eventually ended up losing.
Yeah, I mean, if you're talking about cheese or anything like that, the little trickery being played, I mean, you got to give it up to Bobik. Bringing out the Sky here, dropping 13-12 in that round and providing so much utility for his team. The Seekers, yeah, were a little bit short-sighted at points. Obviously, we have learned on Bind that you can't really send it from one side to the other. But if those Seekers are able to make an advantage, and if he brings it out here in Icebox as well, I think it'll provide a lot more. Just with the map in general, with the sites a lot closer, you can make that rotate here, and there's a lot less wiggle room that the Seekers have to go to. What he opts to do and what CSUDH will run, we could see an evenly tempered game or a complete stomp one way or another.
Yeah, you mentioned Asian picks like the Sky, very wild card-ish pick. You wouldn't really anticipate that to happen. Viper, another great one. Might be anticipated a little bit more because that buff that I mentioned, but this was the map that I saw her technical debut, at least for me, commentating over her, not so much seeing her just played in general. And she can cut off so many different sight lines and allow for some of the easiest plants I've ever seen. If either one of these teams pick her as a choice, this might be one of the easiest bomb takes you're going to witness in quite a while, especially on Icebox. This could be a complete blowout, and that's basically all I have to say for that. That's just a blowout. Yeah, I can't even stop that much longer with that sentence.
Yeah, something that I've learned, and again, like I said, those agents that are not picked very often, they provide a different utility to the people that play them very often. They notice the nuances, and I think you were talking about Viper there. One of the things with Viper is the vertical climbing with the Viper's pit is much taller than you'd expect. So on B site, where you do have some of those canopies going through some of those containers, right? It actually eclipses some of that. So you still take poison no matter where you go. You can't really hide up above the site either. So if you're on B site or even in A, right, hiding along some of those elevated areas, it causes a lot of problems, right? So like you said, I'm excited to see if Viper can do some work. I'm excited to see if we do see the Sky, or even I want to see some run it backs with the Phoenix, coming out with some cheeky around the wall kills, because there's so many little selections, Icebox here, that I really can't wait to see what the teams bring out.
Yeah, he can curve his firewalls to kind of match the terrain, and seeing the soft pick by Bobic on the Sky, maybe it'll be forced, or locked, I should say, because he did rock it really well, and I am very excited to see a possible Viper pick as well on the defensive side of Tiffin, because like I mentioned earlier, she is a powerhouse on this map, and especially after her very recent buff. I know Caleb was mentioning it. He actually plays this game and knows what he's talking about, even though he is just a general producer. He did say that Viper would most likely come back into the meta. And to be honest, after the display of just overall just perfection with her on this map, I honestly completely agree with him 110%.
And I love that, and this is something that I have drastically always wanted, seeing the meta stay static for 5 different maps is something that no one really wants to see, right? You want to see variety, and when a map can literally draw out a lower tier agent, I think it's doing something good, right? Because it forces diversity, it forces differences, and it forces teams to really sit there and kind of decide what they want to do. You actually saw the Astra hover there from Chris, and I don't think it's going to come out. Instead, it's going to be the Sage hover again. They still have to lock in, and finally we do see the Reyna for Lawn. I want to see some differences. Unfortunately, it's going to be fairly standard once again. Boba going with that Sky. So yeah, we get the Sky again, but the rest of it going to be fairly within the upper realms.
Yeah, sadly no Viper. It was speculated, but didn't actually come out into fruition. But it's okay. Still a very diverse team comp on the side of CSU DH2, and I think the fact that they're rocking double duelists, they might just be able to win a lot of their gunfights early on. This might be, like I said earlier, very attacker favorited setup on Icebox, which could allow for CSU DH2 to gain a lot of those early round wins. And I was kind of, leaning more towards, I think that might actually happen.
Yeah, this is they're only between, and again, going back to statistics, of course, and people get very bored of those, but they do provide some insight. There's only a % difference between the attacker and defender, so not as heavy as Bind, and yet we just saw Bind go very much towards the attacker side, it feels like, right? And again, statistics can be everything, but it comes down to team cohesion. How does your team like to play? How does your team like to infer about certain situations and how you want to play the game? So again, if Tiffin University here on this defending side are able to pull out some clutch plays, maybe they can upset the balance. Maybe they can show that, hey, we're the ones that are ready to go, and we're the ones that are here to play much harder than our opponent.
Yeah, we're not just statistic men. We like to be outliers, I suppose. But wow, a full B-sided push coming out so far by CSU DH2, just stacking everybody up. Abilities being to come out to cover the plant, doing a great job of just that. And wow, that was, like I mentioned, very fast executes into sight. That was really doubling down on that, because now this is hugely in the favor of CSU DH2, especially with Lawn picking up that opening frag onto Kurt the Hooper. This could just be a very slippery slope for Tiffin, as they already look like they're on the back burner of this first round. This could give CSU DH2 such a huge advantage. 4-on-2 now. It really does seem like a hopeless round. There isn't much else that the lone 2 players on the side of Tiffin can really do, and just like that, Bobic from around the corner will pick up the last 2 frags with the classic pistol at hand, and a great start for CSU DH2. I kind of called it.
Yeah, I think you were very right there as well, and this is what I kind of feared, right? A stronger understanding of how to play the map, a stronger understanding of where the weak points in the defense will be. And Tiffin University, you can kind of see right now a 1-1-3 setup with a hard lurk coming out from I believe that is Raze. So I'm a little bit worried, because they're going to start experimenting. I expect the first, 5-6 rounds to be Tiffin University just poking and prodding, finding out where they need to be, what they need to do, as, again, a lot of people might not have a whole lot of experience with Icebox.
CSU, no monkey business, second time in a row. They're going to just completely commit to one of the 2 sites. It's going to be A this time. Fox comes out. Dongo with a nice flick on Epic Evan. Again, that man advantage heavily favoring CSU. They have complete control of site, but what's this? The double shorty comes out by Blue Light. He'll pick up 2, but it doesn't really matter. It only adds insult to a minor injury, a minor cut on the leg, as it's a 2v1 post plan, all up to Kurt. And I don't think he's going to be able to win this one either. We might just see that infamous 2-0 split, which could end up leading to a possible 1-2 split. And Bobic able to cut off Kurt with that blind ability and Spectre to the face. 2-0. CSU DH.
You know what? I don't care whatever happens here. Blue Light just made himself a clip right there. That was
nice, yeah.
That was a very entertaining setup. This is why you check your corners, because it surprised the hell out of CSU DH Gold. The only reason he didn't get more is because he had to reload. Of course, that shorty only has 2 shots, so I love that so much, though. And Mercy having some fun here. You can see once again a split setup. So we're gonna see. It looks like CSU DH Gold have opted to just hard push into this A site once again, and if they can clutch this round, that would be a huge win for them, as they are running 2 shares and a couple SMGs.
Oh no, wrong place at the wrong time. Bobik's gonna mark it off of that, now having a Phantom in his hand, not even having to pay the full price for it. Half off steal deal, Lon finds one for himself as well. Spike now being planted, amazing crosshair placement by Bobik, now a 4-on-2. We actually might break away from the normality of a 1-to-2 split. It might be 3-0. Raze will try to deny that though as he picks up one onto Long, but Dongle clops back with a frag onto Kurt with the Spectre. Now Raze in a 1v3. He's going to just retreat on into the B kitchen area, just trying to wait this out, saving his rifle of the Phantom in a last-ditch attempt to have a little bit of a better weapon to play with on this 4th round, and that, for the most part, Orbital is the smarter play.
Yeah, I also love the fact that I'm just seeing Dongle run around looking for a rifle. Had the SMG for a while, just literally running around A site like, where's the gun? Where's the gun? Where's the gun? That's a couple shots going out as Raze goes ahead and snipes on DCMH, so that's going to be a nice little outer frag. Question is, can he pick up 1 or 2 more?
I don't think he will. He's completely retreating, but you know what? He found 1 in compensation. I think that's just enough. 2 obviously would have been nice, but, you know, it's like making lemons out of lemonade. Sometimes you just don't know how to peel a lemon. It happens. But now, 3-0, favoring CSU DH2. They are doing quite well. Maybe we'll see a little bit of a clap back by Tiffin. It would not be that surprising to me, but the question is, when is that clap back actually going to occur? Because if it doesn't happen for a while, CSU could gain a huge advantage that might lead to them winning the entire best of 3, because they're already 1 on bind.
Yeah, and this one also I feel is going to be very much CSU DH's gold. Again, you're taking a look, 3 shares, a small ghost, I believe, and a vandal. Not going to be doing too much.
Already, though, nice pick by DCMH. I mean, again, complete control of site. They're basically uncontested. There's a small flank coming out by the Killjoy player of Kurt the Hooper, but DCMH is just right there to stop it before it even becomes a problem. And now a 5-on-1 as Lon, Chris, and now Dongle all find kills of their own. A flawless round, 4-0 for CSU DH2. It doesn't matter what Tiffin tries to do to stop this push. It simply is inevitable.
Oh man, Blue Light has the highlight and then the low light right after. It's so unfortunate that we were watching Blue Light at that point. Shot 4 blades out with a blade storm and just couldn't connect with any of them. And that has to show some nerves, right? You're sitting here on CSU DH Gold's map choice, and you are down 4-0 already. You got to be making something happen. And this is going to be, I think, the first full buy versus full buy here. All rifles and armor prepped and waiting, but so much more econ sitting in CSU DH's gold side.
I mean, even when CSU didn't full buy against Tiffin's full buy, they still won it, so I'm not even that hopeful for them. A refrag will come out. Arrow and Blue Light will make me eat my own words. Chris for the win, though, will still try to give me the statistic of having CSU dominating. Now with 3-on-3, stuns and hawks being tossed all over the place, along with the ultimate by Bobik, but it doesn't matter. Epic Evan wins the fight. Now with 3-on-2, but 3-on-1, as it doesn't really matter. Dongle will pick up 1 on an Epic Evan. It's just Raze locked out of sight as he tries to make this clutch happen. He'll pick up 1 on the Dongle, still having to find 2 more kills, and that recon arrow doing literally nothing to help him with the intel game. He spots the head of another, though. Massive frag. Can he find the third? He'll do just the first round win, favoring Tiffin from a masterful clutch by Raze.
Oh, the man saves and saves again. First it was gun, now it's a round. Maybe an ace coming out later on in this match. Very well done. Again, just playing some, maybe accumulating some experience here, but a round win is still going to feel good. Problem being is this is still a full buy from CSU DH Gold. Taking a look at the weaponry and the utility that Tiffin University are going to have, it looks like they're kind of stalling, and sitting and looking, gonna have to run the SMGs that they want to make this a little bit more powerful round. Yeah, rocking 2 with the Bulldog as well. So kind of rough for them, even though they won that round.
Yeah, a very wide variety of weaponry might not be the best idea. I mean, at least having 2 fully bought out players is better than none, I suppose. Great intel being gathered by Raze, but since it's so early into the round, it really doesn't matter because they're already assuming that the B push will come out. That's exactly the case. Dongle, nice shot on an arrow. Hunter's Fury comes out trying to deny the plant. It won't do that. He doesn't find anybody with the first 2 and all 3 shots. What a blunder with that ultimate, but it doesn't matter because Blue Light and Kurt the Hooper will make up for it with their mechanical skill. A 2v4, 1v4 as Blue Light finds 3, but Chris will finally shut him down. But it doesn't matter because Raze will return the favor, and now 2-4 will be the new scoreline with Tiffin still down by 2 of those rounds.
Oh, but that has to feel good. No matter what,
yeah.
You just took 2 rounds in a row, and you know you're starting to hurt the pockets. Not as much as you'd hope, right? But still, you're slowly chipping away. That bank is not going to last forever. And now you're sitting at 3 ultimates each. Yes, the resurrection is still in play by CSUDH's by CSUDH. So it's still a possibility that if you get into a 1-on-1 or 2-on-2 firefight, that is actually disadvantageous for yourself. But if they can continue this momentum of finding these picks and possibly just going for the retake advantages, they will be in a good position to close this into a possible tying setup.
The ult economy is a little bit better as well on the side of Tiffin because Kurt is 1 kill away from getting his ultimate. Dongle will get the opening frag though. Great entry onto his doppelganger of Blue Light, returning the favor from the previous round. Now in a 4-on-4 as Epic Evan will refrag, and this A-sided push will not be able to be denied for that much longer. Kurt the Hooper though, picking up 1. He won't be able to use his ultimate this round as he will get refragged almost immediately by Chris for the win. And now a 1v3 again for Raze. We won't see any bit of a repeat of history as he will be denied of that 1v3 clutch by Lon. That's going to be the 5th round win in the favor of CSUDH2. It's not going to be a 3rd round win in a row for Tiffin.
Nah, and Lon, making sure I understand that that's his name, not anything else, getting that last frag on the Raze. The one that we have so far had to keep our eye on, because again, it seems that he's showing up and stepping up at random points, taking a step, maybe the step's a little bit creaky, but so far so good. And I want to see him be able to continue this because, again, at this point, it's all about the learning experience. It's all about trying to gain as much experience as you can against some of these upper tier teams.
Yeah, it really is somewhat of a great performance still for Tiffin because they have been able to get some really nice clutches and plays. That double super shorty kill, but oh no, it's just, I don't even have time to commentate as to what's happening. Bobik picks up 2 along with the entry frag by the Jet player again. A 5-on-2 already. It's the same as a scoreline orbital. I mean, we barely have any time to dissect the round, and just like that, there's complete control of the A-bomb site by CSUDH, locking out Tiffin from any possible hope of a win. Lon from behind will pick off Kurt the Hooper. Now a 1v5 for the lone player of Raze on the Sova. He could try to find one on the lawn. He's very low, but Bobik around the corner from the A-bomb site will pick up that 3K for himself, and 6-2 will be the new scoreline favoring CSUDH.
They're finding their groove, fellow. They are finding their groove to a strong extent, and consistency is key, right? Being able to consistently do a fast push in that scenario and force Tiffin into trying to guess where some opponents are going to peek out of. That was, I believe, 3 rounds in a row going towards A. Now they might be able to swap it up and catch, because again, this lurk from Raze is actually going to get punished so hard if he's not careful.
Yeah, Tiffin's just like, oh my god, they're pushing A, we need to counteract it. And now we're going to see a mostly B-sided take. They are playing mind games right now against them. Ultimate by Killjoy comes out in the smack dab middle, right in between B, but it doesn't really look like it's going to find anybody. Lon with a nice shot destroys the detainment ability. Blue Light with a nice refrag, but it might be a fruitless one. He'll pick up another for himself, but he's all by his lonesome against a whole load of Vandals / AKs, and Bobik will find a crisp headshot to make it a 7th round favoring CSUDH. Another impactless set of kills, to say the least. And
I have... All right, so I disliked that Killjoy lockdown right there. Usually on the defender side, I prefer to see it a lot of the time used on the defensive retake, right? That gives you time to actually get into the site. Dropping it that quickly when you don't have any positional advantage means that it gets taken out very quickly. And you actually draw your allies in because you're trying to defend that lockdown. It ended in them faltering, so maybe hold off if you're planning to use that lockdown. Wait until the site is taken and then try for it.
Fox comes out. Maybe it can spot one, disorienting them for a little while. That might be the case. A lot of intel not going to be gathered, but another beautiful shot by Dongle. Man, he is in the zone right now. Another great entry that could possibly allow this A bomb site to be taken so much earlier than anticipated. Dongle with a second. Can he make it a third as he swings around the corner towards the back stairwell? It won't be the case as Raze will pick up one, but a trade will pursue as Bobik will finish off the Sofa player. Plant now down with that spike in a 3-on-2. Arrow will get one. DCMH from above, though, will get the last 2 kills of round number 10, and it will be 8-2. Only 2 rounds left, Orbital, until we go into that second half. And right now, CSU DH2 looks unstoppable.
Unstoppable indeed. They've been sitting on a lot of these ultimates for the past couple of rounds. And I mean, the Blade Storm hasn't really come out. The Resurrection has not been freaking touched at all, which I think just speaks volume to their confidence, right? They don't feel that they need to use it. And I wouldn't be surprised if the Sage, if Chris never ults this entire, even in this first half, right? Just don't worry about it at all. But that is going to be, once again, a 2-3 this time. So completely leaving mid open and undefended. Dongle just clutching up with those first shots.
God, again, Dongle with an insane shot. Arrow will get one on a Bobik, but Chris will just clap back. Now a 3 or 2-on-2 as Blue with another massive 2K, but this time it's not the super shorty, it's the Bulldog. That will slow down the push for a little while longer, leading to the A bomb site, but DCMH is having none of that funny business. We won't see a 3K, and we will instead see a 1v2 possible clutch scenario for Raze. Whips out Hunter's Fury. Could he deny the plant? Lawn playing a game of dodge the arrows, and he will work it out perfectly. Now Raze has to go in for the frags with the Spectre. He has health advantage, which will allow him to get 1 kill. Can he find 2, though? No, he won't! He checks the wrong corner, and that'll be a 9th round win favoring CSUDH. 1 round away before we see the second pistol round, Orbital.
Man, just Raze so far has been towing the line between glory and death so many times this far. Like, he has always been in that position. It's just getting that last little step, right? Stepping over the finish line in those scenarios. So, I mean, big props to him for being able to clutch it up and even get those frags. So, very well done. Tiffin, of course, still down multiple rounds. And maybe on the attacking side, they'll have a little bit better time. But CSUDH Gold, so far, running the show and primed and ready to push themselves to a 10-round win at the start of this first half.
Oh, yeah, you never want to see a full blowout. DCAMH will pick up 2, though, and it might be a blowout, Orbital, as it's already a 5-on-2, and the plant in the middle of that A bomb site is most likely going to go down. They just have to finish off Kurt the Hooper. That's exactly what happens, and now another clutchable situation that we see Raze being put into by his teammates and adding even more to the mix. It'll be a revive by Chris for the win, a 5-on-1. I mean, hey, eventually he used it, right, Orbital? But this is definitely overkill, to say the least, as now Raze is very, and I mean very, unlikely to win this.
I mean, might as well. You got the currency in your pocket. You know it's going away next round. Might as well. And this is going to be, that hurts. Dongle picks up the last one. And I mean, so far, CSUDH Gold, I think that entire mentality, I forgot to mention it, it was very well thought out to the fact that, hey, you always put Raze on the lurking side. Don't even push that side anymore. We know that the 4 that you send over to A are much weaker in that regard. So why not just pressure the entire time? Don't take the chance of letting Raze get 1 or 2 frags off. And they just completely negate it. So very well done by CSUDH Gold. They put themselves 3 rounds from victory. And Tiffin University are forced into the conductor's position with their orchestra not playing to their tune.
Yeah, it just... I really am worried about Tiffin. They're down 8 rounds right now. And if 3 more in a row are won by CSUDH, then they just take the entire best of 3. We won't see map number 3 on split. It's just gonna be over. That's basically how to put it. first minute and a half on the board now. We're seeing a somewhat A-sided push. It'll be denied by DCMH. A great opening frag for his team. And already this is going to start slowing down that aggressive standpoint that we've seen Tiffin so comfortable with. Dongle picks up one for himself as well. Epic Evan will try to refrag, but in a last-ditch attempt, it will not be enough. Chris for the win with 2 nice ending frags. 11-2, the new scoreline. Make it 2 rounds away from match point Orbital.
And I have to say,
yeah.
10-2 is probably the worst score you can sit at. Because going into the second half, you know whoever wins that pistol round is going to probably get the second one for free, right? That's immediately setting you at 12-2 without so much as an attempt to fight back. So I have to say that is just kind of the nail in the coffin there. So CSUDH Gold going ahead, grabbing a couple, and you can actually see that's going to be the Marshals coming out. So I believe, yeah, CSUDH actually opting for that, and then Tiffin University actually going for the SMGs.
That was a great angle there by DCMH. It's not going to work out, but at least he'll hit his shots through right underneath that tunnel/tube area from the B mid area. 2v4, make it 1v4 now. This is still not looking good for Tiffin as Bobic just around the corner will find a third for himself. I mean, my God, Orbital, we might just see this map come to an end. We're on the possible last round. Tiffin has to win 10 in a row at the very least to even up the scoreline, and after that, they're still not determined winners of the second map.
No, and DCMH straight up going, yeah, we'll do the third round to Odin. I have no problem with that. So he's going to sit there, and even Blue Light still kind of hesitating. Doesn't have the Bladestorm available, so this is just 3 SMGs, 4, 5, there you go, and light armor across the board. This is, yeah, this is, I have nothing else to comment.
Honestly, I don't blame you, man. DCMH, he's getting a little frisky with that Odin, but it's going to be Lawn to find the opening frag. Doesn't really matter, though. Regardless, CSUDH comes out on top. 5-on-2 already. I think Tiffin has just given up at this point. The Odin finally doing some work on an arrow. It's just one player left of Killjoy, and I don't think she has this one in the bag. Nope, not at all whatsoever. GG's in the chat. A well-deserved victory for CSUDH, and they will be the gatekeepers against Tiffin's possibility of making it to the playoffs for Valorant.
Yeah, that is that hurts a lot, but again, there's always next season, right? You always have the opportunity to make it work, and again, there were some bright lights, right? Blue Light coming out with a couple very nice flicks and frags. Same with Raze. The lurking play with the Sova actually does very well. Maybe tailor him to a different agent, maybe give him some more opportunities. But still, some shining lights here for Tiffin, and just CSUDH Gold, though, coming out with some smackdown and very even across the board. Only 2 kills separated their top fragger from their bottom fragger, and that feels great, right? Being able to know that these guys, anyone can step up at any one point and be able to carry their match. So very well done, and a very, very well-deserved 2-0.
Yeah, I completely agree. It was nice to see everyone chip in at the very last where it mattered most. Great way to finish off the best of 3, not even going to map number 3. And that was one of the fastest games I've seen in quite a while for Valorant, except for my 13-0 and 13-1, which was won by a knife fight. And actually, they were 26-1 and 26-0 now that I mention it. Wow, that sounds really horrible out loud. But, you know, we're going to end it off here. We'll go into game number 3, technically, with a whole brand new set of commentators. And I've been Fellow, joined by Orbital this time, and we hope you all have a great rest of your evening and to catch up for the next match after this one.
Hey man, I just can't find a comfortable headset. I mean, I've tried everything. Literally everything.
Jeez, my brother. I got you.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
That is comfortable. Hey man, I just can't find a comfortable headset. I mean, I've tried everything. Literally everything.
Jeez, my brother. I got you.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
That is comfortable.
What is going on, everybody, and welcome to more Week 8 NECC Valorant. I am Septilence, joined here by Coach Jim, and it is going to be UBCO up against Boise State.
Sorry, Septilence, I had a glitch in your video. I didn't know if you were going to say more there.
Oh, no, sorry about that.
No, glitch in the video. Second week in a row on a Valorant night that I had a problem. Last week it was my producer not telling me that my mic was hot while me and my co-host, co-anchor, co-caster were talking about something very much so had nothing to do with the game. So, Septilence, how are you doing tonight?
I'm doing all right. I'm having a good night. I'm excited to be here for some more Valorant. I almost prefer these 11 p.m. slots as I get to have a little bit more fun with it, and I get to close out the night, so I always have a good time here.
Oh, yeah. The late slot's always fun. It's like the late show. You know, it's like old school Letterman back in the day.
Absolutely. How are you doing tonight, Jim?
Not bad. I would have been better. My Peacock Overwatch team had a rescheduled match tonight, and it didn't go very well. Did not go well. But we're 6-1 on the season, and we're okay with that. So we'll deal with the rest of it later. But tonight, UBCO in Boise State, and it's gonna be a fun one.
Oh, absolutely. And I'm very excited because we're actually getting our second map of the night tonight. It's going to be Icebox, which I'm really excited about because I've cast a pretty chunky amount of matchups coming through, and this is the first time I've actually ever cast Icebox.
Icebox was actually one of the first maps I ever cast on Valorant. Me and our producer, Caleb Glube, in the finals in the fall for Valorant, it was the final map of the night. I think it was about 3 a.m. East Coast time.
Wow.
And it was crazy. And it ended on Icebox, and it was the first, I think it was like the first time Icebox was legal as a map. It was crazy. And it went the distance. I believe it actually went 3 extra rounds. It went the distance.
Yeah.
But I love Icebox. I love it. I love that the 2 points are so different.
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely.
I know. I think it's a huge, because it's also the most vertical map by a notable margin. Nobody's going to be disagreeing with that. So it just brings this whole new kind of third dimension or fourth dimension to the game that you don't really get on a lot of the other maps.
Yeah. So no, it's one of my favorites. Plus you don't see it a lot. It's not Bind. It's not Ascent. You're not seeing it every night again and again and again. It gives you something a little bit different to do, and because of that, you also see some different agents. Just because there's a lot of ways you can play it. A lot of ways you can play it.
Yeah, absolutely. My favorite thing about tonight in general is we aren't seeing Ascent. That's kind of a map we see very often. I always talk about that's kind of the face of Valorant, so to speak, in terms of map. But tonight it's Bind and Icebox, and if we go to a third, it's Split. So that's pretty good win, at least in my book.
2 out of 3, baby. 2 out of 3. We had some fun names tonight too, as we're looking at the agent choices here. Zeke, pretty standard, but Jazake, that one's a fun one. Jabald, Veagar, and at the bottom there are Symbols. Try to figure out that one. We all just call them Symbols. On the other side for Okanagan, Saucy, Splendor, Kurt, Sir Fear, and Silvern. So going to be some fun stuff tonight. I've called both of these teams not against each other, but individually. Septilence, have you called these teams this year?
I actually have not called UBCO in the Valorant. I called them in Overwatch, actually, I think last week or the week before, but this is my first time seeing them here in Valorant, and I think I've cast Boise State one time a couple of weeks ago, so because their names definitely look familiar.
Oh, yeah, no, they're both fun teams. They both go out, get after it. Gonna be a lot of blood on the ground here. I can tell you that one.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see the comps they're going to be bringing out. I'm also excited to see that Omen coming out. I feel like we're seeing him kind of less and less as the weeks go on, but I'm excited to see him back in the swing of things. And of course, we could talk about Cypher, how he utilizes that defense so much stronger than the offense. And it looks like neither team is going to look to use that Killjoy. They're both going to go for that Cypher pick.
And I prefer the Cypher over the Killjoy. I really
agree.
do. I think there's a little bit more movement involved with Cypher. Killjoy can sometimes be a little bit static.
Yeah, I feel like Cypher as well, he can kind of utilize a point on his lonesome, and I feel like Killjoy, she's just a little bit lacking in the kit department where it comes to doing that. She kind of has to play with one, maybe even 2 other people on point, where Cypher can cover an entire point with his kit, which is obviously huge.
Oh, yeah. But here we go, pistol round. Take it away,
pistol round. It's pistol round, my least favorite round in the game, as a lot of people know. I just think it's kind of boring. Only so much can happen with it, honestly. I feel like people don't really get to utilize their kids or performances very well in this starting round. So it comes down to how much do you want to commit? Do you just go with the classics and hold on? Do you move in as a group? Do you look for a flank? Do you use, XYZ of your abilities? And usually this kind of sets a precedent, at least for the first couple of rounds. So I'm excited to see which of these teams is really going to crack this fight open.
You see, I'm the other way. I love the pistol round. Everybody is on the same footing. You don't. There's no economy to worry about. Everybody has roughly the same. So I love to see it.
Yeah, I perhaps just don't like it because of the pistols. I feel like there's so many weapons in the game that are to offer. Maybe starting everybody off with a Vandal or something a little more fascinating might make me more interested. But of course, I've seen some pretty amazing pop-offs in these pistol rounds as well, so I don't want to talk too poorly on them. I've seen aces before in the pistol round, which have always blown my mind. And now we're going to see Kurt going in through showers. They're not going to be able to find much, and it's going to be a little bit of a slow burn there. We saw that owl drone come through from Sova, and then not much afterward. Just a very slow burn coming from all 10 players. Nobody wants to peek a corner and get their head taken off, so it's just a lot of patience, a lot of slow burn for the time being.
I see some frenzies on the side of Okanagan. I like the frenzy a lot. I think
agree.
you could be a little bit off with your aim, and the frenzy is going to help you out there. The other one I like, which nobody has at the moment, is the sheriff. Nobody opting for the sheriff, so going to be interesting.
Yeah, no, I'm also a big fan of the sheriff. I think it's a lot of fun, but I always say with the sheriff, it's kind of one shot, one opportunity to land a bullet, and then you kind of get your head taken off. But in the pistol round, that may be a little bit different because everybody's kind of rocking those lighter guns. We see Zeke, they're going to find that first blood there. Surfier gone, Saucy taken out, Live A as well, and it looks like it's going to be a lot of aggression coming out very quickly from the defending team, so some great value coming out from Boise State very early on. It looks like things are just going to instantaneously collapse on top of them.
Splendor able to get 2 back, though. Let's see what they can do here.
Oh, there it is.
The answer is nothing.
Duval able to pick it up. Good turnaround there.
I wish I would have had time there. You kind of set me up for a really great old reference. And if you just had one shot, one chance, one opportunity, would you take it or would you let it slip?
Their palms, I'm sure, are quite sweaty.
There it is. There it is.
Sorry, I was trying to pull something up on my other monitor. I got a little bit mixed up there, but I did misspeak a little bit. Boise is actually on the defense, I believe. Let me triple check on that.
Okanagan's on defense.
Yes.
No, Okanagan's on offense. My apologies.
Yeah,
Man,
Boise
the colors get me every time.
Yeah, no, they're getting me mixed up. They're getting me mixed up a little bit, but
yeah,
it looks like we are going to see Boise on that defense to start off, and I'm very excited to see if they can get some great defense coming through, because I really want to see Silvern pop off on this Astra, right? So not only is this the first Icebox that I'm casting, this is the first Astra that I'm casting, so I'm really excited to see both those things come out tonight, but Jabal going to find that kill straight away onto Splendor and flip the numbers instantaneously. 2 more eliminations coming through. There's the Astra. It is going to be just, okay, never mind. It's just a flawless round. Jabal finding a 3K with the Spectre, able to just clean things up in the blink of an eye.
Man, and that's going to kind of hurt the economy. Really good right now for Boise early on. Now, you get a flawless right there. It's just going to do a lot for the economy. And as you look, yeah, it's Vandals and Phantoms on the side of Okanagan, but they are broke. Dead broke.
Yeah.
Me before payday broke.
It is a full commitment coming through here, as they're going to kind of commit every single thing they had online or they had available to get this kit. And like you said, they are flat busted, broke 3 of them sitting at 0 credits. So that is going to be, this is just such a huge commitment. If they lose this round, that's going to be nothing short of a disaster.
So here we go. Ooh.
That's not going to be good at all. Jazz able to pick up Kurt straight away, so all of a sudden he's going to be taken offline in that breach, not able to get the value. Going to be committing the Owl Drone as well, trying to get a little bit more recon. And the Ray is Saucy just hiding around the corner, probably going to dismiss it before it even gets, anything off there. So still a 5v4 in favor of Boise on that defense, with the offense burning very slow. They're trying not to poke any more corners after Kurt paid the price very early on.
And corners is, oh man, I mean, it's the whole game. Corners is the way the game is played. It's unfortunately, because if your team can't get around the corners, then you're not going to be able to do much.
Yeah, I feel like a broken record when I'm casting Valorant, because I'm always check your corners, but people make that same mistake every single week. So it's like, you really got to keep saying it until it's driven into their heads. We've seen so many people fall to these not checking their corners, and realistically a 4v5 is a winnable situation, but you're realistically running out of time. Now you've got to be a little more worried about the timer than you do eliminating the opponents.
A little bit.
Now you see Jabal is able to find Surfear. 30 seconds left on the clock. Silverin finds one on the Astra, able to take out the Raze there with that headshot. So it's going to be a little bit of value at 3v4, but Vey is going to be able to find Saucy straight away now. 2v4, you've got the spike planted, but the clock is ticking and you are outnumbered. You are surrounded. Zeke finds Splendor, and there goes Astra as well. Silverin taken out by Zeke. A phenomenal turnaround with the Spectre. Going to be able to pick up a Phantom at the end of the round as well.
Boise State doing work here. And you look, 2 members of Boise State have not died yet. You know,
that's kind of wild.
Kind of wild, but I mean, we're talking about economy. If you can survive, you deny gold or you deny cash. What is it? Credits? What is the
credits?
Credits. I play too many games. I coach too many games.
Oh, I feel that.
You deny credits to the opposing team. We're going to get a weird buy out of Okanagan on this one. However, my favorite weapon in the game going to get picked up there by Splendor.
I was gonna guess it's going to be the Bucky, but no.
They went back to it. They went back to it.
Oh, all right. Looks like a mild change of plans, but no, back onto a frenzy, so they the full everybody's sticking to it. Surfear is going to pick up an SMG here in an attempt to get a little bit more bullet fire. They go for the frenzies to find some damage. A great flash comes through. Splendor finds Jazz, and I think that's the first time we've seen a first blood coming out for UBCO. I think every other time we've really seen them struggle in terms of pushing in, but this is going to be a great turnaround for them starting forward. They can push into a 4v5. No. 3v5, so Surfear is able to find base, or just immediately there's going to be a huge turnaround because this is a short buy. This is essentially a thrifty round for them, so it's going to be nothing short of massive if they're able to turn this one around.
And they need it too. They 100% need this one.
Spike down A.
Yeah, and it looks like we're going to see Jabal is going to be able to find Saucy, but now the Astra taking a lot of damage in the process. Not quite taken out, but nearly there. And it's going to be a 3v4 with the Astra. Just 1 bullet, maybe 2 bullets from death, so very close to a 3v3. They still have the spike. The Jet has that Blade Storm online, but I don't think she's going to be using it this round, perhaps committing it within these upcoming rounds. Probably next round if they lose this one, to be honest. But right now it's going to be Symbols putting up that Cyber Gate, trying to get some value, but the spike going to be planted once again. Trying to get any kind of recon. He lands the bolt, and now he's going to have a little bit of information on where people are for just a brief moment.
And it gets quiet. Everybody waiting for something to happen here. Jabal, oh, there it was.
Yeah, Jabal, just that patient game, that slow game, even committing the showstopper here. Not going to be able to find anything, but cleans up a kill onto Silver in the process, looking for a 4K, committing the paint shells early on. Going to find the bullet into Kurt. That's going to be a 4K, plenty of time to defuse the spike. And just when things get close, I mean, it is just Boise State's world, and UBCO is unfortunate enough to be living in it right now.
Jabal 9-1 already. 9-1 in 4 rounds. Come on.
Yeah, that is nothing short of wild. Honestly, that is quite insane. We talked early on, you know, we expect these players to be bringing their absolute best, and Jabal doing just that, only dying a single time. 9-1 is nothing short of insane. Currently, the most eliminations in lobby by 4. The closest is going to be Zeke, their own teammate, with 5. So, I mean, this is just, like I said, Boise State's world right now.
Well, and let's take a look. I mean, every round has been a full team clear. Okanagan, 4 deaths on everyone. You got to survive. Just the economies alone. And you see Vandals across the board for Okanagan. It's a really, really big round for them. They need something here. And you see it op on the side of Jazuke there for Boise State. You know, big weapons on the side of Boise State.
Yeah, I mean, they've got the credits to do it, right? Even if they die in this round, they'll have plenty to buy in the next round. And we see a lot of aggression coming out in terms of ultimates coming out, in particular from UBCO. We see a couple getting ready from Boise State, but they're not quite here yet. So UBCO, they've got a lot to work with. If they can utilize these ultimates appropriately, they can use them to push into point, but it looks like they're going to go for that dry push instead, leaving their ultimates perhaps until the next round.
Get a look at the abilities here on the Astra.
Yeah, that's nice. Exciting.
An interesting look at the map from up top.
Yeah, I feel like Valorant in particular, you don't get to see that very often. Because like I said, not a lot of maps rely on being very vertical or being very high up. So you don't get to see a lot of the map from this beautiful angle that Silverin has offered us quite a few times. And now going to be pushing in. This firefight is slow burn, but it's going to come as soon as these clouds clear up. Going to go for the spike plant. Silverin trying to get any kind of damage, but Symbols ready to peek this, trying to find any kind of value. Going to be able to find one, take out Splendor straight away. A 4v5, looking to find Silverin, but Saucy able to find Jabal in the mix-up there at 3v5 in favor of Boise State all day long. Jazuke is going to pick up that first operator kill onto Silverin, and it looks like they is going to be able to find Surfear in the back. This could be another flawless round. Oh, and it's going to be.
And let me tell you, you called it out earlier. Cypher has the ability to hold a point by themselves. And that is exactly what Symbols did there. Bought time for the entire... What's up?
A team ace. Everybody got 1 kill. How exciting.
Oh, nice. And I wasn't even paying attention to that. But no, as we were talking about, Cypher able to hold point by themselves and Symbol's able to delay long enough for the entire team to rotate across. And with the rotation, it was just really easy to retake. It was a really easy retake there. They had all the vision they could have possibly wanted. They knew where everyone was, and just took them down in order.
Yeah, it was a slow burn, like that teammate said. You know, each of them got one kill. They played slow, they played strategically, and now, I mean, they're 2 rounds away from a guaranteed advantage going into halftime. They only need to have 7 points to have that extra point over the opposing team, and that's assuming that UBCO comes out and wins 5 rounds in a row after that. So we're really gonna have to see some quick changes coming up because Boise State, I mean, they're hardly even dying. In total, they have what, 7 eliminations on their side? That's
7.
Or 7 deaths, sorry, not elimination. So they've died 7 times in total. Everybody on the side of UBCO has died 5 times.
Yep. And no buy from Splinter this round. I think this is going to be their use of their ultimate here. Yep.
Yeah.
Blade Storm is up.
They're hesitating on that Blade Storm, trying to find even 1 kill, and theoretically it's worth it, especially because you're up in the numbers. It's currently a 5v4. If the Jet can make it a 5v3, that'll be so much more important, so much more valuable moving into the fight. Now, looks like Saucy's going to be trying to find something, but the Hunter's Fury coming out instead from Jazake. A little bit of a confusing ultimate, but a good one to clear the point nonetheless. Looks like it's not going to be able to get any kills, but a little bit of information for the team. They know everybody's going to be on B, and it looks like we're going to see that slow push come through. Now we just have to wait for that patience all over again until somebody draws that secondary blood. And there it is. Zeke's going to be able to pick up Kurt. Veagar is going to be able to find Splinter as well, and it's going to be constant matchup. Symbols with the patience. Just put Saucy to sleep there. A great bullet to the back of the head. Now, 1 enemy left. This could technically be another flawless, but as Raze did in fact die, I don't think it necessarily counts. However, they are not dropping around anytime soon. This is going to be 6-0.
And once again, we talk about it. Okanagan having a rough time. 6 deaths on every member in 6 rounds. Nobody's staying alive. And the economy in shambles.
Yeah, they're definitely not coming out on top of these matchups quite yet, and I think that may be in part to they've been sitting on 2 of these ultimates. They've been sitting on the Breach and Cypher ultimate for a decent while now, and it looks like they have you. Now they've got that showstopper online coming out from Saucy on the Raze, but you've got to commit them or those ultimates are useless. Like, it's as simple as that sounds. Like, you've got to use them at one point or another.
You know, and they keep going to B, and that's where Cypher's been, and I would go away from Cypher. He's doing too much. I would go away from him. Something I'm looking at though, look at Splinter's ping. I'm trying to figure out what if they have some kind of computer issue at the moment because they got 3-digit ping. It was at 250 a moment ago.
Yeah, no, we do see that happen occasionally with these players. Yeah, currently sitting at 152, and everybody else around that 50, 60, maybe even 40 mark. So maybe that is part of the reason they're not able to perform so well. This may be an essential 4v5 the entire time because Splinter now at 200 ping. So this is, yeah, a bit of a disaster. That's a great catch there. Now relying on the shotguns, probably just trying that spray and pray strategy. Is 108 milliseconds to respond is a long time.
Hey, let's be honest though, the Bucky is something wonderful when you make it work.
Absolutely. I could not agree more. I love the shotguns in this game. As unpopular of an opinion as that may be, I think they're hysterical to get kills with, the Shorty in particular, and great accuracy from Surfear. They're just 1 bullet from the Sheriff to the head, and like I said earlier, I'm such a fan of that gun, but you realistically have 1 chance to get a kill, and if you don't find it, you pay for it with your life, as Jessica will find Surfear. That's going to be a 7th round in a row win for Boise State. This is just an incredibly dominant performance so far.
You know, as a coach, we talk about all the time, something that people talked about in Counter-Strike for years that now we talk about in Valorant. If you're going to slow peek a corner like that, you have to make sure that you slow peek on the side your weapon is on. His weapon is on the right side, and you can swap, not in-game, but you can swap which side your weapon's on depending on which corner you're coming around more often. But the weapon was on the right side, and the weapon didn't clear the wall, and they had vision of him before he had vision of them, and it showed. I don't even think they got a shot off.
No, I don't think there was a single bullet coming out there. And I wholeheartedly agree with what you said. You can swap the gun, or sorry, the hand that the gun is being held in. You can give yourself not necessarily a peeker's advantage, but a little bit more time to react, because he just got his head taken clean off there. There was just no reaction time able to come through, no matter how fast he clicked that left mouse. It was far too late. He had peeked much earlier than he may have assumed. And that operator from Jazake, what is this? The 4th round it's been online. So I don't think they've been taken out even. At time we're still looking at 9 deaths on the side of Boise, and right now everybody on the side of UBCO is at 7.
Yep.
It's again just one of those slow
Splinter
burns.
figured out their internet problem.
That's good. Better late than never, right?
Better late than never. What's interesting is that Splinter had that problem. They're still on the top of the board for Okanagan.
Yeah, and I don't know if that's a good thing for Splinter or a bad thing for the remaining players on UBCO that your top fragger was the one at 300 ping, but now able to find Jessica. I talked about, they haven't gotten rid of the operator 4 rounds, and Splinter said, hey, okay, we'll watch this, and just took his head clean off there in the back line. The operator now down for the time being. I was going to say they had the numbers advantage, but Splinter got a little bit too aggressive there with that new internet. Symbols able to find one, looking to find a second, but no, it's going to be Silver and able to pick up Symbols here in the mix-up, and now Jabald going to tie things up onto Saucy. Going to be a 3v3, but Curtin has taken quite a lot of damage. The Breach is hanging out around half health, no healer online. A 3v3, but a definite health advantage in favor of Boise State.
Omen coming in the backside.
Oh, the showstopper from Jabald. Silver and Kurt both find kills. Here comes the showstopper. Jabald able to pick up Surf here, but no, it's going to be Silver, and with the 3K able to secure the first round victory here for UBCO.
That's huge. Huge round there from Okanagan. Got them some much needed cash. However, everyone on Boise State's still flush. It's going to be full buy, of course.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you might as well, right? Even if you lose a round, you've got plenty of credits to come through with, and possibly, I was going to say, maybe even going to commit that operator again, but I'm really not sure if that's what they're going to choose to do. Jessica, kind of a top fragger on it, so I'm not surprised to see it coming out again. And right now, I'm very excited to see if this is going to be the turnaround moment for UBCO. Was that a lucky round due to a couple of ultimates? Or, like I said, they'd have to win the last 5 rounds to make it 7-5. But who knows? Maybe they're starting that now.
Something else to look at. 4 ultimate abilities available on the side of Okanagan.
They've been holding on to 3 of them for at least 4 rounds at this point. The bottom 3 there, Kurt, Surfier, and Saucy, have all had their ultimates for a rather large amount of time. Silver, and now just, I think, getting hers recently. Splinter able to find Jabald straight away, so Raze is going to be taking out the top fragger on the side of Boise State. Is going to be huge. Kurt, however, is going to be able to find Symbols as well. An immediate 3v5, making it a 2v5. This really does seem like the turnaround point for UBCO. Was the internet problem really all they needed to fix?
Possibly. Something else that I've noticed is that Boise State, they've been setting up the same exact way every time. On that kill there on Symbols, that was through smoke. I don't think they had vision there. Right. As Kurt gets a kill on Zeke. I just think they threw enough bullets into the smoke. They're like, no, he's been hanging out back in that corner. We're just going to blanket it with ammunition and see what happens.
Absolutely. I mean, they got a different result out of that, so definitely breaking the definition of insanity. And now Jessica gonna miss that operator shot. Might be able to pick up one, but no, it's gonna be Saucy with a wall bang, I guess. Must have just gone through the corner there, but Jessica is gonna be taken out, and that's another round victory. So that's 2 on board. Momentum has very clearly flipped, and now there's an operator on side of UBCO as well.
There you go. And Saucy, from what I recall, Saucy's pretty good with that op.
I personally can't recall, but I mean, I believe it.
From what I recall, Sauce is pretty good with the op. I hear mad typing from our producer, so he might be telling me something I don't know. And there is much that I don't know. So
looks like we've got 4 ultimates now coming out from UBCO. So even if the operator fails, you've got so much in your back pocket that you can utilize. And maybe they choose to, maybe they choose to not. They've got momentum in their favor. Maybe they want to save them until they lose it again. A great wall coming out early on, but yeah, just ripped the shreds from the Sage there. I'm also very excited to see the Sage in general here on Bind. I feel like you don't see often. She's usually kind of a mainstay on Split, but to use her on Bind, I'm very excited to see if those walls can be perhaps a little more efficient, as that one didn't necessarily do the job.
Ooh, good kill.
Yeah, good kill indeed. 17 health, gonna get healed up just a little bit and trying not to be found, but they know she's in the... Finds one. Surfer finds another. Jessica able to tie things up. Saucy's going, but Surfer picks up Jessica in the mix-up. A 3-2 matchup now. All of a sudden, it's going to be Silver and taking a lot of damage in the process, but looks like the spike plant is still going to come through.
Something else to look at there is the fact that they finally went A-side. They'd been going B-side hard. Like, basically the first 8 rounds. I think this is the first time they've really made a concerted push A-side. And they had a numbers advantage.
Yeah,
they had a big numbers advantage there.
Absolutely. Symbols about to walk into a death trap. Yep. Oh, able to find one, actually. I thought that was going to be over the neural theft. Going to give away the Cypher. Symbols able to find the double. Needs to find one more. Trying to find the kill onto Kurt, but Kurt playing those corners perfectly. Trying to get things lined up, and they're going to go for the defuse. But Jabald with the pain able to find, and the spike will be defused with 7 seconds left on the clock. Things turning back around for Boise State. They lose a couple of rounds, and they say, no way, Jose. We are going to keep this momentum in our favor.
Symbols making it look easy there.
Honestly. Symbols doing a phenomenal job just all the way around. I was a little anxious committing that. Then he kind of decided on it, stuck to his guns, and it really did pay off. Able to find 2 out of 3 kills they needed.
As Twitch chat throwing some shade Okanagan's way. They're trying, guys. Come on. Calm it down. Keep it positive in the Twitch chat.
Nothing more I love than positivity. So yeah, I would love to see some positivity in the Twitch chat. And even if it is 11:41 p.m. here on the East Coast, I'm going to be positive all the same. And we expect nothing less from the rest of you as well. And now it's going to be Splinter with that Blade Storm very early on, trying to find some damage, trying to find anybody, but a flash comes through early on. They did not have their head taken off. And I'm very excited because these Blade Storms, I think we've only seen one other one, but from Splinter, wasn't exactly successful. They were taken out pretty early on, got a little bit overzealous. Off for committing 2 fog clouds on point here, trying to play slow. Actually going to commit all 3, trying to find any kind of sneak attack or value. Going to jump down, but Silver and already able to find the kind of huge. They're able to get into the point symbols so they can find the kill. It's going to be able to tie things up, but going to actually choose to backpedal a little bit and maybe try to get a little bit of damage through the wall there.
You know, you see Zeke at A. Zeke gotta come across here. Symbols with a good kill there on Saucy.
Yeah, Symbols is going to be able to take out Saucy. Saucy, one of those top fraggers on the side of UBCO, and Jabald trying to get things lined up with the wallbang headshot on the splint there. Kurt able to take out Symbols. Jazzy picks up Surf here. It's going to be a 2v2 matchup here on point. The spike already been planted, and Jazzy playing it slow, just seconds too early. Silver finds one. It's going to be this Sova versus the world here. It's going to come down Jazzy. You've got maybe 20 seconds to get the job done, and it's going to be a tough one.
And I don't think it's doable. Nope.
Nope. Yeah, just too difficult there. The spike, I think even if he got the kills, the spike was going to be popping off one way or another.
Oh. Living there, pretty big living there.
Yeah, and it looks like it's going to be, I mean, I say this all the time, 8-4 just feels so much better than 9-3. So just going into this, winning this last round for UBCO would be huge. And you're like, oh, it's only a 1-round difference. But that 1 round could make or break it, assuming your defense goes well, right? You want to have that advantage. You want that point differential to be as close as possible going into halftime.
Absolutely. And 8-4, it really does feel different, especially on a map like this, where if they kind of have a defensive-minded comp, I think. Okanagan.
Yeah, I think Cypher also kind of just performs much better on the defense. He's a character built for the defense, so I'm not surprised to see him kind of perform a little bit better there. But overall, I feel like we're not seeing Surfier do an awful job. They are sitting kind of end of the leaderboard, but all in all, like I said, that's not really Cypher's job to be getting those top frags, so maybe it's not a problem to be worried about. Jazzy committing that Hunter's Fury early on, able to get a little bit of damage onto Kurt, but not enough to get the job done. No kills coming through either, committing that Owl Drone, but not able to get any information off either. So now a couple of cooldowns sent in, but no kills coming out of.
I'm just waiting to see what's going on here. It's slowed down. We just had some fast rounds. This one's slowed down. Splinter, the only member at B. It's going to be 4v2, 4v3 if the Sova can get there over at A.
Yeah, and it looks like it's going to be a lot of patience coming out. That slow burn gameplay we saw toward the beginning and in the middle, just constant firefights back and forth between these teams. Now coming into this final round before halftime, but Zeke finds 2 straight away. That 2-for-1 trade is a trade your team will take any day of the week. So Zeke taking offline, but finding 2 kills in the process. Silver going to go over the spike plant early on, but it looks like we may see, Jabald able to kill on. Spike will not be planted and will be dropped. Jabald able to find Kurt as well. Splinter with an operator finds the Sage, but you've got 12 seconds to plant. You've got the operator, but Symbols with the headshot able to take things offline.
So 9-3. We're going to have to see some crazy good defense from Okanagan.
Absolutely. We're going to have to see quite a few rounds of phenomenal defense there. It's going to be a phenomenal turnaround coming through. And now the aggression is going to be nothing. It's going to have to be nothing short of amazing, like you said, or the defense rather than the aggression. I'm really going to have to come out and bring the heat, so to speak, coming back into this pistol round is really going to set the momentum for the second half.
You know, I'm looking for Kurt on the breach, be able to use the abilities to shake up the attack, and maybe buy time for the rest of his team to find some kills in there. We didn't see Kurt a lot on the attacking side, usually in the back, or usually on the decoy side. So I'm looking forward to see Kurt play some defense here.
Absolutely. I'm very excited to see Kurt maybe on that defensive, coming out a little bit maybe more aggressive, maybe utilizing those flashes a little bit better, or maybe a little more consistent in general. Now, Jabald going to be moving forward, trying to find something with those nades early on, but not committing them using the bomb. But here, recon, but nobody's really over there to get killed anymore. Jabald taking a lot, or doing a lot of damage there in the process, but not able to find any kills. Saucy taking a couple of bullets as well. So the health advantage on the side of UBC, or excuse me, no, on the side of Boise State, even if just for a little bit.
The color swap almost got me too, Septilence. No worries. Almost the color swap got me.
It's gonna get me. It's gonna get me. I know. Oh, Kurt, you are looking the friend. That was the wrong place, wrong time. Not paying attention to the corners, and Zeke just getting a free kill. Symbols going for a bold strategy, just emptying their clip into the darkness, hoping to find any kind of elimination. They're just trying to pick up a kill any place that they can, and now hopefully they're able to get something because they want to find another kill, line things up, and oh, Zeke, just such solid reaction time here. That is 2 kills coming through on Surf here, looking for a third with the Ghost. Not going to be able to find it yet. Saucy going to be committing the bomb buddy, which is going to force them out of this room. Splendor finds Symbols, so it's going to be a 4v3. 1 kill's really going to flip the momentum, but Zeke with the 3K. Silver going to get rid of Zeke, so no ace here today in the pistol round. The spike has already been planted and the clock is ticking. Splendor would already have to be defusing if they wanted to take it out, and you've got to get through 3 enemies to do it. Jabal's going to be able to pick up that 5th and final kill.
You know, Symbols putting that much lead down there into the darkness, you know. Sometimes, Septilence, you just got to cast Magic Missile at the darkness and see what happens.
And sometimes it's better to be lucky than it is to be good, right? And I think that's what Symbols was aiming for, just trying to find any kind of shot, any kind of damage. It would have been pretty cool if you got a kill, but, you know, not necessarily working out. And hey, it's the pistol round. It's not like that's going to make or break a round for you later on. So a confident play, one that I enjoy seeing. But it's definitely a weird one, to say the least. And NECC now going to go for that Marshall, which we've seen quite a few times after those buffs a little while ago, and I'm excited to see if they can pop off the same they did with that Operator.
It will be interesting. Something to note, Twitch chat pointed out that I took a look at here, and they are correct. The raises for Okanagan, the raise, Saucy on the raise at the bottom of the list for Boise State, Jabald at the top. So,
oh yeah,
tail of the tape maybe right there.
Yeah, no, that is not necessarily good if you are Saucy. I think we mentioned Saucy at the beginning of the game. We kind of expected them to be a little bit of a top fragger, a little bit of a carry, but Jabald 19-5, Saucy 2-12. So a very large difference between those two. And it looks like Saucy going to be moving in early. Jabald taking a lot of bullets in the free fall there, putting themselves up, but not able to find a kill. Kurt going to find Jabald early on. They is going to be able to get that vengeance kill onto Kurt. A 4v4 coming through. Hyper aggressive from both teams.
You heard the Marshal there in the background. Did not pick up a kill.
I don't think he even got any damage on. Maybe he hit Silver, and I'm not sure how Silver yet. It looks like he's able to shoot through the box and get a little bit of damage on Silver, and almost paying the price of their life, but just barely on the brink of death here. And I think, again, I'm very excited to see this Sage, especially on the offense. I really don't see her on any map off of Split these days, so see kind of a slightly more unconventional pick is. Oh, there's another kill on Silver. She was a bullet from death. Not much you could have done. Symbols able to find Saucy and Splendor. Picking up Zeke. Splendor finding a double kill in the mix-up. So a 4v2 turned into a 2v2. Splendor with the classic, just raining terror so far. Oh, and there it is. There they go. The Splendor gotta get things lined up in a victory round coming through. Only 2 rounds away from winning this. This is gonna be a phenomenal look for Boise State after this first map if they're able to just end things right here.
Yep. Okanagan has to buy this round. They're going to break the bank buying, but they have to. They can't give this one up.
You know, they absolutely cannot give this one up. They want to win this right here, right now, and they want to make the magic happen, so to speak. They really want to win these rounds and try to get things tied up a little bit more. They really want to try to turn things in their favor because they are running out of time for this to go well.
Well, let's be honest. If you lose this one and you've got no money left in the bank, I think it's just over.
Yeah, I agree. You get to a point where if you lose a certain round, you don't have any credits on. It's going to be a little bit of a disaster. You maybe go for the life, but I mean, Saucy already taken offline. That's going to be huge here for Boise State, UBCO. They're going to be down in the numbers, but we saw Splendor when they pop off. Great potential. I also want to point out Silvern is now the one kind of vibing around 112 ping. So I don't know what's going on over at UBCO, but their ping just cannot regulate it.
It cannot. And a great grenade there by Jabald, taking out Splendor.
Enemy remaining.
Yeah, now it's going to be a 4v1. Surfear, this is really looking like this could be our penultimate round coming through here. Surfear is going to be the sole survivor for UBCO and Boise State. They're not going to let him off easy. Maybe he can get a couple of kills here, the 4K like no other, but that just seemed like a very difficult job to get done for the time being. And it's like saving for the bye next round might be the call, but Surfear, he's in so deep already. He might go for the hero play, and Jazzuke might take his head clean off. Will Surfear taken out there.
You know, we've talked about so many people playing well for Boise State. I mean, how many times have we seen Symbols just get kill after kill after kill, and then you realize, wait a minute, Symbols is on the bottom of the kill board for Boise State.
Yeah.
We've seen basically every kill they've made. It's like, oh yeah, Symbols has to be carrying. You look at the kill board, 10-6. Wait a minute. And Jabal to the top there, 21-6. How's that for a scoreline? 21-6. Septilance, I don't know if your mic got muted or if I just can't hear you on my side. Alright, so our producer is telling us that Septilus's mic has gone out, so I will take over here real quick. Jabald throwing some abilities there into Hookah. Gets a kill onto Saucy, just not Saucy's day here today. Checking the corner is Jabald. Has Symbols right with them. And they're looking to push in here onto B. And Surfear coming from A, but was on absolutely the wrong side. Concerted push, and it's a 2v4 until Surfear gets here. He's looking maybe... No, I thought he might have been looking for the teleporter. Just going to go the long way. We're going to get a Cypher first Cypher fight in the back. Surfear goes down to Jazzuke. So it's a true 2v4 now. And this might well be the end here. Here we hear gunfire. And they trade Jazzuke for Silver in there. It's a 1v3 though. Kurt's going to have to pull off something special here. And unable, Jabald will get it. Jabald will end up at 23-6. 23-6 for Jabald here on Bind, which is map number 1. A great job there. 23-6. What's not to love? And if you look, the top 3 on the board, Jabald, Zeke, Jazzuke, all from Boise State. And the one we talked about from Okanagan, Saucy, at the bottom. Something they're going to have to figure out there. But we're going to take a break here between map 1 map 2. We're going to try to get Septilance back. Otherwise, we might have to have the producer sub in here, and I shudder at that possible thought. Otherwise, they might have to leave me alone, and I shudder at that thought as well. We'll be back with more NECC Valorant. Don't go anywhere.
Hey man, I just can't find a comfortable headset. I mean, I've tried everything. Literally everything.
Jeez, my brother. I got you.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
That is comfortable.
We're
going
back.
on, everybody? We're
I was
back,
gonna read
and you guys can hear me. Sorry, I'm fumbling. My new mic doesn't work, so I'm back on the USB mic. I have to hold it because I don't have a mic arm anymore. So there's a whole lot going on, guys. So please bear with us as we get this figured out. But a very convincing win for Boise State. UBCO just could not find their footing appropriately, and now we're moving into Icebox, which again I'm very excited about because I have not cast Icebox a single time. This will be the first time in the few months I've been casting Valorant that I finally get to cast Icebox. So I am stoked.
I tell you, Icebox is fun to cast. Sorry for stepping on your intro there for map number 2. I was going to reintroduce you to everybody. I was going to say, and the man is back. The man, the myth, the legend, Septilence is back. It kind of got stepped on. I was trying to tell him I was going to do it, but our producer was in my ear earlier telling me how bad I am at every game the NECC offers. It's true.
He did say that. He did say that. Oh, I meant it was true he said it. I meant it was true he said it.
I mean, it's true he said it. It's true that what he said was true as well. But I like to remind him that he still pays me to cast all of the matches. So going to Icebox, Septilence, what are you most excited about? You said you haven't cast it yet. What are you most excited about?
Something a lot of people aren't going to like. I'm excited that it's more vertical. I'm excited that it offers more approaches and more options to get in firefights. And of course, as any first-person shooter, if you have the high ground, you have a very mild advantage. You're harder to shoot than they are, your opponent on the lower ground. So I'm very excited to see if these teams are going to be able to utilize that high ground. I'm also excited to see what comps are going to be coming out. Are people going to be committing to the Astra? I assume we're probably going to be seeing Sova. He's been kind of a mainstay lately. We're going to be seeing a little bit more creativity, perhaps some Sage walls. I feel like there's a lot to offer, and I hope these teams entertain. That is all I can ask for.
I know a couple of people that'll tell you that the high ground is a little bit more than a small advantage. At least they would tell you if they weren't in the hospital missing a leg and 2 arms. So Star Wars joke for anybody who didn't get that one. I'm not talking about actual people. Star Wars joke. Star Wars joke.
I personally have not seen a lot of Star Wars movies, and I got the joke, I got the reference. So I hope people at home can still get the reference because I don't know much about Star Wars, but I still got it because it who knows, it may be over for UBCO if we see Boise State get the high ground. That could happen right here. A very convincing win on Bind at the beginning of the matchup, and now moving into Icebox, you've got the opportunity to turn things around. Question is, do you have the momentum? Can you start this second game? Can you start the first round hyper aggressive?
Septilence, I don't know if I would admit to not seeing a lot of Star Wars on a Twitch cast. I'm just saying.
It's true. I'm sorry, guys. I
don't know if I would admit to that in the open in a public Twitch chat. Anyway, I think if Okanagan's going to do it, they're going to have some of their fraggers step up. We talked about Saucy. I've seen Saucy go off. Saucy was at the bottom of the board on that last one. I want to see it. I want to see Saucy go off. I want to see 30Ks dropped by Saucy on this one.
That would be wild to see such an aggressive turnaround. That last game really was the tale of 2 races. We saw one at the very top of the leaderboard and one at the very bottom. So that was definitely something to keep an eye out on. Is it just the fact that this race is outperforming their counterparts so aggressively that has really kind of given us the lead? Jabal just a phenomenal job all the way around. And now we see, Saucy already hovering back over that raise, but Jabal not quite locked into anything yet. So I'm very eager to see if they're going to go for that raise v raise matchup again. And still, Surfear already sitting on the Killjoy. We talked about this a little bit when there wasn't even a Killjoy online. So the Killjoy versus the Cypher, I think, it's kind of weird because when the Killjoy's on the offense, she is better, but when the Cypher's on the defense, in my opinion, at least he is better. So it is kind of a flip of a coin.
You see, I like Killjoy on Icebox better just because of the knowledge they could bring without having to look away from their crosshairs.
Right.
The updates you get on your alarm bot, the updates you get on your turret, it's huge not having to look away from your crosshairs. And on some of the sight lines on Icebox, I think it actually works better.
Yeah. Most definitely. In Cypher, he can kind of lock down those points like we talked about earlier, but like you said, he has to look away from his crosshair to do that, where Killjoy, she doesn't have that same issue. She can just kind of get information and be in the firefight the very same. So I do think that is a huge advantage. I think that's part of the reason she's picked over Cypher a lot. And these comps are weird, interesting ones. Odd, that's a good word. Thank you, Caleb. These are odd comps.
I do like, though, that we're seeing Kurt on the Sova instead of the Breach.
I agree.
I think it's extra information Okanagan is going to have. The Breach, the abilities didn't really come through. I don't think we mentioned one time when a Breach ability really had anything to do with a team fight. I'm sure they did. We just didn't talk about any of them, so they didn't have that big of an impact. Whereas a Sova, just with the recon ability, can impact fights in a huge way.
Yeah. Absolutely, and I mentioned that earlier, right? I said I expect to see Sova here. He's been kind of a mainstay lately on Icebox in particular, and pretty much every other map. I don't think there's a map where you don't see a Sova, at least on one of the teams. But Icebox, like you said, it's all about that information, and it's going to be some great knowledge to have. Not only are they coming left or right, are they coming high ground or low ground? Are they going to be approaching? There's so many questions that Sova can answer with a single ability.
All right, so Okanagan's starting on defense this time, though.
Yeah, that's going to be arguably the biggest turnaround. Is Okanagan's going to be starting on the defense, and I'm excited to see that because they chose the Killjoy over the Cypher, and like we talked about, that's kind of going to be a better pick here. But Cypher really gets to flourish on defense. So is Symbols going to struggle here a little bit, and is that going to give UBCO that early lead?
There.
I just want to see Saucy got my weapon. Saucy got the frenzy. Let's see if they can do something with it.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see what these teams have to offer, and we can only hope they're going to bring us the very best. We saw Saucy just for a moment, try to get that nade ready and then choose not to use the Killjoy now. You're getting a little bit of information on the turret. Kurt already trying to line things up. It's just, again, these teams play such a slow burn to start. Nobody rushes in. Nobody goes for an early kill. They try to get recon. They try to push in as a team and try to get some value, but that always calls for rather long rounds.
Splendor tried to rotate back through spawn, caught Boise State re-rotating, so they're gonna have to go through mid now because they were caught out by Splendor, who then got away as well, so that could be big.
Oh yeah, we see a lot of damage coming out very early on to Boise State. We see the Sage and the Omen very low in the Cypher. Symbols is going to be taken out by Saucy here with the Frenzy. Already going to be I say already, there's 40 seconds left in the round, but a 3v5 advantage for the defenders. Make it a 2v5 as Jazake is taken out as well. There's going to be a flawless round in the pistol round, which again, I think they're pretty boring, but when exciting things like this happen, you can have a pretty good time.
Good dodge away there by Splendor.
Oh. This could be it. It looks like it's going to be Jabald versus the world. The 75 health raise with a classic, and that is all she has to her name. Going to be a bit of a disaster there. And yep, a flawless round of 3K coming out from Saucy, so already looking much better here on Icebox.
That's what I'm talking about. That's the Saucy that I know. That's the Saucy that I've cast before. 3K in the pistol round. Let's get it going.
Yeah, we do know Saucy was having quite a bit of internet connection issues on the beginning half of Split, so now that doesn't Bind, on Bind, so maybe that's not going to happen here, and maybe that's going to give them a more aggressive lead. Who knows? Only time will tell, and now I currently see Saucy hanging out with the Judge. Very excited to see what's going to happen with that.
I would give Saucy every benefit of the doubt I could, but it was actually Splendor with the ping issues, not Saucy.
Oh, right. You're right. I'm sorry. You're right. It was Splendor. So either way, we haven't seen ping issues here happen, and Saucy looking much, much better. It's going to be a minute 30 on the clock as the round opens up. Going to have a Marshall, a Judge, and a Bucky, so a lot of close quarters damage. They've got the Marshall, but Kurt just rips it apart with the Spectre. All those fancy guns aren't even needed as Kurt is able to just find so many kills. Yep, there it is. Saucy with the Judge, the Jury, and the Executioner of both Jabald and Jazake, able to find a 2K there. Currently sitting top fragger in the lobby. It's only been 2 rounds, but already looking a lot better, sitting at 5-0.
Great use there of the Judge coming in the back and cleaning up. How is it going? How is the family? Go and visit.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see if they can get this figured out. And for a very brief moment, Sir Fear was just at 100-something ping, but they're already back down to 48, so perhaps that was a fluke. I'm really trying to keep an eye on these pings to see if somebody lags out on us, but for the time being, everybody's juggling around that 40 to 60 margin, so no excuses from the ping department here today.
Full buy here from Boise. If they lose this one, they might lose 2 more rounds in a row.
Yeah, that's such a high-risk, high-reward scenario. You want to get this value. You want to win this one because, like you said, if you lose it, you're not necessarily handing 2 rounds away, but you're getting pretty darn close. You're going to have to get a thrifty round in there somewhere to flip momentum for you. And right now, they've already taken a little bit of room here just pushing into A, trying to find possibly just a comfortable place to plant, but the Owl drone from Kurt just knocked out of the sky as soon as it's put up.
Okanagan needs to rotate. They have 2 members not here at A. They really need to rotate.
Yeah, we need to see a good rotation coming through here. It's going to be just that push into A. We kind of saw that happen a couple of times where it was pushing into the same point over and over last round, that it really wasn't working out until those 2 lucky rounds with Symbols already able to find a double kill here. It's going to be a 5v3. This could be the first round we see one on the side of Boise.
Yes, Splendor just on the wrong side, and they are not rotating.
Yeah, no, you need to be rotating. That's what this game is all about, rotations, checking corners, and getting aggressive when need be. But Zeke going to go for the spike plant. Not much Saucy can do about it with that slow being put out. The Sage able to pick up the kill, and it's going to be Splendor versus 4 here. This is going to be a Herculean task, to say the least.
You know, I'm going to put this one on Splendor. They needed to rotate about 30 seconds sooner. They had vision on all 5 members of Boise. No rotate came around. And at this point, if you're Splinter, just get out. Save.
Yeah. Yep.
Just get out. There's nothing, and that's what they're gonna do. I think.
Are they?
They're
gonna be able to.
In. Oh my God! Don't go back in.
No way. With a Bucky, nonetheless. This is Splendor. What are you doing? This is not
the hero.
Call. Yeah, the hero play was not the call. You were. It was a bit of a disaster. I mean, holding on to the Bucky isn't going to be great, but now you're just padding KDs. I mean, you could have made it out of that alive. You could have held on to the honor of it at the very least. But the hero play, just a 4v1 with a judge.
The producer calling Bucky, not a judge, but the producer calling it out. No reason to save because of the update that on a team wipe you do pick up a little extra gold if their entire team does go down. So producer reminding us of that one. With that being said, though, the other reason to hang around might be to keep them on the bomb to see if you can get them all to die as well. But just not the best action there from Splinter with that Bucky. A weapon that I love.
A fun weapon, most definitely a fun weapon. And now it looks like we're going to be seeing one from Saucy, who full commits, currently sitting at 0 credits. So we see a very small economy on both sides, but notably smaller on the side of UBCO. We see a little bit more on the side of Boise State, but not really, like I said, not a huge differential here. It looks like we're going to be seeing some great value coming out early on with these nades, trying to get even a little bit of damage and able to do so, land some damage there onto Kurt, who's still on that Sova. And it looks like there's going to be the ultimate ready, the showstopper from Saucy, which, I mean, there's never a bad opportunity to use one of those, right? I think that'd be exciting.
Oh yeah, never a bad time. Never a bad time. Looks like there's a rotation coming here from Boise over to B, but the bomb is still on A side.
This could be a good diversion coming through here. Boise maybe attempting to rotate a little bit later, trying to get some value first, get a kill here or there, but Splendor is going to be the one to draw that first blood, able to take Jazzuke out of the mix-up there, a 4v5, which is, of course, winnable, and you're getting danger close to that time where you've got to be a little bit more worried about planting than you do finding eliminations, which is, of course, kind of an oxymoron. You need to get the eliminations to have the room to plant, but you've only got so much time to plant the spike, and it looks like Zeke is going to be able to get that. You get the extra credits for planting at the very least, and we're going to see the Bucky now coming out again from Saucy, still not able to find a kill with it, but definitely not afraid to get it out either.
And they know the bomb is just on the other side there.
Right.
The spike, sorry, I keep thinking CS.
Nah, it's fine. I definitely make that slip quite a few times as well. They're pretty darn close. I think everybody knows what we mean. Here's that showstopper. Come on! Only able to find the one. I think would have been 2, but Kurt found Jabald before the rocket hit the ground. Saucy is going to find that 2K there. Silver'n picks up Zeke, and so darn tootin' close there, but it looks like UBCO, they're able to hold on to this defensive win. They're up 3-1.
Saucy got the kill with the showstopper, turned, picked up the Phantom, got the second kill. And that's what you got to do. You got to use what is around you. Use the environment. And as we're seeing the buy here, Splendor picks up the op. Big pickup there, the operator. Money being spent. So here we go.
Going to go for that operator. I'm excited to see we got the operator on both sides. Oh no, sorry, that's a Marshall. I took my glasses off. Sorry, I took my glasses off. I can't see anything. Splendor with the operator and Jazzuke with the Marshall there. But kind of that sniper variant on both sides. It looks like we may be seeing a bit of a short buy coming out from Boise. They're going to commit to the cheaper weapons, perhaps, other than the Marshall, which still isn't very expensive.
Well, let's be honest though. We saw Zeke with that Sheriff get the 2K in map number 1.
Right.
So don't count him out yet.
Yeah, no, I definitely do not count this team out. We've seen them do some crazy things with these Sheriffs and with these Spectres, just trying to get some great value, but going up against quite a lot of firepower, going to have a little bit of damage here and there. The operator coming from Splendor as well, goes for the peak shot, but just a little bit too late, not able to find the damage there. Waiting for another one, but Kurt able to find Symbol. Splendor picks up Jazzuke, and this round may as well already be over. You're in a 3v5 with seriously less firepower. This would be just absolutely insane if they were able to clutch this round back.
Would be crazy.
Saucy going to be playing that patience, just that long game at this point. They have to push into you, right? They've got 45 seconds. You've got this point covered, and even if they rotate around the back to the other point, you've still got the numbers advantage. And sometimes it comes down to the numbers advantage and just how many guns are firing at once. Not only do you have the more guns, but you've got more firepower, and there is not much Boise can do about that for the time being. They've got 30 seconds left. They have 2 ultimates online, but one of them is a resurrection, and one of them is a teleport. So neither of them are going to be super helpful here in this mix-up. It looks like we could see a Raze v Raze. Saucy and Jabald just inches away from one another, have no idea. Oh, there's one. We see 2. Oh, we don't.
10 seconds left.
Can't plant anymore. You've got 4 seconds left. You can go for the dream plant, but you're surrounded by enemies, and yeah, just going to be taken out there. Splendor with the classic. Going to pick up Zeke, and that was close. Don't get me wrong, but still relatively in favor of UBCO, who's looking much cleaner on Icebox.
You know, something to point out there, all of Killjoy's utility was on the A side. So they were not worried about rotation going back to A side because they would have had all kinds of alerts if it had happened. So they were able to focus on the B side because of all that utility being at A.
Yeah, absolutely. And that just gave them the aggression to sit on A and hope the team comes to them, right? And they go to B. Okay, so what? You know, they've got the utility, they've got things figured out, and they've got people set up or items set up in enough efficiency to where things work out in their favor. Now it's going to be JazzK trying to get that recon a little bit early, and may have already paid off. Jabald able to find one, but paying the price of their life to do so. Saucy now taking Jabald out of the fight. Splendor still holding onto that operator. This is a gun you're going to want to get out of their hands as soon as possible.
You know, and right there, just 1-for-1, but it was a full buy for Boise State. They still have some cash in their pockets, but a full buy here. So if they lose this one, they might be in another medium buy round spot.
Yeah, a full buy, definitely a commitment here. But like you said, if it pays off, that commitment hardly matters. They're going to be pushing it as a full 4 around this corner here, trying to push onto A. They've done this quite a few times, and it really has not worked out well in their favor. But Surfy are going to be able to find one already. Finds 2. Oh, no way. Surfy on the Killjoy, just ripping half the team, or half the survivors apart. Kurt able to find JazzK, and Zeke, you've got a Vandal, but do you have the accuracy here to take out not 1 or 2, but 4 opponents in 40 seconds?
Gets 1.
Gets 2. Come on, Zeke. Make it happen. Make the magic happen. It looks like he may think someone's around the corner, but it's just the turret, and he's actually not going to be able to do much there. It's going to be 30 seconds left on clock. Zeke, you've got to go for the spike plan. He doesn't know where anybody's at, but he's got to take this risk early on. Even if it gets defused, you get the credits for planting it, so that's going to be huge for the team. Does he find the third? Now he knows where they are. This could be huge.
And I am still just shaking my head. Splendor just taking so long to rotate.
Taking so long to rotate and committing the ult, nonetheless. A bold choice.
They took so long to rotate. I think, though, they did. Splendor went and picked up the operator. Saucy stopped defusing the bomb to give Splendor time to find the operator on the ground. You can't leave money on the table. Septilency cannot leave money on the table. But Splendor needs to rotate faster.
I agree.
20 seconds, and I hate to say it. I hate to be a hypocrite because I'm terrible at rotating, but we have the benefit of being able to see everything, and it's like you've seen every member of the team. They're all in that room. You got to get there.
You've got to wonder, maybe that comes down to just a comms issue between the teammates. Maybe Splendor doesn't know where they're supposed to be, or maybe they're just looking for some kind of early entry kill onto somebody they run across. But like you said, it always feels you're just a little too late for that rotation to matter. Splendor showing up a little bit earlier could have ended that fight much more convincingly. Jabald with a great shot early on, but yep, Splendor able to tie things up straight away. Symbols underperforming a lot worse than what we saw on Bind earlier today. You know, they were one of the top fraggers. Actually, they were the bottom fragger, but they did a lot better than they have right now. 2 and 6 for the time being. This is a bit of a role reversal from what we saw earlier today. UBCO, they've really started to take this one away.
You know, we were just kind of hating on Splendor there, and I shouldn't say hate, but just, you know, making some comments. Splendor, 2 great kills with the op here to start off this round.
Yeah, absolutely. The operator just working in wonders, and I always say the Jet is probably the best player to have the operator in her hands. She's got those fantastic dashes to get in and out of combat very quick, usually able to get a cheeky shot and then kind of dash her way back. But so far, nobody's even been able to get close enough for her to have to worry about that dash. JazzK is going to pick up Surf here, but things are pretty tight up here. It's going to be a 2v2. Both the Sova's very low. It looks like Sova on the attacking side. JazzK is 1 bullet from death here. Has the spike online as well. Looks like a rotate into A. Bit of a risk here, but you know they're completely unaware that nobody's on A for the time being.
30 seconds left.
Plan comes through. And
let's see if
I was going to say perhaps the heal. Just that slow game now. We wait for these rotations to come through. The spike has been planted. A 2v2 gunfight will be coming out very soon here, and it's really going to come down to that accuracy and how effectively can these folks aim. Splendor going to go for that false defuse, and JazzK committing the Hunter's Fury, unable to find either, killing Kurt with the double. Gonna clean that one up again. A great turnaround, just seemingly every round here for UBCO.
They're gonna get it. 6 seconds remaining. Plenty of time. In eternity. In eternity, 6 seconds.
Very true. Now it's
Let's
all
see
going to
if
be
they
that.
will rebuy on the operator. I don't know if they will. Splendor already holding a Phantom. I don't know if they'll rebuy the operator.
It would be a bold choice, but they've got the credits to do it, and Splendor's obviously been overperforming with it while having it online. So I think that wouldn't be a bad choice, but I think, maybe you try something else for this round, it doesn't work out, then you commit. And personally, Boise, they're going for a bold move here, going for that short buy, 4 sheriffs and a frenzy for the time being. They've got a couple of ultimates online. Maybe they're going to rely a little bit more on those than the weapons, because they are not committing a lot of credits into this buy at all.
Septilence, the law is in town. 5
Absolutely.
sheriffs on the side of Boise State.
Yeah, this town ain't big enough for the five of us. So that's quite an interesting choice. And again, Zeke just firing into the darkness. I love it, trying to find that frag shot. And Jazuke already taken so much damage, already almost dead. I'm not sure who they ran into, but it almost cost them their life early on. There it is. Saucy able to find that first blood onto Symbols. Jazuke already so low. We're basically looking at a 3v5 here until somebody picks up a kill.
Good jumps there from Veigar.
Oh, Jabal trying to find some shots with the Sheriff on the far side there, but unable to get even a hit of damage. We see a little bit of damage coming out onto Saucy there, but still just not able to pick up that kill. That's the beauty of the Sheriff, is you've got to hit the shots for them to matter, the headshots in particular. They do insane amounts of damage, but I always say you've got a single opportunity with that thing, and then you've pretty much lost it. So I think we're seeing a little bit of that happen here.
Cheeky play, though, from Jabal there, though.
No doubt. Jabal trying to find the Jet and trying to get any of these players offline. They're looking at that 4v5. Now they've got that Sova healed back up, and Splendor takes out Jabal, the 3v5 all over again.
Good fight there in the mid. And Silvern on the bottom side of that one, but 2 kills there with the Sheriffs. And Kurt will end it. But the Sheriff headshots there, picking up kills for Boise State.
Yeah, able to get a little bit of damage online, and that is a guaranteed advantage moving into halftime for UBCO. They've got 7 points, and you only go 12 rounds in the first half, so that is going to give them a guaranteed advantage, at least 7-5. But with the way we've seen Boise State on Icebox here, they may be able to take this one rather convincingly.
Well, it's full buy from both sides here. So Boise putting it on the line a little bit here.
Yeah, it's a bit of a commitment, as I feel like I've said quite a few times today. They're going to go for those Vandals and get those Ghosts online as well. And it's going to be, Phantoms. And they're going to get them online very early on. But it's going to be a bit of a bold move, because if this doesn't pay off, their credits are going to pay the price. This one's really going to be hurting the bank.
And they have 5 on 8. This is another time where Splendor needs to rotate. They've had vision. Splendor needs to go. In fact, they've got 2 people. Splendor and Saucy both need to move.
Oh, Kurt is going to be taken out early on. Here comes Jabald with the showstopper, but there's nobody around. Instead, he does get the shot off. Surfier is going to be able to find the trade there, a 4v3 in favor of Boise State for the first time in what feels like a very long time. The Neural Theft being committed as well as the Resurrection. They need to win this round. They want to make this one happen. They need the credits to make it happen as well, but Splendor already able to put Jabald right back into the graveyard, a 4v3, and as long as that Jet is alive, this round is still losable.
Oh, yeah. You know, I love seeing the Resurrection, and last week when I was casting, I actually saw the mythical 6K. I saw one player get 6 kills in one round.
Dang.
It's something to watch.
That is a difficult thing to do, but it has been done, and it is a beautiful thing when it happens. Saucy able to find 2 Zeke, 2 of their own. It's going to be Saucy in a 2v1 here, taking a bit of damage in the process. Probably going to go for the fake defuse, even committing a showstopper. My goodness, but the kill hardly matters. You get the exit frag, but it is not going to be enough. The spike will remain planted, and the score goes up a little bit for Boise State, 7-2.
Another kill for Saucy, though. Keeps their pockets lined with credits.
Absolutely.
Forces Veigar to buy again. Huge there. Forcing Veigar to buy again. Instead of having their weapon, having to buy the weapon. Instead of having about 3.5K in their pocket, they've got 1K in their pocket. Big economy move there, getting the kill at the end.
Absolutely, and something else to consider, Splendor back on that Operator, committing the entire economy to do it. You can get the heavy armor, you can get the Operator, and it's worked out pretty darn tootin' well, if I do say so myself. Splendor sitting at 9 eliminations. That is more than anybody on the side of Boise currently has. But, if they're able to get even 1 entry frag, like I keep saying, it's all going to be worth it. If you can get even 1 elimination with that gun, it works out at the end of the day.
something to look at. 4 ultimates available on the side of Okanagan, 0 available for Boise State.
Yeah, gonna have to push into this fight dry whether they want to or not. They have no ultimates available, and it's gonna be a bit of a risk moving forward, but it looks like they're gonna try to find a fight here, maybe try to get an elimination onto the Killjoy in particular before that lockdown can come out. That can interrupt any fight on point, and really, realistically, all 4 of the remaining ultimates on the side of UBCO can interrupt a fight pretty aggressively, so I wouldn't be surprised to see them pop maybe 1 or 2 if they can get a single elimination onto Boise State.
And Boise kind of looks like they don't know where they're going. They're kind of hanging out in mid. They got 2 people kind of looking at A, but it's a kill there.
Jessica is going to be able to tie things up, though. Silver and going to pay the price, but Kurt just flips it immediately back in favor of UBCO. It looks like Sir Fear's trying to find a kill onto the stage, but the high ground, the advantage is going to pay off. Sir Fear has fallen, a 3v3. The Blade Storm's online. Here's the Hunter's Fury, and it could be a big one. Not able to get anything quite yet. Not able to find any damage. Has 1 more shot to make it happen. Is he going to find it? He's able to get a little bit of damage onto that Omen, but not going to be able to confirm the kill. Sending in that recon bolt early, trying to get some information on where folks are. Gets destroyed seemingly right away, and the 3v3 will turn into an absolute bloodbath here on A as all these players use every single ability they have online, just trying to find a kill. Symbols finds one. Kurt finds one of his own onto Symbols, and the 2v2 kicks off all the same. It's going to be Kurt and Splendor versus Veagar and Zeke. Now it's going to come down to that accuracy. Kurt finding the 3. Can he find the 4? Oh, he absolutely will. Going to be able to find the defuse as well. More than enough time on the clock.
You know, we talked about it between maps. We said we were going to need to see Saucy go off, and we were going to need to see Kurt do more in the team fights. And so far, Okanagan, Saucy's going off, and Kurt absolutely phenomenal in the team fights. Everything we asked for, we got here.
Yeah, we said we need to see an improvement from Saucy. We need to see an improvement from Kurt. They're the top 2 fraggers on the side of UBCO right now. So they've very clearly made an improvement, both sitting at 14 kills. Saucy with 5 deaths, Kurt with 4. So they are definitely got some pretty good ratios online for these KDs. And just it's insane to consider that 3 people on the side of UBCO have more eliminations than anybody on the side of Boise State after such an aggressive win for Boise on Bind.
Speaking of things that are aggressive, the buy from Boise, they're going for it. Thrifty.
This is something we've seen them attempt a couple of times, and I don't think it's worked out even once. Jabal already going to be taken out, and Symbols already gone as well. The stage peaks. The corner. Splendor is going to miss the shot that gives Veagar the opportunity to move in, and Jabal finds the kill onto Splendor. Probably going to grab that operator in the mix-up. Absolutely, I don't blame them for that one bit. Cannot leave that money on the table, as you said, Jim. And now it's going to be Veagar able to get a little bit of plant online. This Sova Kurt is being pushed in on by not 1, but 2 opponents. He's going to be able to find Jazake, and Silvern is going to be able to find Zeke. They've planted the spike, but now it's a 2v4. You've got no ultimates. Jabal has taken some damage. You've got the operator, though, so unless you do the impossible, this round may already be over in favor of UBCO. There goes Veagar. There goes Jabal. And Silvern with the 3K securing another round win. Boise State just cannot find their footing here on Icebox.
They cannot. But they will be able to full buy on the last round here. We'll be able to full buy on this one.
9-3 feels so much better than 10-2.
It does. It does. But if you're Okanagan, you want to see double digits before the split.
Oh, no doubt, no doubt. I mean, 10-2, you can hardly do much better than that. Of course, you could be looking at a 12-0, but that is a very difficult thing to do. So now we can see seeing that 10-2 moving into halftime. You only need 3 rounds to win. That is insane to consider.
Take a nice look at the vista there over the ocean. Our producer giving us nothing but the best camera angles.
Beautiful camera angles indeed. And Saucy Zeke just standing in the road. Just going to eat the bullets for breakfast there. Unfortunately, not working out in favor. They're going to have to commit the res, but hey, it's the final round, right? Who cares? Get that ultimate out there. They still have the Hunter's Fury and the Teleport online. The lockdown from Sir Fear has been online for quite a while, but they've chosen to hold on to it perhaps for this round, just as a free attempt to grab this final point.
Both Omens have their ults as well.
Yeah, and it looks like Zeke gonna go for an aggressive fight. Jabal able to find Saucy, the operator online for Splendor. No kills yet. Gonna swap to the Frenzy. Is able to find that Sage, and Zeke able to find Splendor in the mix of a 4v3, but hardly as Symbols is in critical condition here.
Great choice to switch there to the Frenzy. Gets the kill before they passed. Good use of their items there. Good use of what they've got in their pocket.
Absolutely. Didn't want to rely on that second operator shot. It said chose the operator much earlier on. Surfear goes for the lockdown, but hey, Jabald says, not today. No way, Jose. So going to be able to take them offline. That lockdown is going to be gone as well. And the showstopper gets interrupted, but the shot makes it out. Jabald is going to pick up silver. And here comes the Hunter's Fury for literally no reason. Able to take out Symbols because who cares? And switching sides is going to bring us to that pistol round 9-3. Boise State, they've got such a mountain to climb right now.
Yeah, it's going to be rough here, but we've seen it happen. We've seen it happen. We have seen people come back from deficits like this. It's always fun to watch.
Yeah, nothing gets me excited as a caster like an underdog story. So I would absolutely love to see Boise State come back. But perhaps this isn't an underdog story because on Bind earlier, they were very dominant. What was the final score? Like 13-4. It was pretty aggressive. Yeah, 13-3. So Boise State just dominant there. But perhaps they don't play Icebox often because realistically, we don't see it competitively very often, at least not while I'm casting. Maybe at the higher tiers and the higher levels, you see it a bit more. But usually the games I'm casting, it's pretty much just split Bind Descent every day of the week.
And 3 frenzies on the side of Okanagan here. Team after my own heart.
The frenzies are absolutely an entertaining gun to watch, and they've got the fastest fire rate of the pistols there, so they're trying to find some damage. Saucy firing into the darkness, able to find Symbols early on. The attacking team, they can pick up a double-digit win here. That would be nothing short of phenomenal. Jabald is going to be able to find Kurt nonetheless with the bomb buddy, so immediately going to be a 4v4. Omen on the side of our defending team now taking a lot of damage in the mix-up. A trade comes through again in Boise State. They get 2 kills, so it's going to be tied up 2 for 2, but Silver and finding the 3K and Surfear picking up that final kill onto Jazzuke is another round win. Double digits here for UBCO.
Frenzy, baby. Gotta love the frenzy.
I do like the frenzy. I do think it's a lot of fun. Personally, a fan of the shorty. That's probably my favorite pistol round gun that I like to see. I think it's hysterical, and I know it immediately tilts people when they get killed by it, so that's always a bit of a giggle to consider.
2 weeks ago in a pistol round, a full team buy of shorties.
Oh, I love it. I love that's a team after my heart. I'll tell you what.
I had Twitch chat laughing as I tried to go old school with it. What's up, shorty?
Looks like we're going to be seeing Saucy with the Judge and then 3 Spectres. So that's a comp.
Saucy likes that Judge, but look at Boise. No buy. Classics only.
That's a bold move, but it kind of makes sense here. If they were to full buy and lose the round, that would just shatter their economy. They may be willing to put this one away to hold on to a better economy later on. And Zeke already gone. Saucy finds 1 with the Judge, finds 2 with the Judge. The Judge and the Jury, 1 kill away. Now the execute as well. Talk about a flawless round there. Jessica gets the kill, but they died first. So technically not a flawless. The game just wasn't able to catch that at the very end there.
And it's huge there because that means Saucy had to rebuy a weapon.
Yep. A very short kill coming out of the final second to the round. But like you said, huge because you get a couple of credits out of it. Saucy actually having the full commit, now sitting at 0.
With that being said, though, they still picked up the 3K with the Judge. What's not to love?
Absolutely, we love to see the 3K with the Judge. That's a weapon I really enjoy. I like to play with the shotguns because I can't aim to save my life. That's why I'm behind the desk, not in the game. And now Silver and moving forward. That is something I preach quite often here. Is I'm behind the desk because if I was good at the game, I'd be playing it. And now Splinter getting a high ground advantage, already able to take out that stage. No healing coming online here in what could be this penultimate round. Zeke, however, is going to find Splinter able to tie things up, even if just for a moment. That 4v4 coming through the paranoia, perhaps going to be able to get a little bit of value, able to find a couple of shots there with that paranoia. The bomb buddy going to be taken out as well. Jabal trying to give the hero play, able to find Kurt, not able to find Saucy, who gets that vengeance kill. Saucy taking a lot of damage in the process. Silvern's gone. Saucy critical condition at 13 health. Just a bullet from death, and the spike has fallen, but it has not been planted on A point. Oh, Zeke. Unfortunate.
Fun times.
Not for Zeke.
Is this gonna be a full rotate? Is this gonna be a full rotate to B? Oh, are they gonna go long?
It might have to be. Long to B. You've made so much noise on A that it only makes sense to push into B, especially when your raise is 1 bullet from death.
30 seconds left.
Also, best case scenario, you plant the spike, right? Even if you don't win the round, you get the credits, and you could use those to win the next round. So it's kind of a threefold play here. Even if they don't win this one, the next round looks even better for them. They get the spike planted. Saucy again, just so low, and I don't think they're aware of that. They probably would have pushed in already. Looks like Symbols is going to be playing on the high ground, maybe going for a little bit of a slow burn, but the spike has been planted, so the clock is a ticking, my friend.
And Boise just rotated very slowly there. It was a really slow rotation from Boise.
Yeah, very much so. They are trying to go for a bit of a long game, a long burn, or a slow burn, rather, and that hasn't really worked out for them well. The spike already getting danger close to not being diffusable. They've really got to get this figured out. They're running out of time like crazy, but Saucy finds one, Surfear finds another, and my friends, that could have very well been the penultimate round here of Icebox. We are one round away from going to a map 3.
Saucy with a misclick there. They didn't think they were going to get the kill. They brought out the showstopper, and then the body drops, so the ult gets wasted there by Saucy.
Yeah, no bueno there. Saucy is taken out with that, or not taken out, it takes out that showstopper. So a bit of a misclick there. Not going to be a good look, but I don't think they have to rely on that showstopper either. I don't think that's going to make or break their attack here, as they've just had such a dominant performance on Icebox. But now Saucy, you've got to make up for that one, because that's a huge ultimate to just throw away.
Ugly buy on the side of Boise State, but it's what they have. It's what they have available.
Yeah, do what you got to do. And hopefully this works out for them, because like you said, that is one ugly buy. Surfear already gonna find Jabald in the mix up there. A bit of a disaster coming through that raise, that top fragger offline. A 4v5, and they don't have the showstopper, but they've got the firepower. Oh, Symbols with one shot onto Kurt. Splendor and Surfear find it. Zeke finds Splendor. It's going to be a 3v1. Zeke versus the world, but Silvern does not care about Zeke's world. That is going to be a map 2 win on Icebox for UBCO. We will now be moving into Split, that third and final map.
And just a tale of two maps here. Boise's
honestly,
so dominant. So dominant on map 1. But with the exception of Jabal, just look at the split there.
Yeah, a bit of an underperformance coming out from Symbols in particular, sitting at 4 and 14, but Jazzuke the very same, just sitting so low on that roster. Both of them not even finding 5 eliminations, but both of them dying 14 times. A bit of a disaster, a bit of a turnaround, honestly, coming out from UBCO and moving into Split. I would love to say, oh, I'm excited because that means we get to see Sage, but that's all we've seen today. So, I mean, I am just excited to see her all the same.
Well, and Jabal, though, I mean, they're top frag, but also top deaths.
Right.
And you're not doing your team any favors if you're top frag, but also top deaths. Not doing any favors there.
If you're always trading 1 for 1, that's not really going to be good for the team. So I think that's something to consider. Is maybe Jabal needs to not be as aggressive. You want to push and you want to get that kill, but maybe don't go as deep for it, because that 1-to-1 trade, realistically, never worth it. And we're going to see if Jabal's able to fix things up and clean it up a little bit after this short break. We'll see you guys in just a couple of minutes for our third and final map of the night.
Hey man, I just can't find a comfortable headset. I mean, I've tried everything. Literally everything.
Jeez, my brother. I got you.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
That is comfortable.
What's up, gamers? Welcome back. Map 3. It's going to be Split, an exciting map. I'm excited to see what's going to be coming out here. I would love to see a Sage, but we've seen her a lot tonight, so there's not much for me to say about that. I think it'd be nice. Mix it up. Throw out a Skye this time.
You could throw out a Skye this time. We could flip the board and just throw out all new agents.
Yeah, you know what? Just Yoru, Skye, Astra. Just get him there. Go crazy. I think this would be very exciting.
Go nuts.
Yeah, honestly, just full send it. Everybody pick who you want. Who needs team comps? That's boring. You know, just everybody run Yoru. You know what? 10 Yorus, get them online. Everybody get in there. That'd be a blast.
You know who I would like to see?
Who's that? Oh, I agree. We saw somebody hover over Phoenix earlier. I don't remember exactly who it was, but I even commented on it. I was like, oh, we might see and then they immediately swapped. And I was like, oh, JK. I would love to see a Phoenix, though. I think he's a lot of fun. He's one of 2 characters I play in the rare occasion I play Valorant. I think he's a lot of fun. So I really like his kit.
Yeah, no, his kit's great. It's got a little bit of everything. You know, you got a little bit of crowd control with the nade. You got the really good engage with the flash. The run it back ultimate is phenomenal.
Yeah, one of the best. At least in my opinion. I'm sure people might not agree with that, but I love it.
And then the wall. Not only does it block vision, but damage to go through it. I mean, what's not to love about Phoenix? He gets to do it all.
Yeah, no, he really does. He's a great operator, a great agent, really fun to play. And like I said, I really enjoy playing him. I think it's really fun. He's, like you said, just all around great player. He's got the curveball, he's got the hot hands, he's got the firewall, and the run it back ultimate is one of my favorites in the game. I think personally one of the best. Like I said, a lot of people probably aren't going to agree with that, but I have a lot of fun with it, and it helps me not feed my brains out. So I appreciate it.
You know what gets me as a caster? Valorant is agents, League of Legends is champions.
Oh my goodness, it gets me every time.
Overwatch is
heroes.
It's like, come on, can we just have one set of terminology for the love of God?
That's like first to 2 or best of 3 or like first to 3 best of 5. Like, can we just pick one? Can we just come on? Like they mean the same thing. Can we just pick one?
Just waiting. I think there was a bio break there, so that's what we're waiting on here before moving on to Split.
I'm glad they do it now instead of like the middle of the game. They're like, I can't hold it. Then things get awkward, but better to do it a little bit here. We can talk about how annoying it is that no game can choose to name their characters the same thing. Because as a caster, that messes me up bad, especially because the 2 games I cast the most are Overwatch and Valorant. You know, there's some similarities in those games, so I slip up pretty often, and it's not good.
And here's my thing, is that it's not like Valorant and League of Legends are owned by different companies. It's both Riot Games. It's like, Riot, just use the same terminology. Come on.
Yeah. I mean, it's like
the nice thing is everybody uses Ultimate. Everybody uses
very
Ultimate,
true.
which helps. And also, I still laugh about it that the operator in Valorant is named the operator, so people will call it the op, because in Counter-Strike it was the AWP, the original op. And people don't have to change the terminology there. That was great. It's like, no, terminology stays the same. An op's an op. Math is math.
Yeah. I always got a kick out of that too when they were like announcing the game and they showed the operator and they called it the op, and I was like, I get it. I was like, I get it. That was quite funny to me. I'm really excited to see this map. As I'm looking at it, Split may be my favorite map in the game, just for the aesthetics alone. I like to see Sage a lot, and Zeke, just do it. Zeke, just click it. Zeke, come on, bring me that Viper.
Kurt and Zeke.
Oh, come on, guys. No, stay on the Viper. Bring us the Viper.
Stay on the Viper. Come on with the Viper.
Might be bringing out the Yoru as well, so just a lot of changing things up. I would love to see that come through. And okay, Zeke as well. Okay, someone bring me a character we haven't seen.
They heard you.
5 Yorus. Do it.
They heard you. They heard you.
Bring me the 5 Yorus and the Skye. This is perfect. This is all I could have asked for. This is exactly what I wanted. And I really hope it works out well, because I want to see characters we have not seen. I get that metas are important. I get that winning is important. But when you bring out characters people might not be expecting, that almost gives you a competitive edge, assuming you can play those characters well, because they might not have that matchup familiar. They might not be used to those characters. Come on, give me something unique, guys.
Man, just picture if you could actually have like 5 Brimstones and they all
oh, that'd be wild. Or like 5 Sovas, and it's just like 5 Hunter's Furies coming at you. That would be neat. Like in the olden days of Overwatch, when you could just pick whoever you wanted.
Whoever.
That would be great. I'd love to see
Free goats. Nobody wants to go back to goats. Nobody wants to go back to goats.
And I want to see 6 showstoppers in simultaneous. That would be terrifying.
That would be rough, since there's only 5 agents on the side.
Dang it. You got me there, Jim. Maybe there's one on the enemy team. Who knows? Maybe they're spicing things up.
Kurt going back to the breach.
I'm sad.
we're going to have to see some more out of the Breach.
I agree.
Breach has a great kit, a tremendously good kit. But if you're not using it to assist your team, you're wasting it. It's just wasted if you're not. And they were so good on the Sova on the last map. So good on the Sova on the last map.
Yeah, no, I wholeheartedly agree. The Sova was one of the two top fraggers. And like we said super early on, we talked about, we really need to see that increase. And Kurt said, okay, watch this, which is the Sova does a great job. But now going back to the Breach, I don't want to say this could cost them. I don't want to put it on the weight of Kurt's shoulders, but realistically, it did not work out well on that first map. Kurt is going to have to play a completely different way than we saw earlier tonight.
Couple of big changes. Jabald on Jet, not on Raze. And Symbols on Breach, not on Cypher.
I think I like that. I think I like that because the Cypher on Icebox just not working out. So maybe you want to try to swap things up, go for the Breach a little bit, and hopefully it works out well for Symbols because the first game was quite clearly their best. They really want to bring it back in game 3.
And once again, here we go. Okanagan on defense. They played defense so well on Icebox. Let's see if playing defense first, once again, is all they needed to find the big win.
Yeah, starting on the defense was huge for them, and they have the Cypher now as well, who's, of course, kind of that defensive-sided character. I've said that 100 times, so I won't get too deep into it again, but now that could be huge. That could make waves for them very early on if they can just get recon on where people are.
And they need to see Sony because they have way too many people committed at B.
Yeah, no, there's a very large commitment at B here. They're going to get mixed up a little bit. Splendor, the first to fall, one of those top fraggers from Icebox being taken offline very early on. That could be huge here if you are looking for Boise to win this one. Jazzy on the Killjoy as well. That's another huge swap, actually, that we did not get to comment. They've actually got quite a few swaps coming through. Other than Vegar and Zeke sticking to the characters we've seen, they're all spicing things up a little bit, and I'm excited to see what Jazzy is able to do with this Killjoy.
Now, this was a really good move here. As Jabal does go down, but it was a full rotate back over here. Saucy with the frenzy.
Yeah, it looks like we're seeing 2 more kills come through, so it's going to be a 3v2, but the Omen taking a lot of damage, and Symbols already doing notably better. He's got 2 kills, which is half of what he had last game, so this is already a big improvement.
But it was just too big of an investment. And the thing about this map, there's so much room between A and B.
Yeah.
You have to rotate so fast. And Okanagan was having a problem with the fast rotations. If they keep having that problem, this is not going to go well for them.
Yeah, no, absolutely not. We want to see those fast rotations come out. We want to see a fast defense respond to it. We saw, like you said, UBCO very early on. Half of them were on B, and there's 5 of them, whatever. 2 of them were on B, and 3 of them were on A. But it was a 3v5. That is a notable firefight, kind of in advantage of that 5-member team. Now it's going to be 5 Spectres online, speaking of the number 5, and I'm very excited to see that. The Spectre, arguably my favorite gun in the game. I just like it a lot. Don't ask why. I don't have a reason. So we now moving forward to see a couple of flashes coming through from this Breach, trying to get some value early on. But Jabal, I think, taking some wallbang damage there. Symbols is going to be the first to fall, but Kurt not far behind. Both Breaches offline, and Jabal with the double kill already. Just going to be huge for the numbers.
But seeing Kurt, though, on the Breach, getting some abilities out there. Saucy picked up a Spectre there, got themselves a kill with it. But I think we talked about in map 1, we never saw the Breach abilities, and we're seeing them already coming out here on Split.
Right, a huge improvement. I think we saw them very, very few times on map 1, and now just a massive improvement coming through. Jabald trying to find a 4K Silvern just at the top of the ladder. This early on, I realistically don't think there's a reason to save, so I think it would kind of make sense with the Paranoia coming through, trying to find some damage there. He knows somebody's low. No way he does it. No way he does it. Silvern, 8 health and a dream here. 8 health, a classic, and a dream. It looks like we're going to see Zeke go for the teleport out. Yeah, and Silvern able to read it like a book. I don't think there's enough time to defuse now. I think you just go for the exit frag and run. There's the exit frag, and there's the run. You got to get out of there, Silvern. Nice. Very nicely done.
Made it. With no health. With no health. That was huge.
8 health. 8 health to keep himself alive there. That was an 8 health 3K. That's going to be one for the highlight reel.
Yeah. Mark that one down, Mr. Producer. Somebody clip that. Twitch.
I was gonna say somebody just clip it and put it in chat. He'll appreciate that later on.
Yeah. Do our producer a favor and clip that. Silver, if nothing else, Silvern might want it.
True, very true. If nothing else, Silvern might just want to watch himself pop off. Those 3 kills made him the top fragger on the side of UBCO, and it's gonna be good because now he's tied for most elims in the lobby. We're gonna see a rotation coming through. Full rotation onto B. Boise, they're gonna go for the aggression here. They've got quite a few frenzies online to do it.
4 frenzies coming through for Boise.
Oh, this is so bold. I'm eager to see if this works out, but there's just such a difference in fire rate and damage here. This could be huge.
It's a 5v1 though. It's a 5v1 at B.
They're gonna go for the rotation, but it's got to be fast. They've got to get in there right now. Jabal going for the damage, but no Surfer able to pick it up. So a 1-for-1 trade, a 4v4 coming through. They're gonna be committing the freeze now as well. The wall's already up, and Saucy's gonna find Zeke. That's huge. We see Symbols. He is at critical health right now, so that is gonna be huge. And right now, Splendor already finding a kill. Yeah, I think this dream is going to come to an end for Boise here. Symbols able to find an exit frag onto Kurt. Silver and finds another Splendor and picks up Jazake, and that's going to be the end of that. That's all she wrote.
And that's what we're talking about, the fast rotation. They only had one there at B. They needed to get there as fast as humanly possible, and they did. And let's not forget about the fact that Surfer took one down. In a 1v5 scenario, he took one down. That's all you can ask for.
That was colossal. Yeah, right. That's literally all you can ask from somebody in a 5v1. Try to get one elimination across the board. Make our next fight a 4v4 at the very least. You're kind of dying for the cause in that sense, but it definitely worked out. Surfer picks up a single elimination, and honestly, I can chalk up that elimination to being the very reason UBCO was able to win that fight.
Well, and it was just enough of a stall. It bought them time.
Right. Absolutely. It was enough of a stall. It was enough time for that rotation to come through. And now we're going to be seeing a full buy from everybody but Jabal, which, yeah, he beat me to it, which means that Blade Storm is coming out. Now going to try to find a little bit of value. Trying to get even a single kill would make that ultimate worth it, and he's not able to. Splendor takes Jabal out of the fight. Silver and finds Sage as well. And wow, already 3 kills coming out for UBCO. Jazake finds 1, but I think it's already too late. You're going to have to get a 4K here and a 3v1 firefight with no cover. That was a bit of a disaster waiting to happen.
Huge there from Okanagan on that one.
Yeah, definitely huge. And that was tied up.
That was very quick.
There's no ping issues this time either. Nobody gets to blame the ping for these firefights. This comes down to individual player performance. We see 3 ultimates ready for UBCO and 2 ready on the side of Boise. I saw for a brief moment a shorty, and I got really excited, but it looks like they're going to go for the Sheriff instead.
Sheriff, Frenzy, Ghost. Boise State, another interesting buy round.
Yeah, one they're kind of forced into, honestly. They don't have a lot of great credits online other than Jabal, who's hanging out at 5,000. They're going to have to get some crazy kills because the fire rate is insane difference between these two teams. That doesn't help.
Nope.
Slender finds Jabal. This looked so good for Boise early on. I really for a moment thought, wow, maybe it really was just Icebox. But now, I mean, UBCO, they are coming out hotter than ever. It's going to be just that breach. Just Symbols left on his lonesome. He's going to be able to find Saucy. I don't think he took any damage in the process. Saucy's aim a little bit too high. And Symbols, he doesn't even have the spike, so he's going to have to go for a kill win here.
Just a bit outside there for Saucy.
I'm excited to see if Symbols is able to pull this one off, but with the Frenzy, it's going to be impossible. He's looking down the barrel of 4 Phantoms in the mix-up. That's going to be a difficult, that's a tall order, to say the least.
I'd love to see it.
I would absolutely love to see it as well. A pop-off, a 4v1 with a Frenzy, nonetheless, would be amazing.
I'm assuming at some point he would pick up another weapon there, Septilence.
I would like to think so, but with the way they're hanging out, kind of blocking him in sewers, there's not really much else he can do. And honestly, UBCO, they're probably going to win this one, right? Not going to be able to plant the spike in 30 seconds. Probably not going to be able to plant or not be able to get 4 kills in 18 seconds either. Goes for the flash early on. The Cybergate does come through, and he's walking right into a 3v1, just ripped apart. And if UBCO can keep this momentum, I mean, not to jinx anything, but they've got a solid chance at playoffs.
Yeah. And remember, like, Okanagan here, like, they just took 3 in a row, but they lost the first 2 rounds.
Right.
Like, you forget, like, oh yeah, they lost the first 2 rounds. Maybe, Boise State going to come back, and then just 3 rounds in a row. Absolutely dominant.
Yeah, very dominant indeed. Now they've got 4 ultimates online. UBCO moving into this next matchup. 3 ultimates coming out from Boise. One of them being the Resurrection, so that's not going to be doing any damage. Another one being the Teleport, which again does 0 damage. So they're not going to have a lot of damage ultimates to rely on here. They're going to have to come down to the firefight. Jabal committing an Operator now. Hopefully it pays off.
Oh, they had some cash. They saved last round. They had the ult.
Right.
So let's see what they can do here.
I'm quite nervous to see them move in with this Operator. They're not going to be able to find any value if they don't peek these corners, but at the same time, we're not seeing UBCO let them peek these corners often without giving their life for it. I'm very excited to see which teams is going to draw that first blood, but for the time being, it looks like it may be another one of those slow burn rounds.
Split map at the moment. So many, everybody is everywhere at the moment.
Oh, there it is.
Blind headshot.
Saucy just firing into the darkness. Jazzuke, wrong place, wrong time. Took a bullet to the dome because of it. And now Splendor gonna find Symbols. Jabal trying to tie things up, but they're still gonna be down by 1. We need at least 1 more kill with that operator simply to make the numbers even. 2 more to take the lead. The Sage might take a firefight against the... Oh, never mind. There is not even going to be a fight as Saucy finds a great headshot there. Jabal, you've got the operator, but you've got to get 4 kills with it to make anything happen. And Zeke, not exactly known for his frag potential so far, currently sitting at 1 and 4.
30 seconds left.
Uh-oh. Splendor now.
Oh, no.
Don't peek to the left. Stop peeking left.
We can say it like a broken record, but I'm not sure these players will ever listen, Jim.
And we saw it happening because we have God view. We know this. We see the silhouettes coming. We knew it was about to happen. Good kill there by Silver.
I'm not sure for how long. Silver and Kurt, they pick up 2. You get a couple of extra credits here for planting the spike, but now you're going to be down by 2 rounds. Boise, they were so confident. They were so powerful in that first map, but now things have just really started to fall out of their favor.
Do you know what I'm looking at here, Septilence?
I would love to hear.
Silver and currently 7-1.
My God.
Through 6 rounds, 7-1. How do you feel?
That's impressive, Silverin. I mean, I love Omen. I think he's a very powerful character, but it's really just coming down to that accuracy and the weapon choice so far. Yeah, 7 eliminations currently tied for most in lobby with their teammate Saucy. So very solid KD so far. I'd love to see how far they can really take it.
See, I'm focusing on the 1 death in 6th rounds. That's what I'm focusing on.
Yeah, no, that's kind of bonkers.
Now, the best one I've seen... Splendor with a good kill there with a wall bang. But no, the biggest one I've seen, and they actually got, I think they got player of the week for it, was unfortunately against my Peacocks. A member of the opposing team, 20 rounds.
Wow, that is impressive.
A map and a half. It's like, what is going on? Speaking of what is going on, Jabal's going off.
Jabal finally able to flip some momentum here, and it looks like Silver and the Sole Survivor probably not going to be able to do much. Maybe go for a couple of frags. You've got the teleport if you want to really get cheeky and teleport into the middle of your opponents, but that's not necessarily a good idea. That's just an entertaining idea. Silver is going to play a little bit slower now, playing in mid-vent here, trying to get a little bit of value, possibly going to commit a paranoia early on. The spike's been planted. The clock is ticking once again. Possibly just go for a hold. Just try to hold onto your kit.
I think Silverin's going to go look for it.
Oh, it's a risk that he is willing to take, and it's not going to pay off. Zeke there, able to get that kill, securing his 3rd elimination of the matchup and trading weapons for the mix-up. They get the operator for free as well. Jabal does not have to commit the credits, and the op belongs to him.
And the economy is pretty split right now.
Yeah, agreed. We see some great credits on both sides, but then there's players on both sides that are pretty low as well.
Yep. And Surfer, we have to assume Surfer is going to buy something. There it is. He had way too many credits. The judge coming out, though, this time not on Saucy, on Splendor, but the judge coming out.
I'm excited to see it. Again, I love the shotguns. Can't aim, so they are my best friend in this game. And I'm very excited to see if they're able to get the work done here. And Splendor, not even going to use it. Going to go for the, oh my goodness, the triple Blade Storm kill. Able to get some great value moving forward. Make it a 4K. Give me the ace. Give me the ace, Splendor. 45 health and a Blade Storm. I just want to see this so unbelievably bad. Commit to the judge. We're like, oh, that's exciting. And then Splendor goes, hey, watch this. Looks like Kurt is going to be taking out the Sage. The Sole Survivor has the res online, but committing it here would just be giving Splendor a 6K. Want to find this kill. I want to see this ace so bad. If he gets this ace, somebody has to clip it. Those were just the rules.
Even on the quad. Clip the quad.
Yeah, true. Quad with the blade. Slow game. Which, I mean, I guess I respect that. Trying to hide and spawn, and oh, Splendor knows that somebody's over here. Oh, they're going to cross paths in just a moment. Is Splendor able to find the ace? There it is! Splendor with the 5K. Able to pick up the ace. Just barely able to survive as well. I think they were as low as 20-something health toward the end of that. Phenomenal job turning the momentum back around for UBCO.
Just craziness right there. Absolute craziness.
You love to see it.
I do.
That's wild.
I do love to see it. Splendor showing why they deserve to be at the top of the board there. 12-4 at the moment through 8 rounds.
It's just crazy how I was like, oh, you know, it's tied for most eliminations in lobby. 7 the kills, and then 1 round later, Silver is 5 eliminations below Splendor. So that is That is, yeah, I cannot stress that enough. That is quite bonkers. Definitely not something I would expect to see coming out here. Now, looks like we've got 5 ultimates on the side of Boise. They want to commit them early on. Symbol's able to find Saucy, so the showstopper is not going to get any more ready than it currently is. And it looks like Kurt going to be committing that ultimate as well, trying to find some value, but not able to find anything. Jabald instead with the Bladestorm going to pick up Kurt. Splinter finds the Sage, so no resurrection coming out this round. A 3v4, just waiting for Boise State to win another one and separate the point differential by only a single round. Oh, that's going to help. Surfear taken out by Zeke here, and it looks like they're just waiting 2 more eliminations. Jabald able to find it. It's going to be Silvern versus the world. He's got the Vandal. He does not have the teleport, but he's got some heavy armor and a Dream. Silvern probably going to go for the hero play, and honestly, probably not going to work out for him, but I'd love to see him try.
Here we go. He's peeking the right side, so that's the correct side to peek.
Good call. Good call.
Come on, Zeke, do something stupid.
Come on, Zeke. Just poke that corner. Come on, Zeke. Make it happen.
Come
Make
on.
the magic happen
Come on.
here. And,
There
oh,
it
he
is.
does. Silvern able to find one, but now giving his location up in the process. Might have to rotate around a little bit.
And I think that might be a leave. Is that a leave?
Looks like he might go back for more, possibly a little bit bloodthirsty. He knows he's to the point where he can't recontest this spike anymore. And, oh, actually might go for the hidden defuse. But, buddy, they know right where it is. Going for that defuse is just going to get you killed in a firefight. And, indeed, it will. Symbol's able to find it, and boom, there it is. They all fall right into the trap. The spike take all 3 of them out. He goes for the fake defuse there, and every single one of them falls for it. They want that kill. There is no time to react. And, I mean, I'm going to give that a credited 3K, right? I mean, that was basically all because of Silvern.
Huge there. And the economy hit, because if you look at Boise State's economy, they full bought, and now they're broke.
Yep, that was honestly. I think I initially didn't give that enough credit. Silvern, hats off, a genius play there.
Money play, absolutely money play. And operators both sides, a lot of money being spent this round.
Silvern's time, the brightest flames go out first, or what is that saying? I don't know. That's definitely not a good look for Silvern. They're a phenomenal round just previously, and then immediately taken out by that operator from Jabald. Going to be 150 health online, so that heavy armor is here for Splinter and Jabald, who are both just peeking corners like crazy. They want to find these kills early on.
See, it's a very split map, no pun intended.
Heyo.
No real coordinated effort either way.
Yeah, definitely not a coordinated effort here, and Surfear is going to take advantage of that. We see the Sage get the kill onto Surfear after, but Saucy finds a kill. I love the Sage, the spray that she, or what is it called? The skin she has on that gun. It's one of my favorites in the game, and Splinter now with the operator going to be able to take Zeke out of the fight. Jazzy versus Kurt. It's going to be, no, Splinter's still alive as well. I'm losing my mind. So the operator's still online here. No lockdown available, or no lockdown to commit here. If Jazzy commits this, I think that's going to be a bit of a misplay. So they've got it, but I just realistically don't think it's going to help them win this fight.
I'm trying to figure out why they're not sitting on top of the spike.
30 seconds left.
And our producer has told us the spike is in hell, and that's why they do not need to sit on it.
Oh, and here's that lockdown that I just said they probably shouldn't plant. But I mean, if it pays off, I don't mind being the idiot. But yeah, there you go. Not going to pay off. Splinter had that operator. Jazzy just did not have the time to move in necessary. And that ultimate just down the drain.
2 ults currently for Boise, 1 on the side of Okanagan. I think the better ultimates on the side of Boise if they use them properly.
Yeah, they've got the Resurrection online, so you kind of get that extra life for one of these players. Of course, not the Sage herself. That would kind of be overpowered. Be just another version of Run It Back, and why would you want 2 ultimates that do the same thing? So now that healer is going to be able to bring somebody back to life, but Zeke does have the teleport, and I would be interested to see if they can utilize that as kind of a bait.
Another not great buy round here from Boise.
Yeah, very much so. 4 classics and a sheriff, so kind of living on a dream, going for a short buy here. They're currently down in terms of rounds. They're going up against 4 Vandals and an Operator. The fire rate could not be more different.
No.
Oh, Saucy and Splinter, they're going to end this one. Realistically, I think Boise went into this round knowing they were probably going to lose it. You'd have to hit every single shot to win a fire rate like this one, or a firefight like this one. Silver now trying to pick up a kill onto Jazzy, who really has not been able to play the game so far. Currently sitting at 1-9.
Looks like my KDA.
Yeah, you and me both, honestly. That's usually what I'm sitting at in one of these games.
Although I usually don't have the 1. So...
Yeah, fair enough. Usually just sitting at 0-9, hanging out at the bottom of the roster there. And Saucy able to find the Sage, Zeke, and Jazzy. It's really going to come down to then and whether or not they're able to make this happen.
Kurt, another good use of the breach ability there. we've already talked about it more than in map number 1's entirety, so as Splinter gets another one.
Splinter finds one on this operator. I mean, you've just got to get rid of it. Unable to make it happen there. Just not working out well so far. That is a bit of a disaster here for Boise State. But like we talked about, kind of an expectation going into this. And hey, go for the spike plant. You probably lose the round, but hey, you get the extra credits for the next one. So Splinter is able to find the 3K with the help of a Frenzy, and that's going to be another round win for UBCO.
You know, once again, you know, he planted the spike there in a position where he was going to have to peek left to get past the crates. And he did it too slow. It's one thing to have to move left. It's another thing to do it slowly.
Yeah,
you
absolutely.
know?
Absolutely. You want to peek left, you do it slowly. You were just could not be more scripted. Your opponent, your opponent knows exactly what's coming. You could not be more scripted, and now they have secured an advantage moving into half. We say you get to 7 points, you've got at least a 1 point advantage, but going in 8 and 5, that's obviously a little bit better than going 8 and 4 is a lot better than going in 7 and 5.
And it's almost too bad that they can't bring the money with them. Splinter is deeply rich.
I was loaded.
Could buy for the entire team.
I was gonna say almost 10,000 credits online. I was sitting at 8,900 credits. That is
8,900 with an op and full armor.
Yeah, who else wants an operator, right? I mean, come on, Splinter. Why are you being selfish? It's the last round. Might as well use these credits while you have them. I mean,
ops all around.
Ops all around. And not only the operators, but still has the Bladestorm online. So do we see another ace in Splinter's future? My Magic 8 Ball says no, but I think that would be neat.
Well, 3 ultimates available there, because we got the Showstopper as well.
Oh, yes, the Showstopper is online. And actually, I don't think we've seen the Showstopper yet this time around. I think Saucy hasn't been able to get it online quite yet. And now it looks like maybe they're able to use it in this extra round. Use it now, right? You know somebody's over there. The Showstopper's probably going to do some damage, if not kill, just if you shoot next to those boxes.
Uh-oh. Splinter has the Bladestorm up.
Yeah, the Bladestorm is going to be online, and I would love to see some value with it. Operator or Bladestorm, both great ways to get some kills. They might be able to get the plant here, which they really need going into halftime. They want to go in only down 2 because Valorant, a very defensive-sided game. Defense, usually just the way the maps are built, has a very mild advantage one way or another. But this time, there's no Cypher, so that advantage is going to be lessened.
Saucy goes down, so that possible ultimate off the board.
Man.
But Splinter with a Bladestorm kill.
Yeah, this is just a disaster all over again for Boise. And honestly, this has just been such a turnaround for UBCO. I don't know if they had just like woken up from a nap on our first map earlier today. Like, I don't know if it was just on bind. They were hanging out and they were like, whatever, we'll take it seriously in a minute. But Silver, great teleport, just puts Zeke to sleep there on A, and that's going to be another round.
Let's be honest, because...
Oh, another one! Yay!
Zeke teleported over there, and Silver and Teleport followed. And
dirty.
Zeke teleported behind the obstacle. Silver and teleported on top of the obstacle. High ground, baby. Give me the high ground.
Yeah, that was a genius play coming out there. I love the Omen teleport. It always, it can create some pretty fascinating plays, but at the same time, it can help you feed the enemy team. So you've got to be careful with the way that it happened. And Silver in just absolute A game with that ultimate there. Found Zeke, read him like a book, and took him down as the spike was planted. Secured that victory there. Only 5 rounds away from winning this.
The T-Storm, thank you for posting those in there. We'll try to make sure that Nightbot stops harassing you.
Oh yeah, sorry T-Storm. Did you get muted? Sorry.
Thank you for clipping those though. Doing God's work for T-Storm. Doing God's work.
Absolutely, we appreciate it very much so, and Splinter is going to appreciate that kill onto Jabal the very same, and it looks like Saucy now going to be taken out by Zeke as well. It's going to be that 4-4. Silver picks up Zeke, however, so as soon as I say it, the words are ripped from my mouth. UBCO, they've got the spike. They're hovering around A. Now they're looking for a little bit more. Symbols finds one. Splinter finds Symbols in the mix-up, a 3v2 in favor of UBCO. Just really has not been working out. I want to point out that Jazzuke, not to beat him up, but still sitting at 1 in 10 right now.
Hey, Splinter's got the advantage, though. They got the frenzy. What's not to love?
True. We love the frenzy. We love to see it, and it's just an entertaining weapon nonetheless. Oh, a disaster, a 1-1. Jazzuke, this is your moment to shine. You've gotten your second kill. Let's see the third. Surfear looking to peek to the left, trying to find the value. Goes for the false defuse. Yeah, you're right. I don't know my rights to my lefts. That's why I'm an esports caster. Surfear is going to be able to take out Jazzuke in the mix-up there, and the attackers, they're going to be able to win it all over again. UBCO 4 rounds from victory.
So here we go, though. And let's see what the buy comes out here for Boise. I'm intrigued what the buy comes out as.
I'm curious as well. You're kind of getting to a spot where if you lose this round, or you're kind of in a rock paper scissors scenario, because if you full buy here and you're able to win, talk about phenomenal, right? But if you full buy here and you lose, that's a bit of a disaster because that almost guarantees you a loss in the following round, and that puts them on penultimate round.
And they don't even have enough for a full buy. It would be a medium buy. Saucy back on the judge.
Oh, I love it. I love it. Saucy, give me the judge. I would love to see it. And it looks like Boise, they're going to commit to these classics again. Saucy, that's so much damage already. It doesn't seem like much, but that's just going to be great, especially as Jabald taken offline. You're already looking at a 4v5, and Saucy knows somebody is waiting just around this corner. But, you know, if Saucy doesn't check doesn't need to check their corners, as Sage gets a little bit overzealous there. And Saucy is going to be the judge, is going to be the jury, take Symbols out as well, and is looking to be the executioner on one more. But that is going to be another flawless round here for UBCO. They have just... Map 1 was rough, but they had started at the beginning of Map 2 super strong, and they have just not stopped.
And I wonder if Saucy keeps the judge. I wonder... Nobody on Okanagan has repurchased. Nobody's had to.
Yeah.
I think they're going to keep it. I want them to. The medium buy. I think it's going to be the medium buy. Man, look at Splinter, 22-6.
Yeah. Yeah,
Sir Fear did upgrade. Okay,
Sir Fear disaster.
That's fine, but I like to see it. SMGs and a judge, baby. SMGs and a judge.
Just rely on Saucy, currently sitting at 12 eliminations, but I do want to point out Splendor is at 22 eliminations, so the most in lobby, almost by double what somebody else has. Zeke is able to find Splendor early on, though, so as I'm talking about how good Splendor is doing, they have their head taken clean off by the Omen, waiting just around the corner. A 4v5 here in favor of Boise for the first time in a long time. Hopefully they don't drop the ball on this one. Silver, and however, gonna find one. Kurt finds another, and you know what? A bit of a caster curse. Boise, I'm sorry. That was a little bit on me there.
Ooh.
Oh!
Ooh.
My goodness, Jabal didn't even get to blink. Oh, Kurt definitely just fired at his own teammate. I want everyone to know that.
I would just like to point out that Kurt almost screwed that up, though, with swapping abilities. Almost didn't get the gun back out in time.
Yeah, no, he was seconds away, possibly even frames away from losing that firefight, but he was able to get it online, and Saucy now able to find Symbols. It's going to be a 4v1, not exactly flawless, but darn tootin' close. It's going to be a Killjoy versus 4. There is no lockdown online, and Jazake has only gotten 2 kills in 14. This is the 15th round, so a bit of a disaster. Okay, you know what, Jazake? Prove me wrong. Get the 4K. Prove me wrong.
They're down too far. They've got to go.
You've got to go. You're at half. Okay, all right. They went for it. Did not work out very well.
Didn't work out, but they had to try.
That's a yikes.
They had to.
No, I respect it. Oh, I also want to point out that everybody on the side of Boise State, except for Symbols, has died every single round. They are all at 13 deaths. So that is a bit of a disaster.
15 rounds currently Sepulence.
Oh, guys, I forgot they won any rounds. And again, I'm not good at math. That's why I talk about video games. But 15 rounds, either way, that's just a lot of death.
Oh, man. Oh, my God. Short buy here from Boise.
Oh, very.
And they had money. I don't agree with this. This is going to be the first time. This is going to be the first time I'm going to come out as a caster and say I don't agree with this short buy.
You know, they have done this a few times where they have the credits to buy and then they short buy instead. I don't know if they're waiting for an operator in the next round, but you're staring a loss down, in the face right now. You are in what could be the penultimate round. If you lose this one, it is going to be essentially over. And Saucy able to find that Sage straight away, already a 3v5. I mean, Jabal is going to pick up Saucy with the Sheriff, but you've got such a tall task ahead of you. Oh, man, Kurt just finds Zeke. Oh, Zeke.
Peek in the wrong corner. You don't peek to the left.
Yeah, you really cannot peek to the left on this. And we see Jabald critical condition here. You're on a 4v2. And Jazake, if they're the last person left alive again with a Sheriff, that's just pretty much a free round. Oh, they turned at the wrong moment. Sir Fear just takes Jazake's head clean off. Jabald, 21 health, 10 seconds in a dream here. Possibly going to get the exit frag. Not even going to get the exit frag. This possible penultimate round finally does come to a close, and this could be it. UBCO could take this right here on split. Oh, Silverin, wait a minute. Silverin, what happened?
They had cash. They're fine. They had cash.
Just a little embarrassing.
Full buy here. No op for Okanagan. You'll see the op on the side of Boise.
Jabald You know, was the short buy worth it? Is this operator gonna finally flip things in your favor? It comes down to this round and this round alone. They've got 3 ultimates on the side of UBCO. They've got the Blade Storm and the Lockdown coming out from Boise. It is really gonna come down to whether or not that short buy was gonna be worth it at the end of that round.
Now, let's talk about the possible, if this goes the way we think it will, just the turnaround from map 1 to map 2.
Oh my goodness, absolutely, absolutely. They got relatively demolished there on map 1. Split was just not in, or excuse me, Bind was just not in their favor. But Icebox, they come in, they dominate, super aggressive performance, and Split just seems to be the very same. Jabal finds Silver, and early on, the operator all getting 1 kill, able to get a little bit of a momentum kick started here. Hopefully they're able to keep it. Oh, great coverage there from the Jet. Silver or not Silver, excuse me. They are going to have to go for it. Jabal not able to find that secondary shot, and they know the operator's nearby. Zeke, however, is going to find Swordfinger in the mix-up. 5v3. Is this the moment we see this team finally come back to life? Is Boise going to be able to take at least 1 more round before this is over?
Could be huge. Could be huge.
They've got the numbers, but the ultimates that are alive on the side of UBCO are all life-ending ultimates. Kurt taken out. Now it's going to be the Blade Storm and the showstopper, excuse me. My brain shut down for a second there, but boom, there it is. A flawless round nonetheless.
That is what they needed right there.
The short buy was worth it, at least for 1 round.
That is what they needed right there. Keeping the dream alive.
They're trying to make it happen. I would love to see an 8-round reverse sweep and take this all the way up to 13-12, force us into overtime, make the crowd go crazy. But, you know, the odds of that happening possibly aren't as likely as we'd like it to be. But who knows? Maybe this is finally their time to kick it into final gear.
Full buy, of course, here from Okanagan. They had the credits. Why not?
Absolutely. Yeah, you've got the credits. Go crazy, right? Get this job done. Jabal has that operator online. You take out Jabal, this game's pretty much over. You missed the shot. That is going to be crucial. Able to take somebody out early in the firefight like that would have been huge for Jabal, but now they have tucked all the way back to B, so they're going to give up early on in that push, and they're going to rotate all the way around. They're going to play this one safe. They know if they lose this one, it's over.
Huge ultimates. Huge ultimates available for Okanagan right now.
Absolutely. It looks like they're just going to give up mid for free, which is a bit of a misplay in my opinion. I'm not a huge fan of that.
Where is the spike? The spike's in mid.
Oh, Jabal does it again. Takes Saucy out of the fight. So actually that showstopper being taken offline is colossal.
Yep.
Oh, Splendor, very nice. Able to find the Sage, but Symbol's going to pick up the revenge kill onto Splendor straight away. Surfear just waiting around the corner, knows somebody's over there. You can guess it's that Breach who just recently got a kill, but Kurt pushing in as well. Kurt taking down Zeke taking down. Symbols is going to be taken out as well, and now the Neural Theft, a 3v2, but a lot of damage on the side of UBCO for the time being. They have taken quite a beating so far. Jabal and Jazzuke, it's really going to come down to them.
But now they get to play defense. It's got to be a retake here, so now they get to play defense.
Absolutely, that's exactly what they want to do. The Killjoy ultimate coming out as well. May be able to get some things lined up for them. Maybe able to buy them a little bit more time, and it may make the spike undefusable, but only time will tell. Jabal with the Blade Storm coming out, trying to find even just one quick kill, and there it is. Kurt is gone. No attack coming out today. Jabal wants this like he wants his next breath to turn this one around and win the 6th round, keeping that Blade Storm online. Silver and Sir Fear are going to be pushing in. There's a kill from Silver, and it's going to come down, and Jabal able to do it. It is all over. UBCO with the turnaround of a lifetime. Boise State just unable to make it happen, and Sir Fear was going to go out with a bang there, but the round does come to an end before that is able to happen. I cannot commend UBCO enough. Not exactly a reverse sweep, but such a dominant performance on those second and laps.
Let's talk about the headshot at the end there onto the Jet from Silvern from distance.
Yeah, just it was colossal.
Just the one tap. Huge there at the end. As I'm taking a look here, Splendor took it this time, and this was a much better distribution. It was a much better map.
Agreed.
A much better map. Splendor 24-9. I believe that puts them at the best KDA of the day for a map.
I believe that is correct. I'm not positive about that, so don't quote us on that, but I believe you are correct on that one, Jim. And I think it's fascinating that almost everybody, only 3 players, so 7 out of 10 players did hit double digits this time. And I think that's the first time we've seen that many players hit double digits here tonight, because so far it was just such aggressive one-sided maps that there was always 3 or 4 players hanging out with less than 10 kills. But overall, a pretty solid performance from all 10 of these players tonight.
I will say this, Kurt, once again, at the bottom there for Okanagan, and he was right in the middle on the Sova.
Yeah.
And maybe the dude loves Breach. I don't know. Breach is a fun character, fun agent to play. Kurt, buddy, you're better on the Sova.
The Sova was cracked almost. Like the
Your
Sova was a phenomenal performance. But
and I mean that
I
in
agree.
the nicest possible way. Your Sova was huge, dude.
Yeah. I wholeheartedly agree. The Sova was phenomenal, and the Breach, both times we saw it, just fell short, and that was a bit of a disaster. And I don't think there's going to be an interview tonight, because I know that usually when we go to that third map, we end up not doing an interview. Yeah, so there's not going to be an interview here tonight. But that does bring tonight to an end after a very convincing performance from UBCO. Gives them a great shot in playoffs. Thank you everybody so much for joining us. A shout out to both teams coming out here tonight. Jim, a pleasure working with you as always, my friend. Huge shout out to Caleb, our producer in the back line, and of course, all of you watching at home. Everybody, go ahead and get some rest, especially if you're here on the East Coast, just coming up on 1:30 in the morning. Check your posture, drink some water, and don't forget to love each other. We'll see you guys next week. And one more thing before we go is go vote for us. You can check it out on our Twitter. Maybe Caleb can drop it in chat. We are trying to win best collegiate thing going on right now. There'll be a little bit more of a description in chat and on our Twitter, which is just NECC Esports. So go ahead and give that a check out. But again, folks, check your posture, drink some water, and don't forget to love each other. We'll see you guys next week.
Hey man, I just can't find a comfortable headset. I mean, I've tried everything. Literally everything.
Jeez, my brother. I got you.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
That is comfortable.